No words could describe the range of emotions Grand Fisher felt at the moment. On a stormy night, he had been hunting by a swollen river using his lure, disguised as a small child in order to lure in any spiritually aware beings, when he got the attention of two redheads. A mother and her child. Now that he thought about it, he had fooled the boy with his lure. The child tried to save the little girl, who was too close to the raging currents of the river. The mother, however, seemed to have seen through his lure. Just when he was about to grab the kid, he noticed how the mother started gathering rancor. He almost thought about ditching the whole thing when suddenly a huge pillar of light engulfed the mother and made whatever trick she was trying to do stop. He could still remember the look of complete and utter shock on her face, but when she noticed how he was still going after her son, she ran over and used her body to protect the child. He laughed at her predictable choice. Instead of just saving herself, she tried to save her son. Oh well, who was he to complain about it? After killing the mother he would have left, but just for a moment, his greed got the better of him and he decided he might as well eat the child. Seconds didn't pass when he did just that. He had just killed and then eaten the child's soul when it happened. An immense amount of power started running through his very being. He had heard of these kinds of events happen before to other hollows. Apparently, he was ready for the next stage of evolution. His instinct started screaming at him. It almost felt as though someone was guiding him somewhere. Deciding to just let his instincts take over, he opened up a garganta and stepped through it. Deserts of Hueco Mundo. Stepping through the garganta and touching white sand should have been the first sign that something wasn't right. He had never seen this part of Hueco Mundo before. He usually opened up a portal near the forest of Minos, where all the weak hollows lived. Ha! This only means that I no longer need to be around the weak anymore. Grand Fisher's voice was full of arrogance. Allowing the power to flow through him, he screamed to the dark night and allowed himself to become consumed by the power surging within. Opening his eyes again, he noticed that an empty black void surrounded him. The hell is this place? Where the hell am I? The hollow asked no one in particular, not really expecting anyone to answer him. He looked for an exit when he suddenly heard another voice. Well, look what we have here. A disorienting voice sounded behind him. Turning around quickly, he froze at the sight of what he could best describe as a demonic-looking monster with the most terrifying-looking black mask he had ever seen. Wait! A black mask? The mask was black, but that's not where its strange physical appearance ended. Sharp black teeth were visible, and it was also sporting two black horns in the front. Strange white markings ran through the mask, for spike-shaped marks, two of them stopping by the forehead and the other two stretching past the eyes and teeth, going past his chin and joining with the marks which connected with the hole in his chest. A hole. Looking more closely at the demonic figure, the Grand Fisher noticed a hole where his heart should be. Now that I'm looking at this thing more closely, its skin is white. Finally getting over his shock, he looked at the figure more closely to see, strangely, the reverse of the skin colors of a common hollow. Instead of black skin, it was white. The white mask was replaced by a black one. Interesting enough though, its appearance reminded him of the Jillians he had seen around the forest of Minos. Grand Fisher stared at this reverse hollow. He didn't remember eating any hollow with such features. Hell, he didn't even bother attacking any other hollows in fear of being eaten. A silence washed through the empty void. No one said anything, both hollows kept staring at each other until Grand Fisher finally spoke. Who the hell are you? What are you doing here? He demanded. Dot. 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 Having enough of the silent treatment, Grand Fisher was about to ask again when the white hollow finally spoke. You know what? I should thank you for giving me another chance. His words confused Grand Fisher. Chance? The hell is he talking about? He was about to ask what it meant when he noticed his left arm turning into spirit particles. What? Before he could start freaking out, the hollow's voice caught his attention again. I guess you never heard of what happens to a hollow who eats a stronger soul. The albino hollow's wicked grin seemed to have grown even wider, if that was possible. He waited for Grand Fisher's eyes, confusion and fear swimming in their depths, to return to his own wicked and sadistic ones. Sometimes an idiotic hollow likes to take a bite out of something that's out of their leagues, and when that happens both the awakened soul, which is you, and the dormant soul, which is me, go in a clash of spiritual battle to see who takes control. He paused in his explanation to make sure Grand Fisher was following along, before he continued, this only happens when a Jillian is born and is ready to take on a consciousness. And when that happens, whoever's soul is stronger becomes the conscious mind, but that's not what is happening right now. This is a special case. Fear flooded through Grand Fisher, he still didn't understand. He looked back down at his body, only to see that both his legs and left arm had vanished. His right arm, chest, and luckily his head were still there. But he was starting to feel the top left corner of his mask dematerializing too. The hell, you bastard! You still haven't explained what's happening to me. The outrage was clearly evident in his voice, the first hint of emotion to come out of his mouth other than anger and confusion since this whole thing started. You are becoming a part of me, was the only answer the albino hollow told him, wicked smile never leaving its face. Finally, he understood. This hollow was absorbing him. He was weaker. Years of careful hunting gone to waste all because he let his greed get the better of him, and now because of that, he will die. During his years of living as a hollow, he had lost the sense of fear when he had become a predator, probably nothing of the extreme kind, but a predator nonetheless. But now he was in the presence of a stronger predator. An apex predator. Fear clutched his heart. No, damn it. This isn't supposed to happen. I'm supposed to be at the top. To become a ruler, a king, a predator. His enraged voice echoed through the black void, I am not Tob Food 2N01. By this point, only the right side of his mask remained. A burst of laughter broke him out of his rage. Glaring at the white hollow, he cursed himself. One of his questions still remained unanswered. Who are you? He asked. I never ate another hollow before or anything of such strong spiritual energy. So answer my last question. Who the hell are you? Silence once again enveloped the two of them. Grand Fisher waited. Once again receiving the silent treatment, he was ready to demand the other hollow answer him when the reversed hollow spoke, this time in a serious voice. You could have left the boy alone and avoided all of this. Grand Fisher tried to calm down and process what had been said. The boy? Is he talking about the child with his mother? That's right, the boy with his mother. A bewildered look crossed his face. How the hell can he read my mind? Oh no, I'm not reading your mind, but with the expressions you are showing in your only eye, you don't have to be a psychic to see where your train of thoughts are going through. Once again, he finished with the same serious tone. Only a small part of Grand Fisher's mask remained. So this is how my life ends, thanks to a greedy choice. Memories of his human life flooded his mind, and all he could do was watch them go by. Finally, after just a few minutes, the last bit of his mask vanished and Grand Fisher was no more. A lake then replaced the great black void that surrounded both hollows. In the middle of the lake was an island of strange design. If one was to look from above, they would have seen the island take the form of a crescent moon. In the center of the island was the reflection of the full moon hanging high in the sky. The white hollow just stood there motionless for a few minutes before he started walking down a random path. It didn't take long for him to find what he was looking for. A small child with orange hair, tan skin, and now a small hole where his heart should be. By the looks of it, he was unconscious. He kept staring at the young boy. Seconds passed by, which then turned to minutes before he finally spoke. I can just take over your body. Your soul right now. Dot. Sheesh, now you're giving me the silent treatment, kid. Dot. You never asked for this to happen. Hell, I never asked for this. For this second chance. He looked down at the kid with glowing yellow eyes and reached for the boy's face. You never wanted this to happen and you are not ready for what you will need to do to survive in my world. But I will give you a small gift before I go. Reaching down to the boy, he put one of his hands on the child's chest, right above his hollow hole. When the time becomes right, you will hear my voice. He started pushing his own Ryatsu into the boy, watching as the redhead's peach skin became white as the moon. It might be in a few weeks, months or maybe even years before you hear me. But when you do, I hope you have accepted what happened and what you have become. I will grant you the power and strength to push past the limits of your very self. Your Quincy and Shinigami powers will still be there, but my Hollow's powers will be the dominant one. By this point, his own body started to dematerialize and get absorbed into the child. It wouldn't be long before he went into a deep slumber inside the boy's soul. Wake up, Ichigo. It is time for you to leave now. The albino Hollow started feeling two different Ryuryoku. One was weak while the other one was powerful, and they seemed to get closer, but he sensed no killing intent, instead he sensed hope. Relief? Strange. To feel hope in a place like this? Doesn't matter, seems like the child won't be alone here at least. Looking back at the kid, the Hollow noticed that the boy's skin was now pure white. Goodbye, for now, and child, hopefully next time we see each other it'll be soon. And maybe you could hear my name, but doesn't mean I can't leave without having you hear it. Even if you're unconscious. He let out a small laugh. My name is L. And then everything went dark. A few minutes before Grand Fisher arrives. Some distance away from where Grand Fisher would soon appear were two people. One was a man with wavy, dark brown hair that ended at the base of his neck. Both he and his companion, a young-looking girl with light green hair arranged in a very basic manner, wore a cloth to cover themselves. Nothing seemed strange about them, but in a world where monsters roamed, looking more closely revealed what they were. The remains of the man's hollow mask, comprising the bottom jaws of a wolf, was positioned along his neck. His hollow hole, which was covered by his cloth, was fixed in his sternum, right below the tip of his mask. The girl's hollow hole was set in the center of her stomach. Her hollow mask took the form of a helmet, with two horns on the top, although her left horn looked as if someone had cut it off. The left half of her mask only covered her left eye, revealing her right, which was a pretty shade of light pink. Surrounding them both were mountains of dead hollows, and everything was quiet and dull, with absolutely no life, no activity happening around here. Around them. The man seemed to be asleep while his companion just kept staring at nothing until she sensed a hollow's presence far away. Looks like another one is going through their evolution. Nothing new, she thought. Don't matter how strong they feel when they won't be able to reach us. She sighed at the last thought. She took a quick peek at her companion, but he was still asleep. Probably doesn't even care about it. Glancing at the mountain of bodies around her, she let out yet another sigh. She was about to ignore the hollow when out of nowhere its spiritual power just skyrocketed. It almost felt like it completely overpowered their own. She snapped her head around towards the location of the hollow. Her eyes fixated on the power in the distance. Unknown to her, the sleeping man's blue-gray eyes shot open and also shot towards the location of the spiritual power. And just like that, it vanished, just as quickly as it came. He said nothing, in deep thought about what he had just felt. The amount of power. Even from here, I could feel it cover my own. He kept staring, hoping for it to show up again. He took a quick glance to his companion in hopes it wasn't just him who felt it. And to his relief, she had the same look as him. She turned around and met his eyes. You felt it too, right Stark? The green-haired girl asked. Yeah, I did Lily, Stark replied. Joy shone in Lily's eyes. Then what are we waiting for? She replied all too eagerly. Someone with that much power won't get hurt by being around us. We can finally stop feeling so lonely. Loneliness, it was something they had felt for a long time, since their very power, their presence killed every hollow who came near them. They used to be one hollow, but because none survived in their presence, solitude ate away at the hollow until it split into Stark and Lily. Neither remembered which of them was the original but decided not to question it and be glad they were no longer alone. But even still, their power killed all who came near them. But here was a hollow whose power rivaled, or perhaps was greater, than theirs. They saw the hope in each other's eyes. Not wanting to wait any longer, they stood, and Stark grabbed Lily and Sonido towards the location of the powerful spiritual presence. They reached the spot where they'd felt the power in under a minute. They both started looking around, hoping to find the hollow with the immense power. "I don't see anyone around, Stark," Lily said, a hint of disappointment entering her voice. The brunette felt the same disappointment. Whoever's power they felt looked to have left. Ready to just leave, Stark notices a small body. Pointing at it, Stark said, "Hey, look over there. I think I see someone." Following his finger, Lily noticed the body. It was small, smaller than her own actually. She didn't think long about it before she dashed towards the body. "Hey! Are you the one with the strong Ryatsu?" Stark just looked at it from a distance. He didn't see it breathing or anything at all. It looked dead, like every other hollow who got near them. Disappointment flashed over his face. Should have known this would happen, he told himself quietly. So much for hoping. Just as he was about to call Lily back, she screamed at him. "Come and look at this. He's this close to us and he's still breathing. I think he's just passed out." Hope filled her voice, and it returned to his thoughts. He's alive. This close to us and he's still breathing. He sonidoed close to them and looking more closely, Stark notices his light breathing. He's alive after all. Inspecting the body, he notices that it was a small boy. His skin was a strange ivory color, and he had one of the brightest hair colors he had ever seen. He also had a hollow hole with strange red markings around the hole connecting to his limbs. He also notices the strange black cloth covering his lower half. Looking up at the boy's face, he noticed something disturbing. There is no sign of a mask. The boy completely lacked any fragments of a mask. Which was definitely out of the ordinary. No matter what evolution a hollow goes through, some fragment of their mask always remained. Even the evolution in which Lily and he were at had some of their mask left. But this boy lacks everything, not even a tiny fraction of a sign that he used to have a mask remains. A million questions ran through his head. What did this mean at all? Before he could continue his train of thought, Lily snapped him out of his mind. "Look, Stark, he's waking up." Small groaning noises came from the boy before his eyes opened up and caught both of their attentions. His eyes were different, yet still held the hollow-like color. His iris was yellow while his sclera was pitch black. "Well, that's just about the weirdest thing I have ever seen," thought Stark, but the fact the kid seems to still be breathing and not dying was a huge relief for him. Lily's eyes locked with the boy's own strange set. "They're so beautiful." Without thinking, she started moving closer to his eyes, trying to see more of it until the boy finally said something. You're a little too close to my face there." A small blush adorned his cheeks. When his nervous voice reached her ears, Lily leaned away from him, a small blush also adorning her cheeks. Looking around, the boy noticed his strange surroundings. Where am I?" he asked in a confused voice. The last thing he remembered was. It was. He didn't remember. What is this place? A small amount of fright was present his voice. He remembered nothing. He didn't even remember his name. Wait. No, that's not right. He remembered his name, but everything else was just a giant mess of memories. Memories that weren't his own. It was like he was watching them from someone else's point of view. However, throughout all the memories, a young orange-haired boy stuck out the most. He couldn't remember any of the people's faces except for the boy's face, and then the realization hit him. That boy is me. Focusing more, he kept hearing his name, but that was it. Any other noise seemed to go quiet, and the faces were still nothing but a huge blur for him. "Hey kid, you okay?" Finally brought out from his thoughts, the small redhead finally got a good look at the people in front of him. He noticed the strange white-like material and, "Oh my Cammy. How can you have a hole in your body and still be alive?" A look of bewilderment crossed his face. The man in front of him had his cloth down, and he could see a hole in his body. The people themselves just gave each other a curious look. The girl answered his question. Because we are hollows," she replied, confused. Now, what kind of question was that, asking about why they had a hole? "What's a hollow?" the boy asked, unsure of the word. That only made Stark and Lily even more confused. How the hell did this boy reach such an evolution without knowing anything? Stark thought. This was by far the most he had ever thought about things in such a short time, and the last time he ever thought like this was, well, never. Before he decided to try to give an explanation, Lily explained it to the boy. In her own Lily kind of way. "The same thing that you are," she told him, pointing at the boy's own hollow hole. Gaze following her finger, Ichigo freaked out. "Why do I have a hole?" Now everything was just confusing for him. He didn't know these people, he woke up in a weird place, and now found out he has a hole in his body. He would have run in circles if the brunette hadn't been holding him down with his hands. "You need to calm down, kid. You got a name?" Stark asked. Relaxing, Ichigo's unearthly yellow eyes met Stark's own blue-gray ones. "I'm Ichigo." With a small nod, Stark told him his own name. "Hey there, Ichigo. I'm Coyote Stark." He then nodded towards the girl, "and that over there is Lilynette Gingerbuck, or you can call her Lily for short." Once everything seems to calm down, Ichigo looks back at the man. They seem normal even with the hole in the man's chest. Going back to the original question, he asked again, "Where am I?" Before Lily could explain, Stark beat her to it. "You're in Hueco Mundo. To be more precise, you're above the forest of Minos." He would keep his answers plain and simple for the boy. Getting a nod in understanding, the boy asks the next thing he found confusing. What's Hueco Mundo?" A sigh escaped Stark's lips. Seems I have to explain everything to him. He spoke again. "Hueco Mundo is the dimension where hollows live." The redhead gave another nod of understanding. Well, at least he understands fast, he thought. Seeing as the boy still had a question, he nods back to him. "What are hollows?" At this question, Stark tried his best to answer him without going into deep detail. He had long forgotten his time as a simple Minos. Stark just sighed and tried to think of a simple explanation for the kid to understand. Hollows are, well, were part of a human soul who couldn't pass to the afterlife, and after a while, they become a corrupted soul and become monsters of some sort. After that, they eat other hollows to feel full again. Stopping from his explanation and seeing the kid was still with him, he continues. Once the common hollow has enough, he goes through various stages of evolution before he reaches the final stage, which is what we are. Getting a small nod, Stark let go of Ichigo and watched as the kid fell back onto the white sand. The look in Ichigo's eyes sent a sharp pain through Stark's chest. "You said were, as in, was part of a human soul. Does that mean I'm dead?" Tears started gathering in Ichigo's eyes. He didn't remember dying, he remembered nothing besides his own name. How did he die? What happened to him? By this point, tears were falling freely. It pained Stark to look at the kid cry, he didn't know why, but it just hurt him. Lily wasn't doing much better. She pulled the boy into a hug. "Don't cry now, Ichigo. She tried to soothe his pain. Am I going to be alone now? That question brought back painful memories for both Stark and Lily. Stark will not allow this kid to go through the same pain as them. No. His voice came out strong and firm. Getting the attention of both Ichigo and Lily, he continued, you don't have to be alone. Not in a world like this. You can become a part of us. A part of our pack. Reaching with his hand out to the boy, Stark waited for him to take it. At this, Lily stood up to stand next to Stark and also reached out her hand to Ichigo. Yeah, you can be with us. A part of our pack, she told him with a cheerful smile pasted on her face. Ichigo's eyes lit up. He just kept staring at their hands. He looked up to their eyes and saw the honesty in them. He won't be alone at all, and he could see the hope in their eyes too. Not even thinking about it for a second, Ichigo reached out to hold on to Lily's and Stark's with both of his hands. Once they had a hold on them, they pulled him up. Welcome to the pack, Ichigo, Lily said. He gave them a small smile, tears of joy running down his face. I guess I won't be alone here. In the great white desert of Hueco Mundo lay down Coyote Stark, alone. Surrounded by a small hill of dead hollows. He would usually have hated being alone in a scene like this, but he was the so-called lure. He wouldn't have been the damn lure if he kept his mouth shut all those weeks ago. Opening one of his blue-gray eyes, he looks at the bodies of the dead hollows. A sigh escapes his lips. How did things turn out like this? Oh, that's right, Ichigo got hungry. Stark still couldn't understand the enigma that was Ichigo. That kid is becoming more of a puzzle with each passing day. Although he hates being the lure, he still does it for the boy who seems to put in some light to his and Lily's once lonely days. It's been about 8 months since Ichigo had become a part of their pack. A small smile reaches his lips. He can still remember how things went after Ichigo stopped crying. Flashback, 8 months ago. The moment the boy started crying again, tears of joy this time. Both Stark and Lily went in for a quick group hug. Well, they meant it to be quick, but Ichigo had a good grip on both of them. Once Ichigo calmed down and let them go, he looked around and tried memorizing his surroundings. Some white sand here, more sand over there, a few branches of trees here and there, and look, a rock. He said with a deadpan look on his pale face. This place feels so dead. No pun intended. Looking back to his pack now. Man, that feels weird to say. He was about to ask them what they would do now when his stomach started growling. His cheeks turned red with embarrassment and turned his face away from Stark and Lily. If he didn't look away, he could have seen the clear look of shock on both of their faces. Stark stares at the boy's stomach. There's no way his stomach just grumble. Everyone was quiet for a while, two people having different thoughts. Ichigo hoping his stomach doesn't embarrass him again and Stark hoping he didn't hear the whole thing. Please, just be a part of my imag. Stark's thoughts stopped when the sound of Ichigo's grumbling stomach reached his ear. Fighting down his embarrassment and collecting his voice again, the redhead was about to question what kind of food there is around here to eat when Stark's voice beat him with his own question. How can you be hungry? The brunette said with obvious confusion on his face. Lily sported the same look but stayed quiet about it and let Stark ask the questions. The question confused Ichigo. Be hungry? He didn't like the way he made it sound like that. Looking back at him, he gave him a childlike reply. Because you know. I need food for my tummy. Now, why would he ask a question like that? He means after all both Stark and Lily look healthy and not skinny like some skeleton, so by that kid logic they should feel hunger now and then for them to go eat something like any another normal person. That's right. Not like any normal person, I'm dead now and apparently a hollow. He was about to brood, but his stomach broke him out of his thoughts. The man raises one of his eyebrows before answering the redhead. You shouldn't feel the need to eat now. When a hollow reaches such evolution like ours, all hunger just goes away because in a way we gain back what we lost when we became hollows. Our humanity. Although he doesn't remember much about his time as a common hollow, the need to eat becomes encrypted in every hollow's instinct. Is all basic knowledge to all the normal hollows in Hueco Mundo. Stark let that last information sink in before he smacks himself in the face. This kid is anything but normal. The brunette let out a sigh and scratched the back of his head. Seeing how Ichigo was about to ask another question, he gathers his thoughts and was about to give him a simple childlike answer for him to understand. Or better yet. I'll tell you more when you're older. Was his quick reply. He left Ichigo dumbfounded by his random words of choice and just kept staring at him. While Lillinette was staring at her companion with a furious glare. Don't be so lazy, you damn sloth. Truth is, Stark's quite a lazy and unenthusiastic man who rather spends his time asleep. He's not interested in whatever is going on around him unless you count the boy in front of him, although he has a sharp eye and capable of analyzing everything most of the time unless you're counting Ichigo again. While Lily is the complete opposite, she's in a way more on the cheerful and mischievous side, and whenever she feels gloomy about their solitude, she comes up with unusual ways of waking up Stark whenever he's asleep. She would have thought with another person finally to talk to he would have stopped with the laziness. Guess she was wrong about that. Ready to give him a piece of her mind, Stark looked at her and said, I'll tell you when you're older, too. She looked at him with the same dumbfounded look Ichigo was giving him. A twitch came to her right eye. She was ready to smack him when Ichigo's stomach made itself known again. Glad about the minor distraction to their original problem, Stark looks back at Ichigo and thinks about it. Well. He needs to eat and to eat he needs to hunt. Or does he? A quick memory of the mountain of dead hollows that surrounds Lily and himself a few distances away came to his mind. The hollows usually just die, but do they keep the soul of who they ate? Are there even any souls left? Or can Ichigo even eat hollows? He has to take into account that last part. The boy may not even need souls to eat, but maybe Erasure instead. But if that was the case, the redhead shouldn't even feel hungry in the first place. Hueco Mundo is full of Erasure. Sure, some small amount of it, but it's still there. He felt a sigh escape his lips. Damn it, I'm thinking too much about this. Let's just see how eating hollows go. With a quick nod to himself, he finally decided. Well, since you're hungry and the only thing around here to eat are hollows. He ignores the look of confusion on the redhead's face. You may be a lucky kid because there's a mountain of them not too far away from here. He finished with his right thumb pointing at the back of him. Ichigo looked behind the brunette, expecting to see the mountain of hollows not too far away, but as he saw nothing, he let a plain look reach his face. Looking back to Stark and pointing in the same direction that the mountain of hollows was to be, he says, there's nothing there. Looking back, the brunette let out yet another sigh. How could I forget how far away we came from? He rubs the back of his neck with his right arm and gives the kid a small sheepish smile. Ha, forgot how far away we are. Ichigo gave him another deadpan look while the lime-haired girl smacks her face. This idiot. Lily thought before releasing a sigh of her own. You know we should probably just go already. Getting a nod from Stark, she moves closer and lets him put a hand on her shoulder. Turning around, she nodded her head towards Ichigo and teased him. Come on, Strawberry, let's go already. Seeing the way his face turned red from either anger or embarrassment, she didn't know, she let out a small laugh. Ichigo was ready to give her a sharp reply about how his name means, to protect one thing, when he stops upon hearing her small laughter. It was a pleasant sound, almost like he heard it before. Getting lost in his memories by trying to figure out where he heard laughter like hers before. He stops after a minute when nothing came to his mind and shook his head before looking back to Stark and Lily, the pair staring at him. Oh, sorry about that. I thought I remember something. Getting a nod from both of them, he walked in closer and let Stark put a hand on his shoulder. "So how are we gonna get to the Mao?" He couldn't finish his sentence because that's when Stark decided to Sonido. In a distance away, an Ajuchas was feasting on which could only best describe as the equivalent of a mountain of gold for hollows. It had a strange bird-like appearance. Its hollow mask took the form of a parrot's head, it has murky green-like skin, gray color feathers around his neck, some seem to sprout from its back and waist. Its arms seemed to lack any form of fingers and instead ended with a single claw-like tip, both arms covered by gray feathers. The waist seems oddly normal enough until you come up to its talon-like feet. On his feet were 4 talons, 2 facing forward and 2 facing backward. The parrot-like hollow let out a bark of laughter. "Wah-ha, oh man, I hit the jackpot," he said before going back to eating the bodies. He got lucky with this find. He sensed a powerful Ryatsu not too long ago and flew away from it. The stronger the Ryatsu, the bigger of a monster the hollow is, and when he noticed the presence disappear, he stopped and tried to reach out with his senses to search where it went when he picked up the mountain of dead hollows by accident. I mean, they lack a good amount of ratio, but with all these bodies, who cares? Wah-ha, oh well, looks like only this time around when it's quantity over quality. He gave out another laugh and went back to eating when suddenly the surrounding air became too heavy for him to breathe. No, it's not the air. The ratio around me became heavier. Falling down to his knees, he finally got his senses working and tried to find why such a strange phenomenon was happening. Reaching out with his senses, he found 2 individuals coming towards him. One of them felt stronger than him, but it compared nothing to what the second one was giving out. Damn it! Is his presence alone killing me? By this point, he was already face down on the ground when he felt the third presence with them. What the hell, I couldn't even sense that one. Is this the presence from before? Is this third being's power so great that you must be close to sense it? No, that's not it. He could barely think at this point. He felt like his soul was dying. In his last moment he came down to a final thought, no, it seemed to be. And just like that, the hollow lay down with the rest of the bodies. Dead. Reaching their destination, Stark lets go of Ichigo's shoulder and let the boy try regaining his balance from the fast travel method. Looking down at the hand he used on the boy, Stark kept staring at it. The moment he used Sonido, he felt Ichigo's Ryatsu trying to leech on to his own. At least that was what it felt like. He even got to sense the boy's Ryoryoku, and it seems to not be any stronger than his own, but the boy can still live around him. Stark lets out another sigh. I need to stop with that. Looking back at the pair, Lily already left his side to go make fun of Ichigo while said boy was trying to hold back his fluids. He gathered himself and started walking to Ichigo before pointing out the bodies. These are hollows. Turning back to the brunette and following his finger, Ichigo finally got to see what hollows were. Kami, he hoped he hadn't done that. He just kept staring at the mountains of bodies. Dead bodies. They all have different shapes, sizes, and colors, but they all have a common trait. They all look scary with their monstrosity appearances. After looking at them for some time, a horrible realization hit him. Lily said that I'm a hollow too, and these are hollow. Am I nothing but a monster? Before he could continue thinking about it, the voice of Lily broke him out of it. Used to be, she said. Ichigo looked at her and notices that Stark was looking at her, too. He saw the way she was looking at him, almost as if she knew where his trains of thoughts took him at. Seeing how she got his attention, she elaborated. That's how we used to look like when we were hollows. Well, Stark and I, you're a different case altogether. You probably never went through the stages of evolution as far as we know of. Everyone was quiet. Stark was trying to see where she was going with this, and Ichigo looked like his mind was settling down. You now know what hollows are. What Stark and I are now, but can you say we are monsters? Lily said, and Ichigo stared at her in shock. it was as if she read his mind. "No, I'm not reading your mind. Your eyes are showing all the shock and confusion in you." A small smile spread across her face. "Can you say we're monsters? We sure don't look like them, and if we don't act like them, we aren't monsters." Ichigo let her words sink down on him. He was a monster now, but with the way she said it. As long that he didn't act or look like them, he was the farthest thing away from a monster. He gave her a small nod and thanked her before looking back at the bodies. The way Lily spoke surprised Stark. It was calm and easy for the boy to understand. Who would have thought she was so fine with her words? A smile reaches his lips. "Seems like everything will be just fine." Looking back at the kid, Stark saw him kicking a body with his foot. Making himself know again, Stark clears his throat, gaining the redhead's attention. "Well, since that's clear out now, you should be good to eat, right?" he asked him. Ichigo's yellow eyes stare at Stark's blue-gray eyes. He looked at Stark, then back to the bodies. Stark. Bodies. Stark. Bodies. Ichigo did this a few more times before finally saying something. Shouldn't we cook them or something?" Stark and Lily stared at him with a dulled look. He's starting to find himself becoming self-conscious under their gaze every time he asks them a question. Both letting out a sigh, Lily looked at the boy and reassured him. "Trust us, no need in cooking them. They'll taste just fine. Are you going to eat with me?" They went back to staring at him before Stark spoke this time. "We aren't hungry and haven't been for a long time now." Is the boy asking them, two hungerless beings, to eat with him? Watching how the boy became embarrassed, he let out a quiet sigh. With a lazy gaze, he looks at the body of a parrot-like hollow. Reaching out for it and tearing out its right arm, one hell of a feat, he went up to Ichigo and put it down on his arm. Turning back to the body, he tore off the left arm and gave it to Lily, who looks at him with a puzzled look before he took a leg for himself. Looking back at the kid, he says, "We'll eat with you if that's what you want." Sure, it's pointless to eat, but watching the way Ichigo's face lit up made it worth it. "Yay, we can make this into a picnic," Ichigo said with much enthusiasm in his voice. Going along with it, Lily also made it sound like fun. "All right, picnic time." Sitting next to Stark's right side and Lily choosing to sit next to his left side. The redhead stares at the arm nervously until he saw the way Lily and Stark seemed to just eat it with no trouble. Taking a quick breath and letting it out, he took a bite. Tastes like a chicken. End of flashback. That was 8 months ago, and now the bodies had run out and Ichigo got hungry. Honestly, where does it all go? Turns out, he was right about how the redhead's body was demanding erasure. As strange as that might seem. Did he run out of erasure in the moment of his evolution? He didn't know yet, and that just adds more puzzles about the kid. Around the time they were running low on food, Ichigo asked how they would get more food. Stark replied that hollows would eventually come to them. Bin asked how he knew that, the brunette told him, "The barely transformed low-level ajuchas come to me like how fire attracts moths. They sense my power and feel attracted to it, but before they even get too close, they will just end up dying instead." Shortly after that explanation, they waited, but it would seem nothing came their way. Thinking maybe their Ryuryoku alone was scaring off all the hollows, Stark reached out with his senses to find anything. When he didn't and found out that the only thing he could sense was himself, he took a moment to figure out why. A little experimentation later with Lily going a distance and trying to find Stark's Ryuryoku. He found out that she couldn't even feel his presence. The only conclusion he seemed to come to is that Ichigo might cover everything and everyone around him in some sort of hiding cloaking ability. This never happened before Ichigo came along, and it would explain why the mountain of hollows wouldn't just refill itself. The other hollows couldn't sense him. Not only that, but you could only really feel Ichigo when you try to reach him with any form of erasure. Now thinking about The first time we met the boy, I couldn't sense anything from him until I put my hand on him. Honestly, that little strawberry is becoming more and more of a mystery with each passing day. He remembered the day when his plan came to light. The kids pull a prank on him by leaving him alone when he fell asleep. When he woke up and noticed two Hollow's bodies who die nearby, he felt relieved, thinking maybe whatever Ichigo was subconsciously doing has stopped. He called out to them, but that's when he finally noticed that he was alone. He reached out with his senses to find them, but then he remembered how pointless that was. He tried a different way of finding them by trying to reach out to Lily's soul. They were one before they split, but even that seems to not be working. So he just waited for them to come back. When they finally got back and noticed the now dead pile of bodies around him, Stark came out with a plan to make himself become a lure. Hooray to me. He should have kept his mouth shut. And now here he was. Acting like a lure. Like a bait to a fish. Well, at least this way he seems to get some well-needed nap time. Ichigo and Lily seemed to get along well enough to where Lily would encourage Ichigo to wake him up whenever he fell asleep. A little too well. Honestly, Lily seems too attached to the boy, and he didn't like that. Lily is like a little sister to him. Sure, she gets annoying, but what sibling doesn't annoy you at one point? I just need to keep an eye on them is all. Going back to his hunting. Stark flares up his Ryatsu and waits. After some time and taking a quick look at the number of bodies, he gave himself a small nod, satisfied with how much food he got. Putting up one of his hand to the air, he fires a blue Zero. He waited for Lily to do the same and fire her own light green color Zero. This is usually the best way they find each other after Stark goes out to fish. He would have taught Ichigo how to fire a Zero, but he's waiting until he could figure out how strong the boy might be. He didn't want the kid to blow himself up by accident. After seeing her Zero, he waited for them to show up. He could have just Sonido with all the bodies to them. But nah. Too lazy for that. Not even waiting for too long, he saw the figures of Lily and Ichigo. Liking on making herself known, Lily calls out to the brunette. "Hey, Stark, how did the fishing go?" she said with another one of her teasing smiles on her face. The only response she got from him was a left twitching eyebrow. Stark likes to see her try staying in one place without her little boyfriend. Wow, wait, where did that last part come from? They're just kids who want each other company. Lily is just attached to Ichigo the same way he's attached to her. He looked at them still walking towards him, having small talks, walking at their own pace. Completely forgetting about him. Yeah, I'm just gonna keep an eye on them. Won't hurt anyone. Once they were close enough, Stark looked at Ichigo. The kid still has those yellow and black eyes, pale skin with those strange red markings that leave from his hollow hole, which he covered up with some of his cloth. The same strange black cloth is still around his waist. He was hoping for the kid's unusual skin color to fade with time and maybe with him eating, but it looks like it's permanent. When they finally got close enough to the only adult in their little group, they follow him up towards the pile of bodies to pick something for them to eat. Ichigo still won't eat alone. Probably just feels self-conscious about it. Stark told himself. Walking towards what seems to be some kind of lizard-like hollow, he made a reach for it before stopping when the body jerked. That stops the group in their tracks. Lily and Stark gave each other a quick glance. Lily tried to reach the hollow when it whisked a swing at her arms with its claw hands and miss. As Lily jerked away from it, Stark was ready to flare his Ryatsu to kill it before it spoke in a hoarse voice. "Who the hell do you think you are?" Well, that's new. Stark's believing that this hollow was trying to make it sound like it was trying to threaten them. When Baragon-sama learns that I didn't return, he will take this as a sign of rebellious. And he will. Whatever else the hollow would have said, if he had anything more to say, die. Well, that just happened. Looking back at the body, Stark gave it a quick kick. Not receiving any kind of response, he picked up one of its arms and tore it off, giving everyone some parts of meat before they started eating. Taking a quick look at Ichigo, he noted how the redhead no longer has a look of hesitation before taking a bite. The kid got used to the hollow life quick. The only thing he noticed was how the boy looks nervous. Probably just thinking about what it said. He'll just wait for the moment Ichigo feels to bring it up so he could put the kid's nerves to rest. Ichigo was nervous about what he just heard. He looked at Stark. Are we just gonna ignore what it just said? The redhead would have thought Stark would freak out or something. Even Lily seems to think about what she just heard. And there it is. Giving him a shrug with his shoulders, Stark looks at him with a lazy look before answering him. What's the point if they won't be able to find us? Just having you around us hides our presence from everyone else. But what will we do when whatever I'm doing just stops? It's been around 8 months since you've been here, Ichigo, and whatever it is you're doing is still going at it. So don't worry about it. With that being said, both Ichigo and Lily went back to eating. Unaware that a pair of amber eyes were watching them from a distance before disappearing completely. Stark turns his head slightly towards the location where he senses a Ryatsu before it vanished. Shrugging it off, he went back to hearing Ichigo talk about the brief memories of his human life, which seemed to have come back to him. A sigh escapes his lips. Well, this is how our lives are now. Watching our backs from everything that seems to get attracted to us. Man, why does every hollow we eat taste like chicken? Stark looks at Lily laughing at the comment before he went back on eating the arm. His last thought went to the name the hollow mention. Now who the hell could Baragon be? 2 years have gone by since Ichigo has been living in Hueco Mundo. Nothing special has happened since the eerie warning of the lizard hollow. Just like Stark stated, whatever Ichigo has been doing to cover them up hasn't gone away. They still go hunting, but Stark had told them not to go too far. The redhead didn't understand why, and when he asked the brunette about it, he said how he had been feeling a set of eyes on them. On another side note, Ichigo's glad that eating hollows didn't stop his growth rate. He's getting closer to Lily's height now, just 2 inches shorter, but at least is better than when he was a good 5 inches smaller. When he brought it up today, they at first looked at him weirdly before they realized what he said was true. He still remembers the goofy shocked look on Lily's face. Even Stark looks shocked, and that's a win in his book every time he sees it. While he was making fun of Lily, he never noticed how Stark started overthinking. Again. Stark should already be used to this by now, but still, this is new to him. He and Lily have never aged before, and if what he could see from the redhead, that's what's happening. When he asked Ichigo around what age he died. Yeah, he tried to not use that word, but he couldn't put it in any other better way. Lucky for him, the kid seemed to be fine with it and told them he was around 9 when he died. Going with that information, he assumed Ichigo was probably 11. When Ichigo heard that, an idea came to his mind. I know what to do for today. So with a plan in mind, he'll wait to bring it up next time they eat again. His appetite seems at least to lower down throughout the years. Something Stark was all too happy about. After a few hours and his hunger coming back, they started eating from a small pile of leftover bodies. Waiting for the opportunity to tell them his amazing plan. The redhead spoke up after just a few minutes of eating. So I was thinking. Ichigo started while looking at Stark. The man stops eating to hear what the not-so-little strawberry wanted to say. Oh, and what would that be? Well, remember how you told me how I might be 11 years old? Ichigo said with a small grin on his face. By just looking at his smile, Stark knew that the boy was up to something. Could it be that the redhead was going to ask that question again? He looks at the boy's yellow eyes. I told you when you're older. Just because you're 11 doesn't mean you're old enough yet. Ichigo looked at him like he was crazy. What? Stark rolls his eyes. Trying to act all naive. Swallowing the food in his mouth, he says, I'm not teaching you how to use Zero. Is too dangerous for you. Finally understanding, Ichigo made an O shape with his mouth before clearing out what he meant. What no? I mean, you'll be the coolest person if you would teach me it. Which I will not teach you until you're older. Stark interrupted. Ignoring his words, Ichigo continues. But what I meant to say is that we should celebrate my birthday. Lily and Stark share a look. Celebrate his birthday? Why would they do that? Looking at the redhead, Lily spoke up about what they just thought about. Okay, and why should we do that? Looking back at the limelet, Ichigo shrugs. It's just a thing people do when they reach their birthday. Do you even remember your birthday? Yup. July 15th. Okay, and what date do you think it is today? Seeing where she was going with it, he sighed and looked back at her. Yeah, I don't know what date it is, but the point is I'm 11 now. So that calls for a celebration. Giving up already, Lily shook her head, he could be so stubborn sometimes. Honestly, who did he get that stubbornness from? Oh well, better than just not doing nothing today. Stark looks back at Ichigo before asking him what he wanted to do. Ichigo thought about it. Well, they could just skip the food. So they should go for the presents, and he knew what he wanted. Looking back at the man, he says. During birthdays everyone has a gift ready for the birthday kid, but since there's nowhere for you guys to get me a gift, I have a request instead. And that be what now? I want to visit the forest of Minos. Even after all this time, Ichigo still remembers how Stark had told him how they live above the forest of Minos. With all the time spent up in the white sands, he's curious about how it looks down under. It surprised Stark at how the kid could still remember that. Ichigo never mentioned it again or asked about it. He took a moment to think about his request. He knows where the forest was, but he also knows about the much weaker hollows that live there too. If they go, his Ryatsu alone will just kill the weaker hollows, and he couldn't let the kids go alone because if something happens, he won't be able to sense them. Well, thinking about it, he was no longer bothered with killing the weak. They now have Ichigo's company, besides, he's tired of looking at the same night skies of Hueco Mundo. Finally deciding, he looks back at Ichigo. Alright, kid, you'll get your wish. The way the redhead's face lit up brought a smile to his own. Honestly, how long would he and Lily survive their solitude without the little strawberry's happy attitude? Standing up and doing a quick stretch, he waited for Lily and Ichigo to stand up too. Lily was curious about why Stark would want to go there, the hollows are weak down there, but when she noticed the way a smile stretched out through Ichigo's face, she understood why. You'll do anything to make him smile. Right, Stark? Looking at the brunette, Ichigo couldn't stop shaking around from anticipation. This was too exciting for him. Finally, something new and different. Okay, get behind me and get a good distance, you two. Stark watched them follow his instructions, and making sure they were a safe distance away, he put one arm up before firing a strong Zero to the ground, making up a huge hole in the white sands. Ichigo looks at how the sand surrounding the hole has turned to glass. Oh man, I can't wait until I'm older. Moving in close, Stark puts a hand on both their shoulders. He prepares himself for the way Ichigo's Ryatsu will try to leech on to his own. Looking down at them and asking a quick, "Are you ready?" Stark didn't even wait a second before he heard the exciting voices of Lily and Ichigo. With that being said, he sonido into the hole. When they left, a hollow appeared nearby. Its mask had a strange design than most hollows. Instead of round, it had a strange, almost rectangular-like shape. One could see amber-colored eyes behind it. It has shoulder-length pink hair with bangs sticking out from the right side of its mask. While it has no arms, it instead has 6 large, gray branch structures on his back, 3 on each side, which form a shape similar to the wings of a butterfly. Each branch has 12 equally spaced red strands that resemble falling drops. Its chest is normal until you get to his waist. Someone could see its hollow hole just below it if it wasn't for the multitude of purple tentacles reminiscent of a sea anemone that covers it. It has no legs but has a long tail which seems to end in a purple tear-like shape. The hollow amber eyes stared down at the hole. Looking away from it, the hollow started slithering some away, waiting to see if his newest interest would come up from it again. Come back soon. Ichigo-kun. The Forest of Minos. The Great Forest of Minos is nothing but a giant buffet of who eats who. Many types of hollows roam here. There's the giant Jillians that are walking around aimlessly. One could even find a special Jillian who has the strength to become an Ajuchas. The regular hollows, who finally got a taste of another hollow and went into a cannibalistic feeding fit, and many level Ajuchas who rather stay down where it's safe. Off into the distance one who could see a mass gathering of hollows going into a mass interdevouring feast. If left alone, the hollows would then merge and form a Jillian. Too bad for them, they were right at the end of a blue zero. That got the attention of every hollow around the area. Some came to investigate to find out what just occurred when out of nowhere they all started dropping to the floor dead. Not one of them could sense the powerful being. Finally touching the ground, Stark lets go of Ichigo and Lily. A shiver went down his spine. Cammy, that always feels strange. Honestly, he hopes he doesn't do that a second time today. Turning around to both kids, he saw the redhead go up to a tree and touch it. Are the trees here not made of wood? The boy asks. This feels strange, almost feels like I'm touching a rock. The brunette and lime-haired shrugged in unison before they both said. We have never been here before, you know. Looking around more, the redhead notices how everything seems to feel like a vast jungle instead of a forest. Following up to one tree, he notices how they extend to a surface. Pointing up, he asks what he hopes was the right answer to his own question. That's where Hueco Mundo is, right? Following the kid's hand, Stark gave him a nod. That's right. No one knows how such a thing came to be, but right above here we have Hueco Mundo. How was Hueco Mundo made? Now wasn't that the biggest mystery to all the hollows? No one knows how such a thing happens. How did hollows know to come here after a time of living in the human world? Who was the original hollow? Who made Hueco Mundo? Stark looks at the boy before speaking. No one knows that. It's this world's greatest mystery. The redhead looks at everything around him. What does it mean to live a life as a hollow in Hueco Mundo? A place without life, no hope for sunny skies, no form of water. Ichigo looks at Stark with the most serious look a kid could pull off. Then I'll solve that mystery. Stark didn't know what to say to that. Was this boy, who only just been a hollow for 2 years, trying to solve the biggest mystery of their world? Why would he do such a thing? While Stark stares at Ichigo with a bewildered look, Lily was looking at him with a look of admiration. Would he really do such a thing to a world that he was just brought into? To find the answers that all hollows seem to ignore. The redhead's words seemed to leave the area with a heavy tension hanging in the air. After a while and the tension of Ichigo's words were long gone, Stark turned around and just gave a lazy wave with his hand. Well, happy birthday. Here's the Forest of Minos. The way he said it completely killed the mood for Ichigo. Couldn't he put it in a more exciting way? Letting out a groan, Ichigo looks at Stark. Really? You can't make it sound more exciting than that. He ends with a small huff. Yeah. Stark, say it again but make it sound better with a more enthusiastic voice. That came from an angry Lily. The man releases a long and annoying sigh. Clearing up his throat, Stark walks up to an open field. Turning around in an overdramatic fashion with his arms spread out, he said, in a much more exciting tone, Lily. Ichigo. Welcome to Minos Park. A distance away one could see the giant body of a Jillian walking by. Even let out a small roar. Quite the pleasurable touch for Stark's overdramatic scene, but it sure brought their mood back. With the mood finally brought back to life, Stark and Lily follow behind Ichigo, who's trying to see and memorize everything Minos Park offers. Minos Park. Yeah, I like the sound of that. Noticing how quiet the park was, Ichigo turns around to ask Stark when he remembers that hollows are probably just dying around them because of the brunette. Ichigo really likes the change of scenario. Don't get him wrong. Hueco Mundo has become a home to him, but watching the endless white sands could drive anyone insane. After a while of walking around and looking at the local wildlife, soul-eating monsters, the gang stops to rest on a down rock tree. Yeah, rock tree sounds about right. Ichigo's yellow eyes spotted a group of Jillians. Stark remembered the name and told him after he asked about it. He likes the way they walk around aimlessly and sometimes they end up bumping into each other, but these Jillians seem to be marching together in a group. Pointing at it, he looks at Stark and asks about it. The man didn't know either, and when the group went back to watching them again, they noticed one of the Jillian got cut in half. Exclamation point. Ichigo wouldn't mind about its death if it got devoured. That's kind of nature's way around here, but seeing it get cut in half made a deep part of his soul become enraged with hatred for some unexplained reason. The group kept watching as the Jillians kept getting cut down when Ichigo notices a strange hollow wearing what he could best describe as ragged-out clothes and a strange coat adorned with a bunch of hollow masks. It had a gazelle-like mask on its face. The strange thing about it was how he couldn't spot a hole anywhere on its body. He kept staring as the strange hollow killed the last of the Jillians. Everything it did just made little sense. Stark once said that all the hollows kill to eat and grow, but this hollow didn't even eat them. It only just slaughtered them. Watching the hollow leave in a hurry, he then notices another hollow appear. This one was a large Ajuchas-class hollow almost 3 meters tall. He had a large shell-like appendage on his back and had a grayish-purple skin color. Hollow hole in the left side of his chest and he saw what seems to be a large shell-like skirt around his waist. He couldn't quite get a look at its mask since it seems to chase the other hollow in a hurry. Get the hell back here, Shinigami. The group heard the way it calls out to the other hollow or Shinigami. Yet again, hate reached Ichigo's soul. That word seems to trigger something deep inside of him. Like natural hate. Turning to look at Stark, the redhead notices how the man was walking the complete opposite direction the other two beings went. Where are you going? Turning around, Stark says. Where does it look like? We're not gonna bother with whatever problems are happening down here, so we're leaving. We could end up with a mark behind our backs. He turns back around and starts walking again. But no one can find us because of what I'm doing. Yeah, well, it'll probably just give out. Soon. It's been 2 years now and I'm still going at it. Stark stops at his tracks and turns around. He kept staring into Ichigo's eyes. Lily's lone eye flickers between Stark and Ichigo, hoping nothing too serious would happen. Ichigo's serious stare lock on to Stark's lazy one. No one said anything until Stark spoke again. Why do you care that a few hollows just die, Ichigo? You have seen how I killed before and you said nothing. So why should you care about it now? How was that moment any different to what I do? He spoke in an emotionless tone. Ichigo stayed quiet and looked down at the ground, trying to think of the right words to say back. Lily stares at the scene with a grimace look on her face. Taking the redhead's silences as a defeat, Stark turned back around and started walking, ready to call them when he heard Ichigo's voice. It's because I care. Lily and Stark went back to face him. I care about what happens here, in Hueco Mundo. I may still be new to all this, but if there's one thing I learned from you, is to follow your instincts, and right now my instincts are telling me I should care about protecting the hollows from pointless killing. You're right, I don't care when hollows die when you kill them, but that's because I need to eat, but that's because our instincts make us eat when we need to. We never kill in a pointless manner, Stark. Finishing what were hopefully the right words, Ichigo looks back at the brunette. It completely caught Stark off guard with the look on Ichigo's face. The serious look on the redhead's face made it seem like he was teaching him a life lesson. Before he could say anything back, Ichigo ran off towards the direction the Hollow and Shinigami went. Watching him leave made Lily break out of her stutter moment. "Stark, we need to follow him. He might end up in danger." Ready to make a quick run after the redhead, Lily turns around only to see Stark still glued to his spot. "Stark, what are you doing? Ichigo might get hurt. Don't you care if something happens to him?" That brought Stark out from his shock. "I care." He stares into Lily's light pink eye and says, in a sad quiet voice, "I care, for both of you, I don't want to see any of you two get hurt. That's why I will do anything to protect you, even run from a pointless situation." This was a new side to Stark. He said nothing like this before. To protect anyone. Ichigo has grown on you, huh? Taking a breath, Lily looks at him. "If you care, then let's protect him then." That seems to fix him right up and more because for the first time, Lily saw the most serious look Stark has ever shown. There was a fire in his eyes, a determination she had never seen before. Walking up to her, Stark puts a hand on her shoulders. With a quick look to her eye, he told her a small thank you before they sonido after Ichigo. In the distance, Ichigo now wore a scowl on his face. Trying his best to find the Hollow and Shinigami. Why does that word trigger him so much? Shaking his head, he looked around him until he heard a sonido behind him. Turning around thinking Stark would take him back by force, he got scared when he saw the look on his face. Was he mad at him for running off? Opening his mouth to tell him off, he stops when Stark's determined voice reaches his ears. "Let's go. I felt they were not that far away from here. We can catch up with them." Well, that's new. Taking back what he was going to say, Ichigo stares at Stark before asking. "Are you not mad at me?" He had to say it. There's no way Stark would take him over there. Maybe it's a trick from the brunette to take them back home. He looks at Lily's face to find any hint, but all he saw from her was a plain look. "No, I'm not mad. If what you want to do is protect the Hollows from that Shinigami, then I'll protect them with you." The way he said it. Ichigo looks up into his eyes. They hold the same truth when he had promised those 2 years ago about being a part of his pack. To not be alone. He looks back at Lily to see a big smile on her face now. He was speaking the truth. With a quick nod, Ichigo let Stark rest a hand on his head. Before leaving, Stark looks down to the redhead. "I know you want to protect them and all, but you have to take me into account too. My presence might kill off the other Hollow and I know you don't want that to happen, so we'll look from a distance. Got it?" Finishing, he looks into Ichigo's yellow eyes. He saw how he didn't like it, but it is the only thing they can do. With a nod, they sonido. After cutting down the last of the Jillians that the Hollow was commanding and making sure it was following him, Ashido lured it towards the trap he had set up. A good isolated spot where others won't help the Hollow. That's how he usually kills the tougher Ajuchas that roam down here. Looking back to be sure that Hollow was still following him, he speeds up a little faster. Reaching the trap zone, the bottom of one tree where its roots had shot up in twisted ways with no room for quick moments if you were big. That's why he brought this Hollow here. He turns around and aims with his right arm. He shot the Hollow with a quick Kido. Heido number 31, Shikaho. A small red orb gathers at the palm of his hand, and then he fires it at the Hollow. He's no expert in Kido, but he meant it to be more of a sting to the Hollow than a killing blow. Hearing the scream of rage, he went inside the roots. The Hollow stops right outside the trap. It had a strange, almost skull-like shape. Where its ears would stick out seems to be stump horns instead. Gray-purple stripes decorate the mask. Two coming up from the top of the mouth and ending by its eyes, two more came down from between the mask's forehead and ending in an outer spiral. The hollow didn't even think twice before rushing in at the weird place. This Shinigami has been a pain in the ass these last few hours. He completely forgot how this little game of theirs has started, but now he will finish it. Running inside, he saw the Shinigami discard the mask it wore and finally saw his face. He has dark red hair, pale skin, and gray eyes. The hollow's yellow eyes stare down at the Shinigami's gray ones. Thought you could get away from me, huh? A smile spread across the hollow's face. It's time to finish this. The Shinigami looked at him with a plain look. He brought out a katana with a green hilt and a rectangular tsuba which he had inside his coat and just rushed to the hollow. The hollow raises his left arm and slams it down with great speed at the Shinigami's straightforward attack, but before being hit, Ishido uses a quick shunpa to appear to the creature's far right side, landing on a root, and then came at him again using said root to push himself faster. Raising his right arm to block the blade, he notices how the Shinigami once again used shunpa. Turning around to his left side, thinking about how the Shinigami would strike his back, he readies himself to block. Expecting to see the Shinigami, he guessed wrong as Ishido's voice came from above him where he was upside down on the bottom of a root pointing at him with a finger. Heido number 4. Byakurai. A concentrated bolt of lighting came from his finger. Thinking fast, the hollow moves back and barely dodged the spell. Ready to shoot up at Ishido, the hollow stops when he notices how the Shinigami vanish again. Looking around, he felt a cut on his left arm. Seeing the back of a coat, he made a quick swing down with his right arm when again the Shinigami vanished. Stop running. Around, damn it. The hollow screams while looking for Ishido. With its back turned, the Shinigami went for a killing blow but stopped soon after the shell-like skirt unwrapped from the hollow's waist. Ishido raises his blade to block the hidden sharp tail that disguised itself as a shell skirt. Turning around, the hollow looks at the yet unchanged face of the Shinigami. TSK, I was hoping to have tricked you and finished this already. The Shinigami just replied with a plain voice. I have killed many hollows who have hidden limbs and such before, trust me, you're nothing different. Pushing the tail to the side, Ishido shunpa back a few distances and watched how the tail followed him. Every time the tail was too close to him, the redhead moved a few more steps back, trying to see how far the limb could reach. Believing the tail finally reached its limit, Ishido uses a quick flash step to get right back at the hollow's back. Bringing down his blade to cut off the hollow's left arm, he quickly noticed movements from the hollow's back. Jumping at the last minute, he barely dodges several long appendages. Once again, Ishido flash step on top of a root. Taking in everything the hollow seems to have. A tail that only reaches a good 30 feet. Appendages on his back that can reach 10 feet and seem to go back. Great. So his back is off limits. He can hardly move because of his size, so I have the advantage there. Breaking from his thoughts, he jumps to another root when the hollow speeds up to hit him, only to hit an empty spot. Never mind, he's fast but can only seem to strike at a straight line because of the surroundings. Still analyzing his opponent, Ishido notices the way the hollow's arm got stuck to the root. Okay, so he punches hard enough to leave himself stuck for a few seconds. With a plan made up, the redhead charged at the back of the hollow who had finally pulled his arm off. The hollow grinned at the foolish mistake. Ha! I got you now. The hollow raised its tail before bringing it back down towards Ishido. He wasn't expecting to get the Shinigami, he just wanted him to move closer so he could use his appendages instead. Seeing him dodge and move in close to his back, he shot up his trap, hoping to get him. Ishido, predicting his move, stepped to the side with his katana already raised and he brought it down on the appendages, cutting off a few. The hollow screamed and used his tail to whip his left side when the redhead used a shunpa to move in closer and cut the start of his tail. Screaming again, the hollow took a swing with his left arm, but the Shinigami used a flash step to land into another root. Seeing red, the hollow let out a scream and charged at him with his right arm up and bringing down on the Shinigami, only to once again miss Ishido and leave him stuck. Turning around and seeing the Shinigami going in for the kill, he uses the last of his appendages. Predicting that move again, Ishido steps aside and cuts down the last of the hollow's appendages. Getting himself back unstuck, the hollow charges a zero in his mouth. Not even fazed about the attack, the Shinigami puts on one of the many hollow masks on his coat and lets the attack hit him. As smoke covered everything, the hollow let out a sigh of relief and started walking away until he felt a cut on his right shoulder. Turning around, he saw the Shinigami unharmed. What the hell? He took a zero head-on and didn't even take damage. The only damage he saw was on the mask. Again. Do you think I haven't seen everything from you creatures? I don't just wear your kind's masks for nothing. They give me a hollow presence and will also shield me from a powerful zero. With one arm raised, Ishido fired another concentrated bolt of lightning at the hollow's left leg. Watching the hollow falling face down, Ishido flash-stepped a few meters back and concentrated on another Shikaho, making sure this one was strong enough to finish the job. He fires. Just before the hollow got hit, a small child steps in between the projectile. Both fighters' eyes shot open when the kid took the full blast. From a distance, Lily and Stark stared at the scene in shock. A few minutes before that, the group caught up right before the fighting began. They had to stay hidden not too far away to look at the battle. Stark told Ichigo that they would only do something if things turned bad for the hollow. Watching the battle play out, Ichigo was silently cheering for the hollow. He watches how the hollow had the Shinigami in a tight end, but the mood changes when the man starts cutting down the hollow by using his surroundings to his advantage. He was ready to tell Stark to do something when a voice in his head spoke. "Sonido, child." Not knowing what to do, he let his body guide him, and before he knew it, he had used Sonido and gotten right in between the spell and hollow. Everyone was quiet. No one said anything until they saw the smoke clear out and Ichigo appeared with his arms crossed in front of him. No kind of scratch on him. Ishido was the first one to recover when he saw the child. "Kid, what the hell are you doing here?" He stopped once Ichigo's arms dropped, and the boy glared at him with those hollow-like eyes. Getting a better look, Ishido notices the hole in his chest that the blast uncovered. The older redhead's shocked look changed to one of disgust. "He's just a monster that looks like a child." The hollow behind him was still shocked. "This hollow save him." He would have said kid, but when the boy turned around and he saw his hole and eyes, he knew better. When he was about to say something, everyone in the area felt the most powerful Ryatsu ever. Everything went quiet. How the hell didn't I sense this before, / how the hell didn't I sense this before? Both the Shinigami and hollow thought. Everyone turns to where the powerful Ryatsu was coming from. Ichigo recognizes the figure that just Sonido into the field as Stark. He would have said something if it wasn't for the look on his face. He was mad. No, he was furious, but not at him. His glare was set on the Shinigami. Each step he took, everything seemed to get heavy. Ishido and the hollow barely could breathe while Ichigo felt fine. Stark walks up to Ichigo while glaring at the Shinigami and says in a commanding voice. "Get him out of here," he said with a finger towards the hollow, "and take him over where Lily is at." Not even thinking twice, Ichigo got a hold of the hollow and Sonido to Lily. Ishido just stares at the newcomer. Another monster that looks like a man. He was ready to tell him off when the brunette spoke. "I'm going to kill you." Ishido didn't miss the tone in the man's voice, the hollow meant it. The Shinigami barely saw the man move, but he was already right in front of him. Using his fastest Shuunpa, he moved back and was ready to make a run for it when he saw the man appear literally right in front of him. He didn't even raise a hand or did any gesture but a blue zero form on his chest. Thinking he could dodge, it left him in shock at the speed Stark launched it at. Not even the coat could save him. He left nothing of him. With that done, Stark Sonido to Ichigo. When he got there, the brunette saw both children speaking with the hollow. He kept his distance, making sure not to kill the hollow. Ichigo senses the man, and he locks his eyes with Stark before walking up to him. He said thanks for saving him. Okay. The way Stark's voice sounded empty got Ichigo scared. He says that eating hollows will help him recover. But he's asking us if we can help him by hunting for him. That's fine with me. Again, his voice lacks any emotion. Ichigo knew he did something stupid. Ready to apologize to him, he was left speechless when the man bent down to hug him. Please never do that again, Ichigo. So that's what it was. It scared him how he could have gotten hurt. Returning the hug, they both let a small silence fill the area. After staying down in the forest of Minos for a week to help the hollow, they were ready to leave. The hollow looks down at the boy. I know I said this a lot this past week, but thank you. Ichigo just smiles since he was just glad to help. It's fine, don't worry about it. The hollow shakes his head. No, what you did doesn't just happen in Hueco Mundo, Ichigo-sama. My life belongs to you now. He finishes with a deep bow to the redhead. That caught Ichigo off guard. Giving the hollow a sheepish smile, the redhead rubs the back of his neck. No, it's okay, there's. Ichigo thought about something. Do Shinigami come here often? Looking back at Ichigo, the hollow replies. Sometimes squads come here to make sure nothing gets too extreme, and when that happens they usually start killing us. He finishes with a disgusted look on his face. With that being said, Ichigo thought about it. If you want to repay me, then become a guardian. That took the hollow by surprise. Him, a guardian? But if that's what the boy wanted. Giving Ichigo another bow, he spoke up again. If that is your wish, then I'll be a guardian. Ichigo-sama. Ichigo, time to go. Lily shouted. She and Stark were a suitable distance away so that her companion wouldn't kill the hollow. All right, I'm going. Ready to use Sonido, yeah, he was loving doing that. Another thing popped into his head. Ichigo looks back to the hollow. Hey, there's also another thing I want you to do. The hollow looked back at him and waited for his master to give him another order. I want you to spread a new name for this place. Start calling it Minos Park. Ichigo told him with a grin on his face. Laughing at his master's request, the hollow happily replied. Very well, Ichigo-sama. With that being said, the redhead Sonido to his companions and up through the same hole they came from. The hollow kept staring at the hole. Things will change around here soon. He left to do his job as a guardian. Sonido is amazing. There's just nothing more to say about it. With the static noise you make when reappearing, how could you not love it? Stark makes it look badass with the way his Sonido works, which makes him seem to teleport because he appears solidly instead of the shimmering effect problem he seems to have. Honestly, it is the most badass thing in the world. Okay, Ichigo was lying to himself on that last part. Zero will be the most badass thing in the world the moment he learns how to use it. The redhead just doesn't know why the stupid thing won't come naturally to him the way Sonido did. He would have asked Stark for tips, but the man would just reply with his stupid when-you're-older excuse. After they returned from their little adventure in Minos Park, the redhead had been busy using Sonido non-stop. That is until his appetite came back to him, and boy did he eat a lot again. Stark said to him how much he had been using Sonido. He probably went low on energy. Apparently, since he's so inexperienced with it, he has been using an unnecessary amount of Ryatsu towards it. Well, at least Stark gave him a tip on how he can work on it. He thought the man would have let him figure it out by himself, but turns out he just gave him the tip so he can learn and make him stop going out for more food. Lazy jerk. Their relationship seems to be mostly unchanged. After the way he could have gotten himself killed back in Minos Park, Stark has just been more, overprotective. When Stark's hunting, he makes it fast, and now the brunette makes sure for both him and Lily to hide inside or by caves that Stark makes sure it is safe for them, or any place someone won't see them while he goes out to get food. Honestly, he's turning into a mother hen with them. As of now, while Stark's out getting something to eat, both children were waiting for him on what seems to be some kind of strange ruins. Who knew such things could be out here? They only stay in the desert, so Ichigo has seen none of this before. He guesses something good came out from that little incident. He and Lily have been exploring the ruins. They look a lot like pillars and with broken down walls. Using sonido must be nice, huh? Said Lily, who was sitting on top of a fallen pillar. Ichigo turned around from inspecting a pillar, which has what he could guess were drawings of some sort, to look back at her. Yeah, it's cool, but you tired up fast. He tries to make it sound like no big deal since Lily has been trying to use sonido ever since he could, but she just couldn't get a hold of it. He only explains that it requires Ryatsu to use, but besides that, he couldn't elaborate more on it. It all came instinctively to him the same way it does to Stark, and all they had to work with was that it involves Ryatsu. He stops using sonido after the way her face becomes crestfallen when she sees him use it. She said nothing back, and that just made it worse for him. Don't worry about it. You'll get it one day, and when you do, we can start bugging Stark together. That brought a small smile to her face. Thanks, Ichigo. Pushing herself off, Lily walked towards the redhead. So have you found anything interesting so far? With her hands behind her head, she looked over his shoulders when he went back to inspect what she could guess was a circle. Wow, so interesting. She didn't get what the big deal was about the circles found on all the pillars, but it got Ichigo's attention. Ichigo turned his head and scratched the back of it. Yeah, I think I got something. He turns back around and points at the circle. It looks like this represents Hueco Mundo's moon. With a blank stare, Lily says, yeah. No. She points up to the moon in the sky. It looks nothing like what we always had. She was talking about the never, ever-changing phase of the moon that's above them. While the moon seems full, there seems to be something else in front of the moon. It was basically a lunar eclipse, but who knows what's the object that's blocking the moon? I mean, what else could it be that's circular around here? The redhead pointed down at the random drawings of different hollows. No matter how many pillars we have found, we see the circle above the hollows. He knew they were hollows with the way the bodies have holes in them. What else would that mean? She shrugged her shoulders. I don't know. Maybe they worship a circle as a god. She only got a deadpan look from him. With a mock glare, she pointed to the figures way above the circle. All right, genius, then tell me what that is supposed to mean. Looking at where she was pointing, Ichigo frowns. No matter how many pillars they find, all of them show the exact things. Hollows who are looking up at the moon itself and the humanoid figures above it. He doesn't know if the figures are hollow or not. There was no hole shown in them, but they all have a full mask on. Another weird thing about it was the swords and shields above them. The left side comprises 5 figures and 5 swords above them, a middle figure that has both, and the right side that has 5 shields with 5 figures. A sigh escapes his lips. I don't know about that, but that's what I will find out about it. We're. Ichigo looks back at her, locking their eyes together. You and I will find what this all means together. Lily said, causing a blush to appear on both their faces. Looking away from her, the redhead stutters. And what about Stark? That got Lily's face redder. She completely forgot about him. Before she could say anything, another voice spoke up. Why isn't this such a cute scene? Forgetting about their embarrassment, they both turn around to stare at the hollow sitting on top of a pillar. Its mask had a strange design from most hollows. Instead of being round, it had a strange, almost rectangular-like shape, but it still kept the skull-like appearance. Amber color eyes, with shoulder-length pink hair with bangs coming out from the right side of the mask. That was strange for a hollow to have hair. All the ones they ate didn't have any. While it has no arms, the hollow instead has 6 large, gray branch structures on its back, 3 on each side, which form a shape similar to a butterfly's wings. Each branch has 12 equally spaced red strands that resemble falling drops. Its chest is normal until you get to his waist. They couldn't see his holes since a multitude of purple tentacles reminiscent of a sea anemone covered it. No legs, but it has a long tail which seems to end in a purple tear-like shape. They both stare at the hollow. Stark made sure that no one was here before he left. So how did this hollow not only dodge Stark's senses but also found them when Ichigo's natural cloaking ability should still be up? Unless... Ichigo's eyes open wide. Did it go away with me using so much Ryatsu? Before using Sonido, he did nothing that would make him run low on Ryatsu. No, that can't be. If that was true then Stark would be here the moment he felt us. So what's going on? How did this hollow sneak up on them? The horrified looks on both kids' faces made the hollow release a small laugh. My, it seems you both don't know how I could find you, eh? Ichigo-kun. Lily-chan. The way their face turned pale and shocked made him release another fit before calming down so he could explain. Oh, don't worry about that interesting ability of yours Ichigo-kun, I can safely say it's still active even after how much you use that amazing speed of yours. They couldn't see the facial expression because of the mask, but the way his eyes twinkle made it unsettling for them. How did this hollow know that? He knew their names as well. Ichigo remembers how Stark told him about feeling a set of eyes on them. Is this the hollow he meant by it? Seeing the way Ichigo's eyes seemed to calm down and take a more calculated look on them, Sale decided it was time to stop playing with them and explain before the girl remembers about how she could bring back the man. And with the way he kills all hollow by his presence alone, I won't stand a chance. With a bow, he introduces himself. The name is Sale Aporo Grands, or you can just call me Sale for short. Well, at least they now have a name, but still, they have no answers to what he wants and how he found them. Before the girl could say anything, Sale finally decided to at least get one of their worries out of the way. Don't worry about it. I won't eat any of you. That seems to do the trick since they both release a breath. How were you able to find us? You say Ichigo is still covering us. So how come Stark never sent you before? No point for Lily to not mention him. She and Ichigo always talk about the fun pranks they pull on him, and if the Pinkette knew their names, he probably knows Stark at this point. Oh yes, that's a very interesting ability. No one can feel your presence without being inside a good 30 feet of Ichigo-kun's radius. No matter how good your senses are, it's still impossible to find you. But there's a minor flaw in an almost perfect ability. You yourself can't feel anyone outside of it. Sale waited for them to understand the information, and it was no surprise that he noticed how Ichigo figured at first. Now the redhead understood everything. It explains so much now. All those years ago when Stark tried to reach out and could only sense himself. The way he said about sensing someone on them, but then the presence would disappear. Sale has been testing out his ability all this time. You say you won't eat us. How do we know you're not lying about it? There was no way for someone like Sale to not try to eat them. This hollow was able to figure out his own ability. The hollow releases an empty laugh. Oh. There's no point for me to eat you when I won't be able to reach the next level of evolution. The way he spoke made him sound so depressing. What do you mean? How could you not evolve? All you need to do is keep eating and you'll reach for it. Never going through the hollow stages, Lily pretty much only knew that eating should keep developing you no matter what. There shouldn't be anything to stop you if you just keep eating. Releasing another hollow laugh, Sale said. And that's where you're wrong. Using one of his branches, he raises the pink bangs, showing the way his hair comes out from a crack on his mask. That got an empty look from Ichigo and Lily, looking at each other and then back at Sale. The redhead points at the crack. What does that mean now? Sale lets his hair drop and looks at Ichigo, with what the redhead could best describe as a stupefied expression. Do you truly not know what this means? It's almost common knowledge to all the hollows about what it means to have their mask cracked. The only thing he got from both kids was a blank stare. Do you really not know what it means? You must have felt it at least through some point in your evolution to protect your mask from every danger. Lily let a sigh escape her lips before staring at the hollow. No, you're asking the wrong people about that. I'm not even a simple soul, while Ichigo here pretty much never went through the steps of hollow evolution. She was expecting Sale to freak out and she would get a merry laugh from him, but his eyes gleam with an almost teacher-like expression. Well, you see, every hollow must protect his mask because of what it represents. He even started speaking like a teacher would to a student. In no way of being rude, more like trying to make it feel like they're about to learn something exciting. Sale waited for one of them to ask. And what does it represent? Ichigo needed to know. Stark wouldn't know anything about it, even though the man promised to tell him. Besides, this could probably lead to a way to solve one mystery surrounding Hueco Mundo. Looking at Ichigo's face, the pink-eyed girl facepalm. The look on his face was one of excitement. Did this idiot forget the position we're in? Before she could scowl at him about forgetting what exactly was going on, Sale answered him with a too eager voice. Why, I'm glad you asked, Ichigo-kun. Ever wonder how we can live with, let us say, a hole in our body? Getting a yes from the boy, he continues. Well, since you never went through the stages of evolution like your little girlfriend here, she's not my girlfriend, / I'm not his girlfriend. Ignoring that outburst, Sale went on with his explanation. Our masks represent the heart we lost when the chain that once covered our hole either wears off or is pulled off. He notices how the kids didn't miss that last comment. He went back to the topic before the memories of an older blonde got out. Because of the heart it represents, you could say once a hollow has his mask destroy, the hollow himself dies also, but if a hollow gets a crack on his mask, then one can't reach the next stage of evolution because think of it as an unhealthy heart, and because of that, one won't be able to grow. And because of that they permanently cease evolving and stop regressing into a Jillian. Understand everything? Getting a nod from them, he waits for questions they may have. Ichigo took everything Sale said to his heart or mask. Wait. You said our mask represents our heart. But how does that work for me when I don't have a mask? Sale looks back at Ichigo with a gleam in his eyes. To him, the group was a complete mystery. He has never seen hollows like them, but the boy himself was of a bigger mystery, with the lack of a mask, white skin, and yellow and black eyes. But he was a mystery he was all too eager to get his hands or his branches on. Oh, and that's why I wish to meet you already, Ichigo-kun. You're one giant puzzle I wish to solve. Trying to ignore that last part, Ichigo asks another question. You said repressing into a Jillian. How does eating keep you away from turning back to those giant guys? Don't you just stay as you are? Sale likes the way the boy seems to think about everything he says. If only he would have listened to me. Forgetting about that bastard, the pinkette went into teacher mode again. You see, Ichigo-kun, when a Jillian evolves, they become an Ajuchas. Know it or not, we still need to eat to grow even further because that's what drives us, but, there's another reason we must continue devouring hollows. Stopping for a dramatic moment he waited for Lily and Ichigo to move in closer. And that's because if we don't, our mind becomes absorbed by the other hollows comprising our form, and then you will revert into a Jillian, and when that happens the subsequent lack of an individual's will prevent the reverted Jillian from becoming an Ajuchas again. That finally makes sense about all the dumb Jillians that bump with each other when they visited Minos Park. They were just empty shells with no guidance. So Sale can't go any further, but he can't go back either. He almost felt sorry for the guy. There was something nagging in the back of Ichigo's mind. The way he says everything about chains and no longer evolving when you break your mask. How do you know all this? He regrets asking that question when he saw the look in his eyes. He saw hurt, pain, and betrayal. Sale lets out another hollow laugh. You got that, huh, Ichigo-kun? You're an overly observant kid. Done laughing, he looks down to the kids. Even Lily was paying attention at this point. I gain nothing by neither telling them nor telling them at all. It wouldn't hurt him if they knew. So why not humor them about his sad brief life? That's because it was my own older brother, who not only turned me into a hollow but also broke my mask. That completely caught them off guard. His own brother did this to him. Why would he do that? Before they even voice their thoughts, Sale starts explaining everything. You see, when a hollow's mask cracks, it doesn't just stop the evolution, but one could also gain memories from their human life. Well, I guess I should start from the very beginning. Taking a break, Sale prepared himself for the painful memories that he made sure to never look back at. It all started one day when my older brother came and picked me up from college so that I could visit our parents back home. I don't know where we live at since some memories still haven't returned to me, but we were driving our parents' car down a road on a mountain when an argument broke out between us. My brother didn't go to college and was unemployed. He blames me for it since our parents always seemed to give me everything I ever wanted, but I worked for everything I had. My brother, calling it utter bullshit, completely went under a road rage and ignored the fact that we moved out from our lane. Looking back at the road, I pointed out the upcoming car when my brother took a sharp turn to bring us back to our lane, but he lost control and we ended up driving off the mountain and dying. He said that last part with a shrug from his branches. Like what happened didn't matter anymore, and it didn't. He got over that already. Taking in a small breath, he continues. I don't know how long it took us to find out we died, but we still didn't get along as a ghost. A fight again broke out between us. That's when my brother notices the chain. He made a quick grab for it and completely pulled it off, and my hollow transformation began, but I made sure I took him with me when I pulled his chain too. After that, my memories aren't clear. I don't know how I got here. All I was doing was listening to my hunger. Wait, when did your brother ever have the chance to break your mask for you to remember all of this? That was Lily's curious voice that Sale heard. He would have thought Ichigo would have asked instead. Taking a quick glance at the boy, Sale noticed the lack of emotions on his face, but his eyes told something different. He looks back at Lily's pink eye and goes back to his story. Not so long ago. I say about 2 years ago because that's when you appeared, Ichigo-kun. You saved my life. That got an expression from the redhead. I just became an Ajuchas and came up from the forest of Minos, hunger still driving me. I was eating when I got hit from my right side by something with significant force. Standing up, I noticed a pack of hollows surrounding me. Getting ready to flee, a giant hollow with blonde hair and a minotaur-like appearance came at me and cracked my mask. My memories came back to me right at that moment. Then maybe I let out a small hissing fit and started cursing my brother, but believe it or not, I heard him calling me out. What's his name? Sale stops to look at Ichigo. The boy seems ready to lose it. But why? What's the point? He guesses it won't hurt to tell him. His name is Yilfort Granz. The boy nods and goes back into controlling his temper. The Pinkette wonders if what he'll say next would be the breaking point to the redhead's upheld rage that was locked behind his eyes. Anyway, after I curse Yilfort and I heard my name, I started looking back at the hollow who punched me when he started laughing like a maniac. Turns out this hollow was my brother. Who would have known, huh? After that, I had hoped he would listen to me and let me go when he said this was his way of a payback. Heh. Would you believe me if I told you that my brother would have been ready to kill and devoured me? That seems to be the last straw for Ichigo. Next thing Lily and Sale knew, they felt a weight on their backs that forced them to their knees. It wasn't the erasure that became heavy, they could still breathe normally and weren't dying. That's because it's the surrounding gravity that got heavier. Sale looks at a pillar break apart because of the weight. He looks around and notices that only the things inside of Ichigo's cloaking radius seem to be the only things affected. Ichigo, stop! Lily yelled. Looking around, the redhead notices the way everything seems broken. He subconsciously stops what he was doing when he saw both Lily and Sale press down on the white sand. Helping the Limonette up, Ichigo started apologizing to her. That was new to Lily. Ichigo has never done this before. Are there more abilities hidden inside him? Before the Limonette could ask, Sale spoke up first. Why? Why does it matter for you to know my brother's name? Why be mad about my life? He was still lying down on the sand. He felt the boy's anger with what he just did. But why, though? I was an older brother, too. Sale raises only his head to look at Ichigo. Lily already knew about this since Ichigo has already told her this part of the memories that came back to him. I had 2 little sisters before I died. My parents told me that as a big brother, I'm supposed to be their guardian. Someone not just to protect them but to encourage them. You're supposed to teach them too, you're supposed to be there for them, no matter what you go through because you're all family, no matter what. Sale wanted to cry. Why wasn't his own brother like the boy in front of him? To help him when instead he wanted to kill him for good. You're a good older brother, Ichigo-kun. When my brother and his pack sensed a powerful Ryuryoku nearby, they ran away. When they left, I soon started searching for who it was that just saved me. That's when I discovered you and your little pack. You saved me without even knowing about it. I tried to reach you, but the power alone you show scared me. So I followed you around for 2 years, hoping that one day I could find the strength to get close to you. Forgetting to eat, I learned how not only does a crack mask bring back memories but also the whole devolution. So that's why Sale has followed them for so long. You're welcome. Ichigo sends the Pinkette his best big brother smile, a weird thing to do. So now what? You finally reach me, so what are you going to do? Sale must have had some kind of plan at this point. I wish for you to eat me. He knew saying that wasn't what he originally wanted to do. Sale stares at the shocked look on both their faces. Ichigo, now that I can no longer evolve, there's no point for me to keep trying in a world like this. I wanted to learn everything I could about this world, but now I should probably help you instead. You protected me with your power, so I wish to protect you by becoming strength for you. He finishes with a bow. This is not what Ichigo was expecting from him. He wouldn't do that to him. There must be some way to help him. Millions of thoughts ran through his head when he heard a voice, and he listened to it. It was telling him that there was a way to save him. I know how to fix your mask. Both Lily and Sale stare at him in shock. Fix his mask. How can you fix someone's heart? Before he could ask, Ichigo started walking up to him and stood right in front of him. They both stare at each other's eyes. Amber met yellow. Do you trust me? He said this while bringing up his arm to the upper right side of Sale's mask. He kept looking back at Ichigo. He had nothing else to lose. Sale slowly nodded. I do, Ichigo-kun. Ichigo let his body guide him. He gathered Erasure in his hand and swiped it down in the air in front of Sale's mask. The Pinkette felt nothing, but he noticed the way Lily kept staring at him in shock and the smile on Ichigo's face. Using his branch-like arms to touch his right side, Sale noticed the lack of hair and the crack. The crack on his mask was absent. But that's not the only thing about it. He couldn't see it, but his mask has changed colors. It was now pitched black. Lily looked at the black mask. How the hell did Ichigo know how to do that? Before she could ask, Ichigo spoke up first. I don't know how I did it. I just follow my instincts. The hell? He could read Min. No, I'm not reading your mind. A smile came to his face. Your eyes are showing all the confusion in them. Oh, so that's what it was. Lily rolls her eye. Cheeky bastard. Before she was ready to tell him how corny he sounded, Lily stopped at the sound of sobbing. They both turned back to Sail, who just seems to let everything out at this point. Before she knew it, Ichigo went up to the hollow and gave him a hug. Is okay now, Sail, I know you were alone before but now you don't have to be. He remembers how Stark promised him a pack but together for 2 years. It felt more like a family. You don't have to be alone anymore. You can become a part of our pack. A part of our family. Those words did nothing more than just make Sail cry harder. Going up to the pair, Lily went in for a hug too. After a while, Sail lets go of Ichigo and Lily when they all noticed the blue Zero. Looks like Stark's done. I hope he got enough food. With that being said, Ichigo put a hand on Lily and Sail. Before they left, Lily mentioned the one little detail about weak hollows getting too close to Stark. Ichigo, I don't think it's a good idea to bring Sail. I agreed with her, Ichigo-kun. I might end up dying. I have seen how hollows die by being near that man. The only thing they got from the redhead was a smile and a quick, trust me, before they vanished with a sonido. In the distance away, Stark stood with a good amount of food. I guess moving around helps with the food supplies. He already fired his Zero and was now waiting for Ichigo to come and bring Lily. When the brunette hears a sonido, he turns around, ready to greet them when he notices, what he could best describe it, a moth-like hollow. I know I told him how my power is like fire to moths, but come on. How the hell is there such a thing as a moth-looking hollow? Stark kept staring at the redhead. He just knew it was him that did something about this hollow because only Ichigo brings these many headaches to him. Actually, he notices something about the new hollow. He wasn't dying by being around him. How come? Is it the mask? With the way Lily seems to look shocked, he supposes she didn't see this coming either. Great. Ichigo just kept staring at him with a smile on his face. He lets out a long sigh. Well, might as well get this over with. So. Something interesting happened to you too, I assume. This felt awkward for Sail. He can't remember feeling this uncomfortable around anyone before. He tried to start a conversation with Stark, but the man was too intimidating. Oh man, why did he say yes to come along with the brunette to get food? Oh right. Ichigo got hungry, so now it was both his and Stark's responsibility to get food like everyone else. Everyone but Lily and Ichigo. It's been just a month since he became a part of Ichigo's weird pack. Honestly, the boy wasn't lying when he said how it has a family-like feel. As weird as that may sound, he couldn't find any other better word for it. While Stark was wary around him at first, through the second week, he forgot about his presence and went back to being lazy. The man still kept a sharp eye on him. He expected questions from the brunette in their travel, but Ichigo reassured him that everything was fine and Stark was just acting overprotective. Asking why that would be the case, he got told an interesting story to say at least. Who knew a minor event like that could turn Stark to a mother hen? Still doesn't help that he's now alone with the man, away from the kids, hunting or fishing since all they do is stay still and Stark releases his Ryatsu. Watching how the hungry hollows come and die sure made him glad that he could be around Stark without dying. If only he could say something to break the stupid, awkward silence. So have you figured it out yet? Sail turns towards the brunette with a puzzled look. He kept staring at Stark, hoping for the man to at least elaborate more on what he meant. Stark only lifted one of his fingers to his face. Is there something on his face? Ah, you're talking about the black mask. Just getting a nod from the man, he thought about what the whole thing meant. When he thought all Ichigo did was fix his mask from the crack, he was more than surprised to learn that his mask had changed from white to black. What does a black mask even mean? Sale shook his head. I wish I knew more around this point, but if I had to take a guess, I say the mask prevents me from dying around you. I can still feel your Reiatsu, but the mask seems to make it less lethal for me. Another thing I learn as well is that my body seems to take in more erasure too. Usually, Hueco Mundo has erasure to stabilize hollows, but the amount we receive is too little compared to when we eat other hollows, but the mask seems to be absorbing more from Hueco Mundo. He tried to make it sound like he knew what he was saying, but he was more than anything trying to convince himself. Damn it, that little strawberry is giving him a headache by just trying to figure out what he did to him. However, he won't quit now. With more mysteries coming from Ichigo the moment he solves the boy, it'll be his greatest achievement. Stark thought about everything Sale said. The hollow sounded sure about how the masks works. He himself tried to figure it out through the first 2 weeks of them being together by releasing more of Reiatsu around the group. He notices the way Ichigo ignores it like it's not even there. Lily being a part of him doesn't feel it, but Sale shows that he could feel the change with how he slows down before he goes back to acting normal. Something he said stuck out though. You said your body is taking in more erasure, and the mask is absorbing even more from Hueco Mundo. Could it be that the mask is absorbing not just Hueco Mundo but mine as well? That got Sale thinking. Absorbing his erasure? Now that he thought about it. Hollows need to eat to satisfy their hunger and evolve. If what you say is true, then that would explain 2 things. The first would be how I haven't had my hunger drive me to eat as all hollows do. I'm eating enough erasure already. Not just from Hueco Mundo, but yours too by being around you. However, the mask seems to only let me receive the amount to calm my hunger instead of absorbing all of yours. The second thing would be that the mask is not just helping my hunger, but perhaps pushing my evolution too. I know this for sure because when one reaches your evolution you lose your hunger as you had told me. He had asked the group if they still need to eat even to the point of evolution they seem to be. He found out that Stark and Lily are actually hungerless but only eat so Ichigo won't feel so insecure about eating hollows. Apparently only Ichigo has to eat. So going by that, the more one grows, the less hunger they should get, for Lily's and Stark's case, at least. If that last part is true, and this is a big if, then you shouldn't start feeling the effects of evolution by only having that black mask for a month. Your body should try to regain the 2 years of not eating, and I'm sure being around me hasn't pushed you that far yet since the mask only lets you receive just the amount to satisfy your hunger. Now, Stark was more confused than ever before. Sale is absorbing his Reiatsu and growing at the same time. That should take years to happen, not just in a month. All he got from Sale was a shrug from his branches. He was sure that was a shrug. I wish I knew more, but this is new to me. This whole thing was eating Sale away and leaving him with a few headaches. Well, at least a more comfortable silence replaced the awkward one. What about how Ichigo is aging? That had never happened to Lily or I, so why does it happen to him? Stark had a guess why that was happening, but if Sale had been spying on them for 2 years, hopefully, he saw something from a different view. That's because Ichigo-kun's powers might be growing. Looking back at the man, Sale notices the lack of surprise on his face. Something tells me you came with a similar conclusion. All he got from Stark was a simple nod. That's quite a frightening thought. It's unknown to either of them how powerful Ichigo is, and to think he's still growing and getting stronger. How strong he'll end up could be anyone's guess. They went back to a comfortable silence, no longer feeling scared. Have you heard the name Baragon by any chance? Never mind, that came back. Excuse me, can you say that again? N? Did he just stutter? Stark stares at Sale with a raised eyebrow. Baragon. Have you heard that name before at all? He made it sound like no big deal. If only he knew. Baragon is the king of Hueco Mundo. That got the brunette's attention. King. They have a king in a place like this? Wait. How do you know who Barragan is? Had you met him before or something? Sale stares at the man like he was stupid. How had he not at least heard of that name before? Then he remembers how the only contact Stark had was between Ichigo and Lily. Face-palming himself with a branch, the black mask hollow releases a sigh. How did I forget that? Clearing his throat, he looks back to Stark and explains. Everyone around here knows who Barragan is. Believe it or not, he commands an army of hollows. He is the king because there's no one strong enough to even stand against him. When he feels a powerful hollow, he himself kindly asks them to join. He also asks his servants to even recruit any powerful hollow to join him, and no, they look nothing like you. They still have a hollow appearance, not human. Sale notices the way Stark shut his mouth. The brunette was probably hoping for more hollows like them. Word around here travels fast. Usually, hollows that refuse Barragan's invitation get to meet him personally and he forcefully makes them join. Hollows by nature won't let anyone force us around, so most lose their life against Barragan. Sale heard about Barragan from a group of hollows that were looking for one of the king's loyal servants. A lizard-like hollow who the king tasked to investigate a powerful Ryuryoku that has been coming and going. That was around a year ago. Oh Kami, don't tell me. His eyes shot open with shock and looked back at Stark. How have you heard his name before? Stark for his part just raises one of his eyebrows. And now he's scared. He scratches his head and thinks about the hollow from a year ago. With a shrug, he went back to releasing more Ryatsu before looking back at Sale. Some lizard hollow told me that Barragan would not like something and he would take it as rebellious. That's all he said before dying. He closes his eyes and goes to take a nap. Missing out on how Sale turned pale and even the mask looks like it lost color. What did I get myself into? With another 30 minutes passing by and hopefully with enough food, Stark raises his arm and fires a Zero. They waited for the kids to show up. You know, I was thinking about it, Stark-san, but how come Ichigo-kun hasn't asked Lily-chan to teach him Zero? They both stay quiet. How do we know she hasn't taught him yet? Before they could continue with that train of thought, Ichigo and Lily finally show up. Stark notices the look on the redhead's face. Ichigo wanted to ask for something, he just knew it. He saw something in his eyes. He couldn't tell what it was, but it almost looks like he just remembered something or someone important. He'll just wait until he does. How can I visit the human world? Well crap. He wasn't expecting something like that. I'm sorry. Run that again with me, Ichigo. I was sure I heard you say something about visiting the human world. Stark was hoping he was joking. That this was some prank. He looks over at Lily, expecting to see her laughing at his shocked face, but all he saw was a worried look. What is Lily worried about? He looks back at the redhead and notices his upsetting face. I remember where I came from. Stark barely heard him, but understood now. Ichigo has only remembered a little about his old life. The redhead remembers his sisters, dad, and mom. Besides that, he couldn't remember much, but now Ichigo finally remembered his previous home. Stark notices the atmosphere becoming tense with desperation. The kid was hoping for him to know. Kami, this would be painful for him. Look, Ichigo, I'm sorry to say this but I don't know how we can even reach the human world. He saw the way Ichigo's eyes show pain. How badly did the boy want to go? But there has to be a way for all hollows born in the human world to come here. Yeah well, we aren't like them. But he is. Ichigo said that part while pointing a finger at Sale. The black mask hollow looks from Stark to Ichigo. Do they not know about Garganta? They don't. Stark probably never needed to use it and Ichigo just remembers where he came from. He should have known that. The man used a Zero to reach the forest of Minos instead of just using a quick Garganta to reach it. Cammy, they're still staring at me. Feeling awkward under both their eyes, he shrugs before saying. Just use a garganta. A what? Reply both the brunette and redhead, confused about the new word. Damn it, they really don't know. Releasing a sigh, he went into that little teaching tone of his. Garganta is a pathway that all hollows can use to travel between worlds or distances. I remember during my time as a Jillian, witnessing an Ajuchas ordering other Jillians around, and before I knew it, the Ajuchas said something to the Jillians and they opened a garganta and they all went through it. To where? I don't know, but the method behind it is probably thinking about the place you're trying to reach and then tap the air. That got Ichigo's hopes up. He remembers where he's from. So all he has to do is think about it and then tap the air in front of him. That doesn't sound so hard. Ready to give it a shot, he stops at the sound of his stomach. Okay, food first then garganta later. The atmosphere while eating was weird. Sale and Ichigo were both excited about finally seeing the human world again, while Stark and Lily seemed worried about something. The group didn't even eat a lot, and before they knew it the redhead was already trying to open a garganta. He was far from the group, thinking about the one place he remembered. An old home from his once normal life. Ichigo let out a frustrating sigh. There was something blocking him. He knew where he wanted to go, but why though? Why does he want to go back to a place he's no longer a part of? He turns back and looks at his friends that made Hueco Mundo feel like a home to him. Thinking about his old home brought mixed feelings. Why, though? They stayed in the White Desert for 2 years with nothing ever happening and that place felt like home. Then when they went into Minos Park and stayed there for a week, that place still felt like home. The feeling of home was never about who he knew. Home is where you make it. With that in mind, he tries again. No longer thinking about Karakura town with mixed feelings because for him it was just an empty world if he didn't have the friends to make it feel like a home. He thought about an old dojo that he used to go to as a kid. He remembers it now. With a tap, a garganta formed. Ichigo stares inside the garganta. The thing looks wicked. It almost looks like a mouth. He took a peek inside and noticed how everything was dark. He could see a light on the other side, but something told him that he's supposed to do something first before walking through the black void. Turning around to ask what should be next, Ichigo heard the sad tone of Lily's voice. So what now? The redhead turns around towards the pink-eyed girl with a raised eyebrow. What do you mean by that? To his response, Lily glared at him in a way she has never looked at him before. Why is she mad? He turns to Stark and notices the sad look in his eyes. Okay, what's going on now? Don't act dumb, Ichigo. Is this goodbye or what? You just remember your home, damn it. There is nothing holding you to this place anymore. You can just go back and never even look back at us. Lily started out sounding strong and mad, but she finished up sounding weak and sad. She was worried ever since Ichigo told her how he remembered his home. Was she going to lose him already and never see him again? Just like that. She even told Stark when he asked what was wrong with her. He got the same look once she told him. Now. Here they are. Only a few minutes away from returning to their solitude. All over again. Sale would probably just go with Ichigo. Damn it, was she feeling tears in her eye? Don't you guys want to come with me? Ichigo's words seemed to break the depressing atmosphere around Lily and Stark. They both look at his yellow eyes, confusion seen in them. Did they hear right? You want us to go with you? That was Stark's curious voice. Was Ichigo not going to leave them alone? Would Ichigo really ask them to come with him? I mean, I may have remembered my old home and everything, but what made it feel like home were the people who lived there. My family and friends can't see the dead, so there's really no point in going there myself and staying if they can't see me. And right now I already have the people that make it everywhere I go feel like a home. He sounded corny, but it just felt like he needed them to be sure he lost his old family but got a new one now. Now that Ichigo thought about it. He never told Stark how this little pack of theirs started feeling like a family. Ichigo's words brought a smile to Lily's face. The pink-eyed girl almost forgot about it. Maybe she was just too worried about nothing. Stark kept staring at Ichigo. He only introduced the boy into both his and Lily's world in hoping that those lonely days became a distant memory. He would never have imagined Ichigo making it feel like a home, maybe even a family. The little strawberry just kept smiling towards him. He really means it. He walked towards Ichigo while still keeping eye contact and then made a stop. There was only a few feet of distance between them. Are we family to you, Ichigo? Stark needed to know that for sure. He waited for the redhead to say something. All Ichigo did for his part was close their distance with a hug. You're all family to me. Well, that sure did it. A lone tear drops from Stark before he hugs back the redhead. Lily by this point had a few tears going down her face and went up to the hugging pair too. Seo looked away. He felt awkward. Again. Like he was staring at a private moment. Is this any way for hollows to act like? They're supposed to be monsters that eat souls. Just looking at them made his chest hurt. It was almost too painful to watch them. Was it because he wanted to be a part of that? It may feel like a family, but he wasn't a part of it. What are you doing over there? Sale turns back to look at Stark. The group was looking at him with open arms. You're a part of this as well now you know. I have only been here for a month and you think I'm already a part of this. Weird family. He didn't want to sound mean, but this looks like a moment for them only. All he got was a shrug from Stark and smiles from Lily and Ichigo. Why not? Are you gonna get over here or not? Stark didn't ask twice before Sale went into the group hug. They stay like that for a moment before letting go. Staring at the garganta he made. Ichigo looks at the weird gate before he tells them how there seems to be no way to walk across it. That's because to move through it, you must create footholds using erasure. That was the reply he got from Sale. Ichigo was glad that Sale was a part of them now. Before trying to make a pathway, Stark stops him and brings back the common problem. If I'm there, I might hurt people you know. While not having problems around hollows now, normal people will still die and that might bring problems to them. Not quite Stark-san. Almost all people can't see and for most, can't feel erasure around them so there shouldn't be a problem with you killing them unless you sucked in their souls. But besides that, there's no other way to hurt them. Only highly spiritually aware people could see and feel us. However, those are rare to find, and even if there's someone like that, having Ichigo-kun around we might not even come across one thanks to his cloaking ability. Sale reassures the man. Just getting a nod from the brunette, he slithers in front of the garganta and turns back to the redhead. Let me do this part Ichigo-kun, while you have no experience with your erasure control and Stark-san might just get lazy halfway through. Oi. I have a good amount of control for us to get at the end of the garganta. Getting a nod from the group, Sale gathers erasure around him and creates a foothold for the group. Walking in first, Sale led the group, followed up by Ichigo and Lily. Stark was ready to follow when he stopped and turned around. There was a sense of déjà vu. A sense of being watched but not spotting anything, he shrugs his shoulders and walks in. Garganta closed behind him. If he looked up at the sky instead of around him, Stark would have noticed a pair of green eyes above him. Karakura Town. Coming out from the garganta, everyone shields their eyes from the sun. The sun. Completely ignoring the light, Ichigo tries to force his eyes to open. When his eyes finally adjusted to the light, he saw his old dojo in front of him. He was staring at his old dojo. The one where he came to when he was alive. He started looking around him and noticed the people walking by and ignoring him. Like I'm not even here. While it hurts, he completely ignored it. He saw it coming anyway, so he prepared himself. Turning around, he saw the bewildered look on Stark and Lily's faces. With his arms spread apart, he screams from the top of his lungs. "Welcome to Karakura town." Getting Lily and Sale's attention away from their new surroundings, they both went back to staring at the boy. Stark still kept looking around him. This was all way too new to him. Getting one last look from his surroundings, he addresses the redhead. "Well, we're here now. What do you want to do, Ichigo?" Honestly, was this really where the boy came from? Everything looked so lively. Nothing compared to the emptiness of Hueco Mundo. Ichigo thought about it. There was so much for them to see. Feeling wind down his ankles, the redhead remembers the one thing that has been bugging him for some time now. Clothes. "We're gonna go get clothes." Everyone stares at him like he was stupid. "Ichigo-kun, I don't think that's a great idea. The people might freak out when they see floating clothes around them. While people can't see or feel them, they can still see clothes floating among them. What if we cover up the clothes with Ryatsu? People can't see Reisha and by that logic should not be able to see clothes that get covered by our Ryatsu. That's genius. That might just work, Ichigo-kun. Do you have any memory of a place to get clothes at?" Getting a nod from the redhead, the group follows Ichigo to what the boy hoped was still the shopping district of the town. Unaware of the only set of eyes from the sea of people who could see them. Ichigo. Shopping district. The group was inside one of the many stores found in the shopping district. The guys were on their side of the store trying to find clothes while Lily went to her side. Finishing getting clothes, both men sneak into the men's changing room. Finally getting there, they put on their new clothes. Before coming out, though, they both cover the clothes with a blanket of Reisha. Hoping for Ichigo's little theory to be right. Finishing first, Stark came out wearing a black leather bomber jacket with a fur trim collar and a V-neck white shirt, black jean pants with 3 interconnecting white belts, a black sash worn in a manner similar to a matador, and to finish the touch, black shoes, and gloves. Ichigo came out trying to look cool as Stark. He was wearing a black jacket with the zipper open, a gray t-shirt with the number 15 on his right chest, blue jeans and black high-top shoes. While he didn't find a cool-looking black sash, he did, however, found a cool gray scarf and black snowing goggles. Sure, he wouldn't use those goggles, but damn it, they made him feel, and hopefully, look cool like Stark. The brunette stares down at the boy's weird fashion taste. Was it cold? He didn't feel cold air. He felt the wind, but nothing that told him if it was chilly or not. He shrugged off the redhead's weird taste. "You already pumped some Ryatsu into your clothes?" "Yeah, I just spread it around like how I spread it around my feet to use Sonido." Getting a nod from the man, Ichigo looks around, trying to find the only hollow in their group. "Hey, where did Sale go?" He went over to Lily since she asked him for some opinions on her clothes. With that being said, both of them started walking towards the voice of Sale, which only they seemed to hear. Even the people already here seemed to ignore it. They even ignored them, clothes included. Stark ruffles Ichigo's hair. "It looks like your idea works. Good call, kid." Not hearing Sale anymore, they hurry to the woman's side of the changing room. Finally getting there, they found Lily and Sale already walking out. Lily was wearing a light pink blouse, something that was big enough to fit through her helmet mask. It's also ripped just above her stomach where her hollow hole was at, a white high-collar vest, white arm warmers, some blue shorts that reach mid-thigh and some black high boots. With her hand on her hips, she looks over at Stark and Ichigo. "So how do I look?" "So that's where your hole is at?" Ichigo innocently asked her. He actually had never seen it before, so this was a first for him. "Ah, that's right. I never showed you my hole before, huh?" Innocently replied Lily. Sale got a look of amusement in his eyes. "Why, Lily-chan, what other hole are you going to show Ichigo-kun?" The hollow let out a perverted laugh. Ichigo and Lily were completely confused by his remark, while Stark didn't find it funny. The brunette sent a dark glare toward Sale. Clearing his throat, he says the first thing in his mind to get out of this awkward situation he put himself in. So what now, Ichigo-kun? Before the boy could reply, Lily grabbed his hand and started dragging him out, asking him to show her everything he could. About Karakura town. Stark and Sale just follow behind them, trying to not get out from Ichigo's cloaking radius. All of them were unaware of a pair of feline eyes following them. The group has been walking around for 2 hours now. The sun seems to be at its peak, so it was sometime around the afternoon. Mostly, the group stayed around the shopping district of Karakura town. Getting dragged around by Lily, Ichigo was unaware that they were holding hands the entire time. However, before Lily could pull Ichigo again, the boy seems to get rooted to the ground. Ichigo, come on, let's go to that weird shop with the animals. Turning around to see what was wrong, she noticed how Ichigo's eyes focused on a river. Letting go of her hand, Ichigo started walking towards the river. This is where it happened. This is where I die. Shocked by his words, the group didn't move, and because of that, Stark and Sale noticed a sizable amount of hollows Ryatsu when they got out from Ichigo's radius. One felt familiar to the brunette. There was also another weird Ryatsu in the air that he had never felt before. Shinigami. Stark turns towards Sale and notices a dark look in the hollow's eyes. Like pure hate. He couldn't blame him. The last Shinigami he ever saw was the one Ichigo could have almost died while protecting the Guer. Wait, that one familiar hollow's Ryatsu is from the Guardian. What the hell is he doing here? Shaking his head, Stark and Sale started walking towards Ichigo, Lily already by his side. Ichigo, we need to go. I think the Guardian is here and me. He stopped when he noticed the way the water on the river seemed to move towards the boy. Ichigo kept staring at the river, unaware of how the water was coming towards him. This is where it all happened. He saw the girl by the river on that stormy day. He remembers trying to help, and then came the pain. Why was there pain again? That's because I die. He kept staring at the river before someone brought him out from his thoughts when he felt a hand on his shoulder. Turning around, he saw the concerned look on Stark's face. You okay, Ichigo? The redhead turns back to the river. It was painful to be here at this very spot and letting the memories of that day come to him, but he had to let go of it. There was nothing for him to do now. Turning back to Stark, he gave the man a simple nod, not trusting his voice at the moment. Watching how the water stopped moving towards the boy was a relief for the man. That little stunt performance ended up gathering a crowd of people. Hey Ichigo, listen up, I just felt the Guardian from Minos Park here. I don't know why, but he might be in trouble because there's Shinigami here. That brought the boy back. What? Why is he here of all places? Honestly, those things never happen. He's supposed to be at Minos Park protecting the hollow there from Shinig. Wait, you said there's Shinigami here? That's right, Ichigo-kun, and by how I sense things, they seem to be a squad. 3 feel a lot stronger than the rest. Sale was still looking in the direction where he could sense them. Probably somewhere south. No one said anything. They were already expecting to go by how Ichigo kept looking in the same direction as Sale. The redhead turns and looks back at Stark. He couldn't do anything, but he could. Stark releases a sigh once he notices the look on Ichigo. Fine, but listen to me first, Ichigo. This will be very dangerous. Last time there was only one, and I had no restraint on how much damage I could do. However, being here in your hometown, I need to limit myself, okay? Sale and I will distract them while you tell the Guardian to leave. Got it? He didn't want to bring them into danger, but Ichigo will also be a quick getaway from the Shinigami once they save the hollow. Getting a nod from everyone, Stark got a hold of them and Sonido towards the Guardian. Tsubakadai Park. The Guardian was not having a good day. First was the fact that some random Ajuchas attacked the human world. Why attack the human world of all places? There's nothing for them here. Not even a good amount of rasher to eat. The only good thing about the attack was that they located it in an isolated park. Yeah, no. That doesn't happen. Something told him this was all a setup. Then came the Shinigami. A full squad of them, actually. For fuck's sakes. There were 8 of them. 8 powerful Ajuchas class hollow, and now they are down to 3. They had the winning side for a while, but then he noticed 3 captain class Shinigami, easily noticeable with their white Haori, and when they showed up, everything went downhill for them. He would try to open a Garganta to leave if only he stops getting interrupted. Every time he goes to open one, the crazy captain with an eye patch keeps going at him, screaming at him if he was the strongest then he should fight him. Fuck that. I only came to stop the idiots from getting themselves killed. Looking around, he notices how they were already down another one. Only he and the hollow who attacked this place are the only 2 still alive. Damn it. How I wish a miracle happened right about now. He thought back to when Ichigo saved his life. What are the chances of that ever happening again? He made a quick dodge to his left, saving him from having his arm cut off. The only thing you are good at is dodging. The man in front of the hollow was huge, even by Shinigami standards he was bigger than the other 2. He styled his hair into stiff strands, giving it a spiky look and had small bells attached to the tips. The man was wild and aggressive when attacking too. Like he was some beast. You should just finish this off already, Captain Zaraki. The man turns back and scowls at the small, white-haired boy. Shut it. I came here because the old man said these hollows were too strong for the squad that got sent here. So I'm gonna take my time to get the fight I want. The boy that Zaraki addressed to was Captain Hitsugaya of the 10th Division. He has turquoise eyes and short, spiked white hair. He wears a standard sleeveless captain's haori with a green sash around his shoulders, held together by a round, star-like clip. He uses the sash, found wrapped around his chest, for holding his Zanpakuto-S sheath. Ready to tell the man to hurry when someone with a cold and calm voice spoke from behind him. Just leave that beast alone, Captain Hitsugaya. We're done here, anyway. The white-haired boy turns around to see Captain Kuchiki of the 6th Division. He has slate-gray eyes and long black hair, which he keeps up in an intricate white headpiece. Besides the standard captain uniform, he wears a white scarf and fingerless white teko, which only covers the back of his hands. I'm surprised you even came, Captain Kuchiki. Free time on your hands or just came to make sure Rukia was safe? Captain Hitsugaya asked, and the man said nothing. When the captain commander got a message from the 12th Division about how the hollows that appeared were too powerful for the squad to handle, he deployed Captain Hitsugaya and Zaraki. They ended up finding Captain Kuchiki, and with the way Zaraki said there was a fun fest in Karakura town, the man came with them. But thinking about it now, Captain Hitsugaya remembers how a certain member of the 13th Division patrols Karakura town, and that member is Rukia Kuchiki. The man's adopted sister. Trying to get the hollow to fight back and failing, Captain Zaraki was on his last nerves. TCH, I'm done here. If you don't want to fight, I'm just going to cut you in half. He moves in with incredible brute speed, no Shuunpa involved. The Guardian, taken by surprise at the quick change of speed, didn't find the time to dodge the blade that was only inches away. A vow made to a redhead came to his mind. Sorry. I fail you, Ichigo-sama. Ready to take the blow, he closes his eyes. Because of that, he didn't notice the small and quick blue zero that hit the Shinigami's left side, blowing Captain Zaraki away while leaving him inside the smoke. Captain Kuchiki and Hitsugaya were both taken by surprise. They didn't even feel that attack coming, and before they knew it, they felt a powerful Ryatsu on them. They turned towards the direction from where the blue zero came at and saw a man standing there. Sup. was all Stark said before he fired a blue zero from his chest. While Stark was distracting the two captains, Lily and Ichigo went over to where the cloud of smoke was and waited for it to clear before trying to pull the guarding out. Finally, realizing what just happened, the hollow turned towards Ichigo and his companion. Even with what he's wearing, the Guardian could still recognize the orange hair, pale skin, and hollow-like eyes. Ichigo-sama. Honestly, he wasn't expecting such a miracle like this to even happen. No time to chat, you need to get out of here right now. But there's another hollow here as W. The Shinigami squad took him down. Sale went to help him, but now he's having trouble fighting so many Shinigami. You need to open a Garganta right now and get out. But what about you, Ichigo-sama? Your friend can't possibly handle 3 captains by himself. Don't worry about it. We have a plan. So go. Just giving the boy a simple nod, he opens up a Garganta and walks in. Before closing it, he took one last look at Ichigo. Come find me again in Minos Park when you get out of here, Ichigo-sama. With that last comment, the Guardian closed the gateway. Ichigo and Lily let out a sigh of relief before they noticed that Stark was now distracting all 3 captains. Shooting fast and weak zeros while completely keeping his distance. This was all but a distraction to have all the Shinigami's attention on him and ignore them while they got the hollow out from here. Thanks to Ichigo's cloaking ability, the Shinigami couldn't even sense them. However, Captain Kuchiki, while not sensing them, saw them. He notices how they were heading towards the black mask hollow. Not even hesitating, he lifts one of his fingers and aims it at the boy's back. If the man in front of him didn't have a hollow hole and mask fragments, he would have arrested them. But seeing how they're nothing but hollows with human features, he didn't think twice before firing a strong Kido. Heido number 4. Byakurai. A concentrated bolt of lighting came from his finger. Stark saw the Kido spell aim and fired at the kids. Before he could use Sonido towards them, the biggest of the 3 captains intercepted him. You're not going anywhere. The eye patch captain brought his sword down with so much speed that Stark had to move back to not get cut. He saw the Kido spell only a few feet behind them. Look out! Both kids turned around and saw the approaching spell soaring towards them. Lily, seeing where it was heading, made her freeze. No. Not Ichigo. Not even thinking about it, she subconsciously uses Sonido and shields Ichigo from the attack, taking the Kido full force on her stomach, barely missing her hollow hole by a few inches. All Ichigo saw for his part was Lily's back, the way the spell went through her, and how she dropped like a puppet with its strings cut. He stops paying attention to his surroundings and falls to his knees in front of Lily, just staring at her back. He didn't listen to how Stark started calling him out again. This time telling him about the small captain was now in front of him. He completely ignored that. All he could focus on was all the blood pooling around Lily. He turns her around, hoping she was at least alive, and to his hope, she was. Hey, why? She tried to send him a smirk, but her body really hurt. Oh, the pain is starting to feel numby now. She saw the way Ichigo was about to cry. Why, though? They should be celebrating. Hey, I use Sonido. Yeah. You did. Ichigo saw the way her body seemed to lose color. She was still trying to smile, but he saw the way it hurt her. Why? She didn't need to get hit. She could have pushed him away. It was too close. She couldn't even finish at this point. Her eyes felt heavy. That's not what I meant. Because we're family. She gave him her best smile before passing out from blood loss. Captain Hitsugaya shook his head. They're acting as if they were human, but with the mask and hole, they were the farthest thing from being human. He raised his Zanpakuto, ready to take out the boy. Don't worry, everything will be over soon. Ichigo didn't even listen to the Shinigami. He still kept looking at Lily. He kept telling himself the same thing repeatedly. This wasn't supposed to happen. 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 Ichigo exploded in a storm of white, black, blue, and red erasure. Everyone stops. From Stark fighting off Zaraki and Kachiki, Sale not killing the last of the Shinigami in Hitsugaya, who got a distance away from the explosion. It was 2 years ago when Stark felt this kind of power, the one that overwhelmed his own completely. This time, however, it felt more powerful with him being so close to Ichigo. All the colorful erasure swirling the boy would have probably left him awed if it wasn't for the amount of rage emotion coming from it. He took a quick look around him and noticed the way everyone else seemed rooted to their spot. He saw the look of shock on Captain Kachiki's and Hitsugaya's face, and the deranged smile from Captain Zaraki. He took a quick look over at Sale and noticed how the Hollow got rid of his remaining opponents, who got easily distracted by Ichigo's power. Remembering the situation he was in, the man was ready to blow Captain Zaraki away when a roar came out from the erasure engulfed Ichigo. Turning back toward the redhead, Stark spotted 2 golden dots glowing from the center of the powerful storm. He also notices the tall outline of a man, and before he knew it, all the colorful erasure got absorbed into the man. After a few seconds and with another roar that dispersed all the erasure, he finally saw the thing that was now standing where Ichigo stood. It has long, orange straight hair as the only sign that told Stark how the thing in front of him was hopefully Ichigo. It was actually tall, maybe a good few inches taller than him. He notices black markings stretching across his chest and shoulders, all while connected to his hollow hole. He also took note of the claws on his fingertips and toes. Small, furry red tufts, 2 starting from his collarbone and stretching around his neck, and 1 each on his wrists, ankles and white skin. Another sign that was telling him how the thing in front of him was Ichigo. However, he notices the addition of blue flame-like markings that spread across his chest. Stark squints his eyes when he notices how the markings seem to move in a lazy fire-like flow, and the remains of a tattered black cloak cover his lower body. Then came the mask. Ichigo never had a mask, and even if he did, Stark would never guess how demonic it would look like. The mask was colored black, and it covers Ichigo's entire head. It has 4 blue spike-shaped marks, 2 of them stopping by the forehead and the other 2 stretching past the eyes and teeth, going past his chin and joining with the marks on his chest. There are small marks resembling a heart, but with the top and bottom open, extending from the inner corners of his eyes. The mask features 2 long, forward-pointing horns, with blue stripes extending from their center towards the tips. Yeah, Ichigo was looking demonic. The hollow-eyed Ichigo started looking around him, taking in everything it saw before its eyes lock on to Captain Kachiki. Golden and gray eyes just kept staring at each other, then a wicked grin spread across Ichigo's sharp teeth. Before he could do anything, there was the sense of a strike on his right side shoulder. Turning towards the hit on his shoulder, he notices his blue flame stopping a sword. Following the blade, his grin grew more when he saw the complete shock look of Captain Hitsugaya. When the turquoise-eyed captain saw the thing that emerged from the powerful storm, it left him speechless with its appearance. That thing was easily the most unholy-looking hollow ever. After getting out from his stun moment, he didn't even think for a second before he shunpa next to the hollow-eyed child and brought his blade down on its shoulder. Then came his shock when he noticed how fast the blue flame markings ran across his chest and stopped at his shoulder, completely blocking his sword. It was like his blade was trying to cut down a diamond. The demonic hollow backhanded the young captain. He already had his eyes set on someone. Ready to attack Captain Kachiki, he stops at the sound of light groans underneath him. He looks down and sees the body of Lily. The power that came from his transformation was probably hurting her, if not straight up killing her. Now there was something about this scene that was scratching the back of his head. This wasn't right. The girl was missing the smile that has been his son in the dark world of Hueco Mundo. However, right now she looks dead, and there was a painful look on her face instead, as if she was in deep agony. Then there was all the surrounding blood that was coming out from the hole in her stomach. How did that thing happen again? With a quick realization, he remembers why he was staring at the man with the headpiece. He snaps his head up to Captain Kuchiki, ready to charge at him when the captain with the eye patch charged at him from his left side. All he heard from the man was a crazy battle cry and saw the swing of his blade to his neck. Before the blade even reached his neck, he stopped it with two of his fingers that were both coated with the blue flame markings. He turns towards the man and notices the bloodthirsty smile on him. Captain Zaraki has been smiling like a madman when he felt the power radiating from the newcomer. He wasn't even paying attention before, only having his eyes set on the strong brunette before a power that brought a wicked smile to his face covered the area. Sure, the brunette felt strong, hell, he will go far as saying he actually felt powerful, but the man was just shooting and dodging, and the zeros he was shooting felt nothing but weak. Then he felt this power, it was nothing compared to the brunette, and when the storm show ended and the wicked-looking hollow came out from it, his smile grew, and it just kept on growing when he saw how easily the hollow flicked away Captain Hitsugaya. He had to see for himself, and he was damn glad the hollow wasn't weak when it stopped his attack. Ha! This is the thing I came here, Luki. He couldn't even finish his sentence because the hollowified Ichigo threw him in the same direction Captain Hitsugaya was standing back up from. The turquoise-eyed captain couldn't even dodge with the speed the hollow threw Captain Zaraki at him and sent both further away. Hollowified Ichigo was ready to charge towards Captain Kuchiki when he stopped and let out a battle cry of his own. Rarea. Then the other two captains landed by Byakuya's side and were ready to take action. When the screaming stopped, an intense silence covered the area. Captain Hitsugaya reached for his earpiece that the 12th Division gave him, ready to ask them to have their limiter removed and put up a barrier around the park. Before he could reach for his earpiece, the voice of 12th Division 3rd Seat Akon was already talking to him. Captain Hitsugaya, what the hell is happening over there? That was a shocker for the young captain. The man always appears as the calm type, but right now he sounded surprised. Well, he better reply to the man to have their limiter removed. When captains and lieutenants travel to the human world, they have a seal placed on their powers that takes the form of the insignia that represents their division. The seal can contain up to 80% of their power. If an emergency breaks out, they must ask them permission first before they're removed. The reason for such a seal is for their power to not accidentally influence any spiritually aware humans. An unexpected event occurred, and now we have a problem on our hands. A problem. It's more than just a problem, Captain Hitsugaya. Do you know how fast I had to break the protocol? Now he's confused. I'm sorry, what do you mean by break protocol? He had a sinking feeling in his stomach about what the man meant. Captain Hitsugaya, an unknown and powerful Ryuryoku, appeared on our radar not so long ago. Hell, the thing that showed up was easily captain class and even surpassed you guys. Easily captain class and surpasses them? Wait. We know that the hollow is surpassing us. We still have our limiter on us, we need permission to remove them. Captain Hitsugaya's eyes were still on the hollowified child. The thing hasn't moved an inch at all after that last roar. He took a quick peek at Captain Zaraki and Kuchiki. He already told the battle-hungry captain to not try anything until he got permission to have their limiter removed, and Kuchiki still had a cold, calculated look on his face, but the man seems to be on his toes when the hollow finally attacks. Captain Hitsugaya. When that thing appeared, it overpowered you guys. I had to break the protocol and had your limiter removed on my orders. Whatever you guys are going up against is easily surpassing everyone in Ryuryoku. Hell, that thing might be far stronger than Captain Zaraki without the eye patch. The white-hair boy's eyes wide with shock. There's no way this thing is that strong. He opens up his Shinigami uniform and notices how there wasn't a seal in the shape of the 10th Division insignia, a daffodil, on his chest. No way. Akon was telling him the truth. They removed his limiter and he still couldn't cut through the hollow skin. But I should have felt the change in my power when they did it. Captain Kuchiki was on high alert. There was no doubt in his mind that the boy was targeting him after he shot at the other hollow. He took a quick look at the girl that was lying on the ground. There was a small sign telling him that the girl was still alive with how her chest barely was rising and falling. His eyes went back to the demonic hollow. He already saw how Captain Hitsugaya was asking for permission to remove their limiter. With the power alone that this hollow has shown, they will remove it any minute now. He just needs to feel the change in his power for them to battle this thing. Yes, even if he has to work with that beast of a man, Kenpachi. With his eyes still locked on to the hollow. He was ready to ask the white-haired captain if they had authorization when he noticed how the boy opened up his Shinigami robes and went shell-shock. "What is the matter, Captain Hitsugaya? Do we have the authorization to remove our limiters?" His voice sounded easy and emotionless, but yet curious to know what put the boy in such a shock state. "They had removed our limiters for a while now, Captain Kuchiki," the turquoise-eyed captain stated. Still looking at the hollow, Captain Kuchiki's gray eyes slightly widened. He would have checked on himself, but with how Toshiro was still shocked already told him enough. Kenpachi Zaraki was grinning like a psychopath. He had a scowl on his face when the brat told him to wait on having their limiter removed before doing anything stupid. He complained about it, but then when he heard him tell pretty boy Byakuya the good news, well, that just brought a smile to his face. That means he could already attack the hollow. Without even looking at the other two captains, he charges towards the hollow, this time putting a good amount of strength behind his swing. Aiming for the hollow's side, expecting to cut him in half when the demonic hollow met his swing with a blue flame blade connected to its right arm, almost as if it was a part of him. He noticed the lack of strange blue markings on his chest, but he mentally shrugged it off. He started pumping more Ryatsu to his attacks. His smile grew larger in proportion when he noticed how the hollow wasn't pushed back and was mirroring a crazy smile much like his own. Before Kenpachi could introduce himself, they both heard a gasp. The hollow Ichigo eyes widened. He releases another roar and pushes back Captain Zaraki, much to the glee of the crazy battle captain since the hollow was actually strong enough to push him back and have him crash into a tree. The hollow Ichigo looks back towards the lime-haired girl. She was getting hurt just by being near him and all because of Kuchiki's fault. He couldn't do anything to save her and now here he was hurting her. He let out another scream, ready to charge at Captain Kuchiki. Captain Kuchiki and Hitsugaya ready themselves up. The hollow would finally make his move when they notice how its eyes seem to lose focus for a few seconds before leaving the area again in intense silence. Then it disappears from their view but could still feel its power. They shunpa away from their spots just in time before the hollow Ichigo made a wide swing with the blue flame sword. With just the power behind the attack, Captain Hitsugaya and Kuchiki notice how easily it uprooted and blew away the trees behind their previous spots. A grimace look came to both their faces. "Looks like we have no choice but to use Shirkai," stated the turquoise-eyes captain. Only getting a nod from the man, they both got ready to release their Zanpakuto when the hollow Ichigo sonidoed right in front of Kuchiki, with his blue blade already slashing down on him. With quick reflexes, Byakuya brought his blade up and blocked the attack, however with the force the attack came down on him, he'd been brought down to one of his knees quickly. How can it still overpower me without my limiter? He started pumping more Ryatsu, but to his shock, the hollow was still pushing him down. Salvation came to him in the form of a battle-loving captain. "Don't you dare forget about me." With an even more powerful attack, Captain Zaraki threw the hollow Ichigo away. Releasing a sigh of relief, Byakuya stood up. He should probably thank the crazy beast for saving him. However, before he could say anything, Kenpachi made something clear first. "Oi, you two stay out of this." He wasn't even looking at Byakuya or Toshiro, he was just grinning like a madman at the direction he sent the hollow at. Forgetting about thanking him, Byakuya was ready to scowl at him when the roar of the hollow reached the group of Shinigami. With only just a second after the scream ended, both Captain Hitsugaya and Kuchiki release their Shirkai. Scatter, Senbenzakura. Sit upon the frozen heavens, Hyarinmaru. Captain Kuchiki's blade separated into 1,000 tiny, slender blade fragments, taking in a coloration that resembles cherry blossom petals, which fly away from the hilt, leaving only the sword's handle in Byakuya's hand. While Captain Hitsugaya blade extends slightly in length and gains a crescent-shaped blade attached to its hilt by a long metal chain. Coming back to the Shinigami with a Sonido with no signs of injuries on him since the blue flame markings once again moved towards the strike zone. However, before Captain Hitsugaya spoke about the lack of the blue blade, Captain Zaraki was already after the hollow like a rabid dog. With enhanced speed, the battle-hungry captain closes the distance between them, blade ready to strike down on the hollow when he notices the return of the blue blade countering his attack. The hollow-fied Ichigo easily blocked the blade and swung his own to the man's right side. Ready to cut the man across his chest, the blue blade disappears into his arm and turns to markings and runs behind his back, which blocks Captain Hitsugaya's sneak attack. When the hollow attacked Captain Kuchiki, Toshiro's sharp eyes noticed the quick moment in how the blade disappeared to protect him from Captain Zaraki's attack. Then when the hollow came back with no blade but with the blue flame markings on his body again, he had a small idea on how those blue flames work. He was glad it proved him right. So that's how those markings work. It can either become an instant shield on your body, making it impossible to cut you but can't stand impact damage, or it can become a blade that easily becomes a powerful tool. Also, it looks like you have no control over the switch. The only reply he got was a roar. The hollow-fied Ichigo was ready to backhand the small captain again when it got hit by Kenpachi, throwing him away. Zaraki turns to the turquoise-eyes boy with a scowl on his face. What the hell do you think you're doing? I said to stay out of this. This is the battle I came for. Before Toshiro could reply, he heard a sonido from behind him. Turning around quickly, he brought his blade up to his neck, just in time to stop the hollow's sword from beheading him. With Captain Hitsugaya locked on with the hollow, Byakuya swung his sword's handle and with control, he had his thousands blade fragments charge at Ichigo's left side. Watching the attack coming, Toshiro made sure to still have his blade lock on with the hollow so that in the last second he can dodge and hopefully the blue flame markings would be too slow to protect his left side. With the attack just a few inches away from them, the child captain Shuunpa to a safe distance and watch how 1,000 blades could hit the hollow. He noted the 3 seconds the blue flame markings switch between sword and shield. Still, the hollow took some damage. Before Captain Kuchiki could swing his handle again, the hollow-fied Ichigo released a powerful shock wave of spiritual pressure, pushing his blades away. Instead of going for another attack, Byakuya brought them back, creating a defensive barrier. When the shock wave ended, Captain Hitsugaya and Byakuya noticed the deep cuts on the hollow's body that the blue flame markings couldn't protect. However, much to their surprise, the wounds started healing instantly. Damn it! Toshiro curse. With the blue markings moving around his body to protect him, I thought that was his only form of ability, but now we have instant regeneration. That just means we need to hit a vital area. Something that he can't regenerate fast enough or can't at all. Byakuya replied. They both watched the hollow fight off Kenpachi's wild assaults. Taking notes on how the blue flame markings were moving around between both the arms and chest. Whatever attack seemed to land on the hollow healed instantly. The only good thing about this thing is how reckless is attacking us, like it has no experience on what he's doing, there's no form in his swings and stance, also the only sign of protection comes from the blue flame's markings, but even then it doesn't move fast enough to protect everything, the turquoise-eyed captain announced. Still watching and calculating the demonic hollow, Captain Kuchiki also informed the young captain of what he knew. There is barely any actual power behind the hollow's attacks. While his Ryuryoku is just monstrous and more powerful than ours. It can't seem to put any form of Ryatsu behind his swings. Captain Hitsugaya thought about what he said. When he crossed blades with the Hollow-Fight child, the only reason their blades stayed locked on was because the boy's weapon is composed of those strange markings, making them impossible to cut down. There's no Ryatsu behind his swing, so it's just supernatural strength like Captain Zaraki. Then, no Ryatsu whatsoever. A grimace reached his face when the memory on how easily those power swings uprooted and threw trees away came to his mind. It brought both captains out from their thoughts when the Hollow started gathering spiritual energy to his sword. With a roar, the Hollow-Fight Ichigo then strikes down at the ground, creating an overflowing wave of red spiritual energy, which surges forward towards Kenpachi. Before the attack could reach him, however, Captain Zaraki releases a powerful shock wave of spiritual pressure, much like the one Ichigo uses, and dispersed the Hollow's attack. Ha! Now we're fucking talking. With a battle cry from both fighters, they meet up again, clashing their blades. However, this time Captain Zaraki overpowered the Hollow. Watching the way the Hollow flew back and Kenpachi following behind, it broke both of them from their stun moment. The Hollow used Ryatsu behind an attack, stated the gray-eyed captain. Captain Hitsugaya nodded. That means this thing is just barely learning how to use it. We need to kill it fast. If it keeps learning and starts putting power behind his attacks, it'll force us to use our Bankai. While he knew a barrier was up, he doesn't know if it's powerful enough to hold back 2 Captains Bankai and 1 Kenpachi. Just getting a nod from Captain Kuchiki, they both shunpa after the Hollow. Completely forgetting about both Stark and Sail. The pair had moved in close to grab Lily away from all the fighting, and once they got her away, they were on the sidelines, watching the Hollow-Fight Ichigo fight off 3 Shinigami captains. Stark would have tried to help Ichigo, but he's more worried about Lily at the moment. While Stark worried about his little sister, Sail has been keeping a watch in Ichigo's current fight. The small captain made ice dragons from his sword and began throwing them all over the redhead. Sail noticed how the transformed Ichigo seems to be able to destroy them with just an explosion of his shockwave. However, every time he does that, Ichigo then gets hit from his back with the cherry blossom petals. When he fends off those attacks, Captain Zaraki comes in for a strike, but then those blue flames markings switch to the blue blade, and then when his blade reappears, the other 2 Shinigami captains go back into taking advantage of Ichigo not having any form of protection on him. Every time they seem to add more Ryatsu behind their attacks. Sure, the blades switch back to those blue flame markings, but even then they don't move fast enough to protect every part of his body from 3 different people. Sail wanted to help Ichigo out, but he had no chance against Captain-class Shinigami. He barely could kill off the last of the Shinigami squad, and he only got them when Ichigo's transformation distracted them. However, the 3 captains seem to gain a power boost and they are way out of his league, but not for Stark. The male Arrancar could take at least 1 captain away from Ichigo, turning towards the man. He saw the look of sorrow on his face. Lily should be fine as long as they can go back to Hueco Mundo and let her body heal naturally with all the erasure. But the chance of that happening is small since the 3 Shinigami will most likely not give them enough time to open up a Garganta. He turns back towards Ichigo and notices how the boy was now having more trouble with the captains. If we do nothing, we're all going to die. Stark-san, you need to go over there and help Ichigo out. This wouldn't have happened if we didn't come here. Oh God, don't tell me he's regretting this right now. Sail needed to think of something quick. Taking another peek at Ichigo, he notices how the boy is having more trouble now. He cannot handle them for long now. He needed Stark to do something, and then it came to him a way to get the man to help. Ichigo-kun could save her. That got the brunette's attention. Once Stark's blue-gray eyes were on him, he continued. Ichigo-kun fixed my mask, something no one can ever fix again, but he did. So he can just as well save her. Stark went back to looking down at Lily. Her breathing seems better now, but he could feel her dying slowly. Shaking his head, he turned back towards Ichigo. The Hollow-Fight kid was having trouble with all 3 captains. He's powerful, but he doesn't know how to fight at all, and right now he's not listening to his instincts, he's fighting in a blind rage. Shaking his head, Stark stood up, a serious look on his face. He will go help Ichigo and get everyone out of here. Watch over her, Sail. Getting a nod from the hollow, he was ready to Sonido and get rid of Captain Kuchiki when once again Ichigo exploded in a shower of erasure. However, this time it felt different. I can't sense him anymore. Damn it. Is he reverting to his normal self? When the power show ended, everyone went tense when there was no child or hollow in the area. Before Kenpachi could say anything, he felt a pain through his chest. Looking down, he saw the still hollowified Ichigo. However, something felt wrong. Before Kenpachi could take a swing at the wicked hollow, he noticed how hollowified Ichigo was already holding the blade in front of him, and then he spoke 2 words. Getsuga Tensho. The edge of the blue sword gained a dark red color and then it released a fast, highly condensed spiritual energy/attack. Completely taken by surprises, Kenpachi only had a second to release a shock wave to battle off the attack, but the shock wave he released wasn't strong because he couldn't sense any actual strength behind Ichigo's attack, and that was a mistake he noticed too late. Ichigo's attack went right through his shield and threw him back. Captain Hitsugaya and Kuchiki got taken back by surprises again. They were having the upper hand, even went as far and got Captain Zaraki to work with them. Although the man was protesting about it, they convinced him anyway. But then the hollow exploded in another powerful storm and now they can't sense him. Before they could take action, the hollowified Ichigo disappeared and their guard went up, ready to expect any form of attack. However, instead of attacking any of the Shinigami, the redhead appears in front of Stark. Stark and Sail noticed the way his left arm started gathering erasure, Blue's sword no longer present. Before they could ask what he was doing, Ichigo kneels down to Lily and brings his erasure cover hand over Lily's face. 2 things happened that Stark took notice of. The first was the addition of her hollow helmet turning black, and the second was the way their soul connection seemed to cut off. Worried about what that could mean, he turned towards the kneeling hollow. He says, "What did you do? I can't sense our connection anymore." "Sheesh man, don't worry about it. Do you know how fucking annoying will be if the little strawberry's girlfriend dies and all that damn negativity storm in on himself?" That took both Sail and Stark by surprise. They could still hear Ichigo's voice, but there was a mixture of someone else's voices. Before they could ask who he was, they heard him speak again. "No time to talk, I only have enough time to control this body for a good 15 minutes. Don't worry about her. I saved her and did a little bit of plus something else. Oh, and Ichigo is fine too. He let me take over." Flashback. Ichigo's inner world during his transformation. White. That was the only color Ichigo could see until his eyes finally adjusted. A bright night setting replaced the white void. The redhead started looking around him. This was new to him. Where was he? The last thing he remembers was Lily. Remembering the situation he was in, the redhead started looking around him, trying to find anyone. All he saw, however, was white sand and a stupid lake. Sea. River. Honestly, where was he? Taking a quick look at the night sky, he notices all the dazzling stars and the tiny moon. He squinted his eyes, making sure that he wasn't seeing things. "You look stupid doing that. What the hell are you even looking at?" Startled by the voice, Ichigo turns around and sees a man lying on the white sand. The man had long black hair which he would guess reaches his waist. Bluish-gray, bandage-like carapace forms around his tan torso, right arm, neck, and over the nose and mouth in mask fashion. The remains of a tattered black cloak cover his lower body, and then there were his eyes. He only has seen those eye colors on one person, and that was himself. The yellow iris and the black sclera were staring at his own yellow and black eyes. The man was staring at him with a familiar lazy expression. They only kept eye contact for 5 seconds before the man went back to looking at the night sky. "What is it? Is it the stars?" I mean they look pretty but after seeing them for so long it just gets meh. The man finishes his sentence with a lazy shrug. Sheesh, this guy reminds me of Stark. Ichigo's eyes shot open. What am I doing? Lily is dying and I'm here on this beach with some weirdo. Before he could ask the man anything, he saw him stand up and started walking along the water. Trying to not lose the only person around here, he ran to the front of the man. Mister, do you know where I'm at? Stopping in front of him, Ichigo noted how towering the man was to him. This guy is even taller than Stark. All he saw from the man was how his cover-up mouth seemed to move. I'm sorry what? Just told you my name. Oh, I'm sorry I couldn't hear it. Again, Ichigo saw the bandages move, but there was no noise from him. Shaking his head, the redhead told him how he still couldn't hear it. That only got an exaggerated sigh from him. Damn it, I just knew this would happen with me fusing with that stupid bastard. Again, the man releases another sigh. Well, it should have been no surprise, but I was hoping for things to be different with all the work I did, he said while scratching the back of his head. For Ichigo's part, he watched as the man went around him and kept on walking, muttering about trying a different way of making things work. Oh man, this guy really is a weirdo. Ichigo shook his head and followed the man. Before he could ask how he could get back to Lily, the man turns his head back, looking at the redhead before saying one word. Luna. Excuse me. Since you can't seem to hear that other name, you can just call me by the old name that they knew me for. The now name Luna told Ichigo. Finally, having a name for the man, the redhead asked him how he could go back. Hey Luna-san, not to be rude Orin. So how's Hueco Mundo, anyway? Also, it seems like you're doing fine seeing how you're not dead and all. Well great, the man just changed the topic, but there was something about what he said that got Ichigo confused. It's good, you know. Wait a minute. How do you know what Hueco Mundo is and what you mean by me not being dead? When they both stopped walking, Ichigo started looking around his new surroundings. While they were still walking on the white sand, he now notices the addition of a few palm trees. The body of water was still by them. How do I know about Hueco Mundo? I guess you could say I came from there. That got Ichigo's attention. How was he from Hueco Mundo? He had no mask or hole. Before he could voice his thoughts, he noticed the way Luna started pulling down the bandage that covered half his face. Once he pulled them down to his neck, Ichigo saw the remnants of his hollow mask. What's left of his mask looked like the bottom half of a human skull that covers his nose, mouth, and his cheeks. The one thing he noticed about the mask was the black coloration. So yeah, this answers your first question, and for the second one, let's say I may have left you all alone when you ended up there and maybe I wasn't expecting for you to live this long. Strange enough though, his mask seems to move with his mouth. Well shit, this was an awkward situation now. Just letting the bandage loose around his neck, Luna started walking off again. Getting out from his stunned moment, Ichigo started running back to the man and started walking by his side. Hey, wait a moment. What do you mean by not expecting me to live long? Sheesh, well, hey, look at the bright side. You aren't dead, which means the two Ryuryoku that I felt when I left you didn't kill you or anything. While he couldn't see the grin on his face because the mask covers it up, Ichigo could see the way his eyes seemed to reflect the mood the man was in. Wait. Are you talking about Lillian? Again, his eyes shot wide. That's right, I need to go help them. Stopping in front of the man, he locks his yellow eyes with Luna's eyes. Luna-san. Please, you need to help me get back to my friends. They're in trouble. We tried to save an old friend, but things went wrong fast and... Ichigo couldn't remember much after that. What was it that happened? He remembers the way Lily took an attack meant for him, but after that, he just doesn't remember. Ah yeah, about that, you probably force your body to take action, buddy. Hell, you're probably running wild out there, running in autopilot or something. Luna carelessly shrugs. Honestly, you would have been just fine, really. I don't know why she did something that stupid. That seems to be the wrong way to put that last statement in because Luna could start feeling rage radiating from the boy. It wasn't stupid. She saved me. Ichigo screams back at Luna, not noticing the way his inner world faded away. While Luna looks like he didn't care about how the world was fading, there was a different reaction in his mind. Shit, he's losing concentration. Thinking fast, Luna clarifies what he meant. I didn't mean to make it sound like she did something stupid or try to badmouth her. The man lifted his hand and pointed at the redhead's white skin. As long as your body has that, most racier-based attacks won't be able to damage you. Calming down and the world coming back to a focus, Ichigo looks down to his white skin, the redhead just lifts an eyebrow in confusion. Completely not understand anything about what the man meant. What's so special about my skin? Raising his head at Luna, he notices the deadpan look the man was giving him. Yeah, no. That's not skin at all, kid. When he said that, Ichigo started freaking out while yelling, what is it then? Luna would have found the redhead's reaction funny, but there was something else going on in his mind. Has the boy never been in a situation for him to notice the Capaciro? While Luna has been deep inside Ichigo's soul resting and gaining strength, he not so long ago manifested himself into this current form. He actually only got to help the boy twice before, and that seems to be the only connection they ever had. He also noted how way different he looks from his original form, most likely from him stealing some amount of power from the boy's Shinigami and Quincy's powers. He also notices how he couldn't see outside Ichigo's inner world. That's not true, those palm trees that just sprout here carry some memories inside here. So I had seen outside this world, but those are just a few and most really are memories of Lily and Stark. While not knowing anything about himself, at least the few memories of Ichigo seem to fill in some spots. The most recent palm tree memory has been the one with the girl getting hit. Still watching the kid freaking out, Luna decided that this was about a good time to bring something up. He's been here for a long time now, either his body hasn't killed off the Shinigami or because of the inexperience of him never fighting, his body doesn't know what to do besides fight in a blind rage. When Ichigo went through his transformation, Luna could see outside the boy's inner world. He just needs to think of a way for the kid to let him take over. Ichigo finally stopped freaking out and was looking at Luna with teary eyes. Please, you have to help me go back. I need to help Lily. He wanted to cry, but he wouldn't do it in front of this man. For Luna, that seems to be what he wanted to hear. Okay, I know how to make this work now. He kept watching how the boy just wanted to break down and cry but was holding on to those tears. You're a sturdy child. But you need to get stronger. Sorry if what I might say sounds cruel to you. Man, you're just a joke, huh, Strawberry? With tears gathering in his eyes, Ichigo replies with a soft voice. My name doesn't mean Strawberry. It means he who protects. Yeah, well shit, guess what, kid? Done a little of that, haven't you? You have never once been in a fight yourself to protect anyone. So let me ask you this. What are you going to do once you go back to your friends, eh? You're just going to die. He waited for the kid to say anything. He notices again the way some tears seem to break through him. He's right. That was all Ichigo had to say to himself. He could probably mention how he protected the guardian at Minos Park, but still, it just wasn't enough for him. He fell to his knees and looked down to hide his tears from the man. The world around him is fading again. However, before the last of his inner world vanishes, Ichigo hears Luna again. You can't do anything, Ichigo. But I can. The redhead looks back up to the man who was now kneeling in front of him with an outstretched hand. What do you mean? Ichigo started wiping away the tears with his gray scarf. If you let me take over your body, I can help them all out. Stark, Sail, and your little girlfriend, too. He put in a bit of humor in his voice. The world is no longer fading. She's not my girlfriend, she's my friend. Finishing wiping his face, Ichigo sends him a scowl. Luna softly laughs. Looks like his teasing worked with the way a light blush spread across the boy's cheeks. Heh, whatever you say. Ichigo kept staring at Luna's outstretched hand. Can he even trust him? What if all he said was just a lie? You promised to help them? Don't worry about it, kid. You can trust me. It was naive to trust someone with their words, but he didn't have much to work with. Ichigo grabbed the man's hand. World coming back to focus. So how do I let you help them? Don't worry about that part, just relax and let me do all the work, got it? I'll get rid of those Shinigami. The redhead almost missed the way he finished his sentence. It sounded way too dark, almost as if it was pure hatred he has towards the Shinigami, a familiar feeling Ichigo felt before. Those are yours. Luna didn't even need to have him finish in what he meant. He had a feeling what it was, so not trying to beat around the bush, he just told him. Yeah, those are mine. I have a rough history with them. Now understanding where those hateful feelings for the Shinigami came from, Ichigo decided to at least make something clear. Can you please not kill them? He saw how the man released a sigh. So he clears it up more. I don't want them to see me act like some kind of monster if you did something like that. Luna understood now what the boy meant. There was a memory about Lily and how she helped Ichigo accept his life as a hollow. The reason you don't want them to see you act like one is because you're trying to save the last bit of your humanity you still have left through their eyes. Well, if he wants to help the boy. All right, kid, I'll make sure to not kill them. But I will however make sure of leaving the pretty boy in a mess, deal? He finishes with a grin on his face. Because of his mask, no one can see it, but Ichigo felt like he could understand the man's mood. The boy returns a grin of his own before he relaxes a bit. His eyelids finally falling down. There you go now, kid. Just relax, okay? I got this. Ichigo listens to what the man was telling him. However, when he fell unconscious, he heard one word come to him, no, not a word. Is his name. Before falling unconscious, Ichigo thanked the man. Thank you. Zangetsu. Luna, or Zangetsu, kept staring at the boy as he finally went to dreamland. So what the boy just heard is now his new name when he mixed himself with Ichigo's Shinigami power. He turns towards the middle of the lake where the boy's actual powers rest. Man, this kind of feels familiar, huh, kid? Yup. Ha. Even giving me the silent treatment like before. Zangetsu releases a sigh. Sheesh, lucky he just settled down by only looking at my mask. How would he have taken it if he knew how I don't have a hollow hole? With that final saying, Zangetsu took over, 2 promises made to the redhead. Rest up and let me handle this, Ichigo. End of flashback. Zangetsu popped his neck. You guys probably want to get some distance away from here now. All he got was a nod from both Stark and Sale. Stark kneels next to Lily and picks her up. Take care of Ichigo's body. He felt weird saying that, but he'll trust this man's word. Great, more headaches will come after this ordeal. With that last thought, Stark put one hand on Sale and Sonido. So no killing Buud, I can sure as hell leave some scars. A wicked grin spread across his mask and Sonido towards Captain Hitsugaya and Kuchiki. Hearing a Sonido, both captains tense. Up. Both their Shukai up in a defensive form. Kuchiki has his Senbonzakura's blades circling around him while Toshiro gathers some Ryatsu on his Hyarinmaru, reading himself at creating a wall of ice to protect himself. Instead of an attack, they both notice how the hollow reappeared at the same spot from where he sent Kenpachi flying away from his last attack. However, something sticks out from the hollow now, and that's the way those flame markings on his chest seem to have spread out more. Zangetsu was stretching himself with some quick warm-ups. All right now. We're gonna do this for real, so you guys probably wanna use your bankai or something, cause trust me, your asses are mine. He looks down and notices the markings. Huh. Never had this before. Must be from that other guy. Boy, am I lucky I'm not dead right now. With that being said, he sonido towards Captain Kuchiki first, the blue blade on his right arm. Byakuya was taken by surprise. The hollow-fied child was fast before, but he could still see him, however, now he barely even saw the hollow. Zangetsu reappears right in front of him, its right arm raised high and a familiar dark red color on the blue blade. Remembering what that attack can do, he brought all of his Senbonzakura's blades in front of him to create a shield. Bringing down the blade, Zangetsu calls out his attack. Getsuga Tensho. Kuchiki's eyes widened when the attack went right through his shurikai. He was sure the shield would protect him, he didn't sense any strong Ryatsu behind the hollow's attack. When the attack connected, it sent him flying back. It completely took Hitsugaya off guard. The speed and power that the hollow was showing made no sense. How the hell can he move so fast and have so much power when I can't sense any of his Ryatsu? The sound of a sonido from behind brought him back to reality. Turning around quickly, his sword started gathering the surrounding moisture, Ryujin Hyohiki. Swinging down his blade, he froze the water and created a wall of ice. However, instead of the flying slash attack that he was expecting, he noticed how the hollow was pointing two of his fingers at him. Toshiro notices how a dark red ball gathered on his fingers. Zero. The attack broke through his wall of ice and completely engulfed Captain Hitsugaya. Zangetsu just looks down on the white-haired boy. He was still breathing and was still awake, the boy was standing back up again. This kid is tough, but I'm not trying to kill them. He looks over the direction he threw Byakuya, except for him. But since I can't kill him, I can sure as hell leave him with some scars, or better yet. Getting a nice idea of what he would do to Captain Kuchiki, he brought his left arm up, which was already holding on to another blue blade, and blocked Zaraki's left diagonal slash. Even with the huge X-shaped gashes on his chest, Zaraki's face still was wearing a bloodthirsty smile. Now this is more fucking like it. Pushing each other far apart, the eye-patch man finally introduced himself. Before we go back to killing each other, it is only fair for you to know the name of the man who sends you to hell. A wicked grin spread across his face. The name is Kenpachi Zaraki, captain of the 11th Division. A wicked grin spread across Zangetsu's mask. Ha! You're one cocky bastard if you think you could kill me. The name's Zangetsu. With that declaration made, both fighters disappear and reappear again, with Zangetsu only using one of the blue blades to block Zaraki's blade while the other one was already up again, turning dark red. Seeing that color again, Zaraki backed off and gathered yellow spiritual energy to his sword, getting himself ready to release a strong energy wave to battle out the hollow's attack. Getsuga Tensho. Seeing the dark red attack coming at him, Kenpachi strikes the ground and releases his shockwave. Yellow and dark red met and exploded, covering the entire area in smoke. Standing back up with burn marks covering Captain Hitsugaya's arms and his Captain Hayori left ruined. The sound of metal clashing brought him back to an alert. He notices how the hollow only watched him trying to stand up. Didn't even want to kill me off. The sound of a shuanpa to his back got his attention, turning his head. He saw Captain Kuchiki with a giant gash on his chest. Glad that wasn't me. For the first time, Toshiro saw a painful look across Byakuya's face instead of the usual emotionless mask he wears. Before he could ask the man if he was okay, he heard his earpiece again. Captain Hitsugaya, the hollows neutralized. Akon's voice sounded a bit confused. No. The hollow went through another power-up or something. We can't sense him. Well, you. Before Akon could finish, he heard the voice of the man's captain. "Oi, Captain Hitsugaya, how is it that 3 Shinigami captains are having so many problems with a lousy hollow, Well crap. The hollow turned out to be a bigger problem than we expected. I should have expected that foolish idiot Kenpachi to make the fight longer than." Captain Kuratsuchi stopped and started doing what sounded to be typing. "Well, isn't that interesting?" Before Captain Hitsugaya could ask what he meant, Kuratsuchi opened his mouth again. "Well, Captain Hitsugaya, I powered up those barriers so that all of you fools could unleash your Bankai. Now make sure to not leave my new specimen in tiny pieces now." That was all he heard before the earpiece seemed to lose connection. Well, the good news now is that they can use Bankai and not worry about breaking the barrier. Toshiro turns towards Byakuya, whose painful expression got replaced with his usual stony mask. "Can you still fight, Captain Kuchiki?" He needs to be sure the man can actually still stand up and not want him to fall over any moment. "I'm fine, Captain Hitsugaya. Let's finish this monster off." The noble wore his stony mask, but his voice sounded like it was too painful for him to talk. "Right." With nothing being said, both captains released their Bankai. Bankai, Daiguren Hyarinmaru. Hitsugaya's Bankai caused ice to flow from Hyarinmaru onto Hitsugaya, starting at his right arm, which ice forms onto in the shape of a dragon's head around his sword hand, encasing the sword up to the hilt, which also changes from the shape of a 4-pointed star to that of an 8-pointed star. The ice continues forming up over his shoulders, with 2 large wings sprouting from his back and a long tail. The ice forms down his left arm and encases his hand, which ends in a claw. Hitsugaya's feet got encased in ice in a similar manner to his left hand, as they also ended in claws. The addition of 3 flowers of ice floating behind him, each comprising 4 purple petals shaped like diamonds. Dropping his sword down, Byakuya activated his Bankai. Senbon Sakura Kageyoshi. The sword phases into the ground, as though it were a pool of water. Energy ripples expand out, turning the surrounding area dark, and within seconds, 2 rows of 1,000 giant blades rise from the ground and just like his Shika the blades scatter into 1,000 tiny, slender blade fragments. They even had the same cherry blossom coloration. With that being done, they shunpa towards Captain Zaraki, who had taken the hollow somewhere else. Kenpachi was having the fight of his life. Cuts covered his body, his captain Haori was destroyed from the hollow's last attack and Zangetsu was still fighting him. He hasn't killed the hollow. He checks over at the hollow and notices the lack of cuts on him. That's not true now. He actually couldn't cut him because of the increased amount of those blue flame markings. They covered 2/3 of Zangetsu's chest now, and that helped shield most of his body. Because of the increase of those blue flame markings, the swords on his hands don't switch to protect him and then when he gets to cut him, the wounds heal instantly. Regretting this now? Zangetsu asks him with a grin on his face. Kenpachi just gave him one back. He could start feeling the effects of all the blood loss. However, before he kicks the bucket, he's gonna give in to one last attack. Reaching over to his face he yanks off his eye patch releasing even more power than before. Now where was he hiding all that? Zangetsu notices how the Shinigami was gathering all his Ryatsu. Probably his last attack. Kenpachi jumps back, sword raised high and pouring every strength for his last attack. Prepare yourself, Zangetsu. This is my last move. Yellow spiritual energy swirls around him, trees starting to blow away. Zangetsu raises both of his blades up, connecting both blue blades into one with a dark red spiritual energy swirling around him now. After a second of building up, Kenpachi let out a battle cry and brought down his blade and a yellow wave of spiritual energy soared towards the hollow. Zangetsu. After only a second of Kenpachi releasing his attack, Zangetsu brought down his blade with both hands, Getsuga Tensho. Both attacks connected. Yellow and dark red were in a stalemate until Zangetsu broke through and cut down the man from his right shoulder to his hip. Zaraki's crazy smile still on his face as he fell unconscious, taking a note on how the Hollow's last attack wasn't even a killing blow. When Captain Kuchiki and Hitsugaya appeared, they saw Kenpachi fall back with the Hollow turning towards them. "I'll get Kenpachi away and put him somewhere safe," Toshiro told Byakuya. Only getting a nod, the turquoise-eyed Captain Shuunpa over Kenpachi fast and left. Zangetsu finally got his chance to battle Captain Kuchiki, and with how all those cherry blossom petals seemed to increase in numbers, he guesses the man finally used Bankai. "So are we gonna introduce ourselves?" Kind of what Kenpachi did, anyway. The fuck is this? Sheesh, why do I get the silent treatment a lot? Zangetsu Sonido away when he noticed the turret of blossom petals coming at him. Byakuya kept all his senses open. While the Hollow was fast, he can still hear Sonido. Every time the Hollow came back to view, he sent Senbenzakura after him, keeping him away and giving him no time to think of an attack. Reappearing again, Zangetsu looks at the captain somewhat annoyed. He Sonido, this time not dodging blossom petals but an ice dragon instead. How can they both still be up? Looking over at Captain Hitsugaya, he notices how the boy seems to be in a better fit than the man. He moves away again, avoiding blossom petals this time. He looks back towards Kuchiki and notices how the man seems to look pale now, left hand on his chest. Pretty boy got hit nasty, I see. Zangetsu turns towards Captain Hitsugaya. A plan already forming in his head. When Zangetsu disappeared again, Captain Hitsugaya dropped his guard. Hoping for the plan they both thought about would work. With the sound of Sonido coming behind him, he left himself open. When Zangetsu cut through the captain with ease, he knew something was up. Turning back towards Kuchiki, he notices how the man's right arm is held up. Following his arm, he saw the man's bankai above his head. He tried to move, but couldn't. Looking back at Captain Hitsugaya, he notices how the boy seems to shatter like ice. He looks down to his feet to see ice keeping him stuck like glue. I should have seen this coming. Gokiai. Turning back towards Kuchiki, he noticed how the man's arm was now aiming at him. The man's bankai seems to create a spherical formation of innumerable blade fragments, which swirl around him like a cloud before flying towards him from every angle. Watching Senbenzakura raining down on the Hollow was a relief to Captain Hitsugaya. He made the ice around the Hollow's feet durable. Letting out a breath, he was about to Shuunpa next to Byakuya when the static sound of a Sonido reached his ears, and by the look on Captain Kuchiki, the same thoughts went through his head. When Byakuya noticed how close the Hollow was to him, with his blade already coming down, left him no time to bring back his Senbenzakura to protect him, and even if he could, the Hollow was inside the hurtless area. He doesn't even know if he has the strength for a quick Shuunpa. When the blade finally came down, he let out a scream as he felt the most painful feeling ever from having his right hand serve clean. Done with the man now, Zangetsu punches him in the face, hard enough to knock him out. Just lifting his blade with his right arm, he blocks the small captain's attack. Pushing back the white-haired boy, Zangetsu noticed how he was barely keeping himself from falling over. Probably from the surprise Zero, and maybe from using some good amount of power for that ice clone of his, and also with how strong he made the ice around my feet. While Toshiro made the ice strong, it was just not enough to hold him. Before he could battle the boy, he felt the way his mind drifted off. Shit. I'm losing control. Using so many powerful attacks cut down my time. Thinking fast, he thought about a simple way out. You know they're gonna die, right? He notices how the boy looks over at Byakuya. A good amount of blood poured from his arm, where he cut the man's hand. That's what you get. Maybe it wasn't an even share for what he did to Lily, but, meh. He doesn't care, he only promised not to kill them. This is what will happen, kid. I'm gonna walk away from here now. You won't follow me at all. I'll leave, and you get to save them. Got it? A tense silence washed over the area. I could keep fighting and hope to kill this hollow with the cost of Kenpachi and Byakuya dying from heavy injuries. Or I can just let this thing walk away and I get to save them both. It wasn't a hard choice for Captain Hitsugaya. He put down his blade and looked down in shame at having a hollow tell him what to do. His pride in being a Shinigami captain taking a blow. When he heard a sonido, he quickly looked up, thinking the hollow trick him. He brought his sword up to defend himself. Seeing no hollow around, he relaxes a bit. A hand went to the earpiece. "Hello, anyone there?" "Captain Hitsugaya. Is everything okay?" "Captain Kuchiki and Zaraki's heart pulse are very low, yours not so much left behind either." Toshiro was glad the one who picked up was Akon and not Captain Kuratsuchi. "No. Nothing is okay. We need a medic squad ASAP. With Stark and Sale. The pair have been a worrying mess." They kept feeling all the power going around the place, however, feeling the way two of them seemed to get weak meant that the possessed Ichigo took care of them. But then one last Shinigami's Ryatsu remained. "Do you think it's all over now?" Seo looks over at Stark, but the man was still looking at Lily. Thankfully, the girl no longer looked dead with the way some color had come back to her. "I hope so," was all Stark said. Not even a second after saying that, both Stark and Seo heard a sonido. Turning towards their right side, they both saw the hollowified Ichigo again with some cracks on his skin. "Fuck." His voice changed between Ichigo's and the other one. Before any of them could ask what was happening to him, the entire body cracked and started releasing erasure everywhere. Once everything settled down, the body of Ichigo was lying on the ground. Although something was missing. While he still had his clothes, his white skin's gone and a peach tone took its place. Stark looks over at the black mask hollow. "Well, that's weird as hell." Just getting a nod from Sale, they both relax a bit. Now that everything was over, Stark walked to Ichigo's body and picked him up. "Okay, I think it's time to go home now." Before Stark could even try to open a garganta, they heard a voice behind them. "No need to leave so soon now, Hollow-san." Turning around, Stark and Sale saw a man wearing a dark coat which sports a white diamond pattern along its bottom half, with a dark green shirt and pants underneath, a striped dark green and white bucket hat on him, messy and light blonde hair under the said hat. A fan over his mouth. Gray eyes were watching over them. How did they not sense him? Before Stark or Sale could take action, the man turned around and started walking. After not hearing the hollows following him, the man turns around. Follow me before this place gets swarmed with Shinigami." Still not seeing them move, the man said the one word that will make them follow him. "If you come with me, I can keep you all safe until both Ichigo and the girl recover." That seems to get a reaction from the group. Stark was the one who asked the big question. "Who the hell are you and how do you know Ichigo?" Grinning at the back of his fan that was covering his mouth, the blonde decided to at least introduce himself. "The name is Kisuke Urahara and for the second question, well, you just have to come with me now." It didn't take long for Stark and Sale to make up their minds. They both started sensing a large group of Shinigami in the park. With only one option left, they both grab one kid before they follow Kisuke. Sale has been feeling anxious about the way he could sense all the Shinigami. Fortunately for them, the Shinigami that appeared at the park felt rather weak and they chose not to follow them. That still didn't seem to reduce his anxiety with how they're now following some mysterious man who showed up and asked them to come with him. But why are we even following him? He turned towards Stark, the brunette was holding Lily close to his chest. Looking her over, he notices her color returning, she was pale before because of the blood loss. Turning his head around to look at Ichigo, who he was holding with his branch-like appendages, the boy was still out cold. "Just what are you, Ichigo-kun?" With the power he displayed at the park, the thing he became, and the loss of his ivory skin color, Ichigo was becoming a bigger mystery with each passing day. Coming to a stop, the group was now in front of a small shop. There was nothing special about the place the man brought them to. It just looks like an average store. The only thing it had was a sign that read, Urahara Shop. Looking back to his guests, Kisuke said, "Well, let us all go inside now." He slides open the door to his shop and gestures inside. "Shall we?" Sale stares at the back of the blonde man. Does he honestly think we will follow H? He stops when he sees the way Stark seems to listen to the blonde. Grabbing one of his arms with his appendages, he whispers quietly to him. "Stark-san, I don't want to believe that you'll follow this man inside now, are you? We really don't have a choice right about now, Sale." "Choice?" The hollow hiss back at the word to the brunette. "What do you mean by that, Stark-san? All we need to do is open a garganta, never look back at this place and be back home again." Sale would never talk to Stark like this. He was, after all, way more powerful than him. While the mask kept him alive around him, it wouldn't keep him alive if the man fired a Zero at him. The brunette turns his blue-gray eyes towards Sale's amber orbs and says, "Can you still sense them?" The black mask hollow didn't hesitate to reply. "I can, Stark-san, and that's why I think we should leave and head back to Hueco Mundo." His voice was no longer quiet, seeing how the blonde man was now inside the shop. Stark kept staring at Sale, waiting to see if the hollow got what he meant. After a few seconds of silence and Sale not saying anything, he said it again, but this time putting emphasis on the keyword. "Can you still sense them?" Sale stares at Stark with confusion, thinking about what the man meant. "Why wouldn't I?" Then after a second, he finally realizes what the man meant. He looks over at the redhead he was carrying. "I can sense them," Sale said, finally getting a grasp on what the Arrancar meant. Stark nodded. "Exactly. We shouldn't be able to sense them at all now that we have Ichigo with us. Which means right now with Ichigo-kun out cold, he's no longer having his ability on." Stark shook his head. "This has never happened before. When Lily and I first found him 2 years ago, he was out cold for a bit, but his ability was still there. But now we can finally sense everything around us." Sale was still looking over at the redhead. Could it be his white skin that kept such ability on? Letting go of the man, Sale follows behind Stark inside the shop. "Most likely. Seeing how this is the first time I ever saw Ichigo with a peach tone color and no cloaking around us." When they both were inside, they started looking around the shop. The place looks just as average on the inside as it does on the outside. "Welcome, you must be the guest Urahara mentioned, yes?" Turning towards an opening door, they saw a tall, muscular, lightly tan-skinned man. His hair's cornrowed and has a large handlebar mustache, which connects to his long sideburns. He was wearing a pair of rectangular-shaped glasses. His attire comprises a white muscle shirt with regular pants and a blue apron. Everyone was quiet. Stark and Sale noticed the way the man seems tense. Just after a few seconds and done with the silence, Stark gave him a nod. "Yeah, I guess we're the guest Urahara spoke about. Unless you were expecting someone else." Tessai went stiff with the man in front of him. He could sense his power. It was actually quite a frightening amount of power coming from the brunette. He looks over at the black mask hollow. He has seen many hollows throughout his life, but never with a black mask. Looking back at Stark, he introduces himself with a bow. "Tessai Tsukabushi. Coyote Stark, but you can just call me Stark." Sale at least returned Tessai's bow with one of his own. "Sale Aporo Grands, you can just call me Sale for short." Done with the introductions, Tessai asked them to follow him towards Urahara, who was down in the basement. They both gave him a skeptical look about following him down to a basement. However, telling them how Shinigami could still sense them up here and in the basement was their only option at staying hidden. With that being said, they follow the man, with their guard up. Seeing him lift a hidden door and watch him climb down left them both speechless. Looking down at the hidden door, both hollows saw a whole new place under the shop. While the man was still climbing down, the brunette got a hold on the hollow and Sonido down. Now on the ground, Stark and Sale started looking around the basement. The place was immense and appears to be a desert valley. Looking up, they noticed the way there seems to be sunlight. Down here, there were even clouds down here too. However, squinting his eyes, Stark notices how the clouds in the sky don't move. They look painted. Liking the view? Turning around, Stark saw Kisuke sitting on a rocky hill. He went back to looking at the fake sky and couldn't help but like the view. It has a nice laid-back feel to it. Looking back at Kisuke, he said, kind of honestly, has a pleasant mood to this whole place. Putting on a goofy smile on his face, Kisuke replies to the brunette with much jovial pride in his voice. I'm glad you like it. It took me a single day and night to make all this. The shaggy blonde wanted to laugh at their reaction, but right now wasn't the right time for that. Hearing Tez sigh coming from behind him, he decided it was time for the hard part now. He doesn't know why they follow him. He expected them to leave through a garganta if he's been honest with himself. I guess saying Ichigo's name convinced him. Urahara knew how the black mask hollow of the group had been skeptical of him the whole time, while the brunette had been on his guard, he still willingly followed him. Why? He doesn't know. Maybe the man has his own agenda or something. Giving them a smile before hiding it behind his fan, Urahara said, You know, it is rude how you haven't introduced yourself yet. Coyote Stark, but I prefer Stark. Sale Aporo Grands or Sale for short. Finally, knowing their names now, Urahara tries pushing his luck more. If you can just lay down Ichigo and the girl, my friend here could start healing them now. The atmosphere around the group became hushed and tense. After a few minutes of nothing but silence, Stark decided it was about time for some answers. How do you know Ichigo? While Stark still had a relaxed expression on his face, Urahara noticed how his body was anything but relaxed. The brunette was on high alert. How about a question for a question, Stark-san? Stark frowned. Why would he ask us anything? The blonde man hasn't done or shown any signs of having something up his sleeves. Besides, I could get more answers. Giving the shaggy blonde a nod, he waited for his reply. Lowering down his fan and giving him a small smile, Urahara answers him, but not the entire truth. I know who Ichigo is because I knew his mother. The answer was simple, but he saw how a small frown reached Stark's lips. So he's keeping his answers short and easy. He was expecting something like this. He gave the man a nod, guess he'll keep his answers short too. Why are you here, Hollow-san? The fan was back up again, hiding half of Urahara's face and his bucket hat shifted down a bit to hide his eyes, concealing his serious face. Stark's body went stiff. Before, when the man said hollow, he was expecting him to be talking about Sale, but it looks like that wasn't quite the case. He knows I'm a hollow. Now, with more questions coming to his mind, he answers back to the man. Ichigo remembered where he was from, so we came here. Removing the fan from his face and moving his head up a bit, Urahara looked straight to Stark's eyes. He tried looking for any signs of lying. While Stark's body was tense, his eyes didn't show any form of deception. Just getting a nod, Stark asks his next question. How did you find us? Something was telling him that the blonde man couldn't have known where they were. From where his shop was compared to all the way from the park, Urahara had to know before Ichigo's transformation happened for him to show up at the park at a perfect time. A way too perfect timing. You could say a little kitty told me. Urahara told Stark. The brunette nodded, and while he sure didn't like the answer, it at least told him how someone either saw or they sensed them. What was your purpose for coming here? I find it hard to believe you all came to the human world for some clothes. Stark looks down at his clothes. To be fair, the man was right, but it was Ichigo's idea that they even got clothes. He gives the blonde a lazy shrug. To be fair, we didn't have any plans for coming here. Ichigo just brought us here, we got some clothes, and he started showing us around. Alright, so he's not lying about it. Urahara nodded. He knew already how that was the truth. Seeing how it was the same thing that Yoruichi told him. He just needed to be sure they wouldn't be lying about it. How do you know who Ichigo's mother is? Stark doesn't see how knowing Ichigo's mom should let them heal the kids. This time not hiding his serious face, Urahara looked straight into Stark's eyes. Because I helped save her life before. It was a half-truth statement. It was thanks to Ichigo's father, who sacrificed his Shinigami powers, which saved Ichigo's mother. However, it was also thanks to his invention that saved her too. Stark's face has gone deadly serious. It was one thing for Urahara to say he knew who Ichigo's mom was, but to say he knew the redhead's mother by saving her life, that was an entirely different expectation than what he expected the man to say. However, let us stop with these questions now, Shinigami-san. The atmosphere got even tenser than before now. Stark was still in eye lock with Urahara. His words didn't faze the blonde. Putting a hand on top of his bucket hat, Urahara said. And how did you conclude that I'm a Shinigami? Stark brought a hand up before he started counting out his reasons. For one, you didn't even deny it. 2, you knowing we're hollows means you can sense us. 3. What if I'm just a human who can sense that you're a hollow? Urahara covers half his face again, eyes not leaving Stark's. Quiet the observant one are you, Stark-san. 3, if you were human, then you wouldn't have invited monsters to your house. 4, you completely said how it only took you 1 day and 1 night to create this underground basement. No way a normal person could do such a feat. What if I'm a hollow? Hollow or human, decide on which one you want to be now. Urahara lowers down his fan and gives the man a good-natured grin. Well then, guess I should reintroduce myself. Kisuke Urahara, former Shinigami captain of the 12th Division and the first president of the SRDI. Following his lead, Tessai reintroduced himself. Tessai Tsukabushi, former Kido Corps commander and Grand Kido chief. With that being said, both Shinigami noticed the brunette relaxed while the black mask hollow seems to get a bit paler. Both of them were former captains. What kind of situation did you bring us into, Stark-san? Sale was freaking out by this point. There's no way for them to escape from here. He notices how everyone else is more relaxed now. All except for him. With everyone but the hollow relaxed, Urahara asked the one thing that had been on his mind. Excuse me, Stark-san, but may I ask a question? Just getting a lazy nod back, he says, why did you follow me here and didn't go back to Hueco Mundo instead? While your friend here seems to want to be anywhere else but right here, you came here willingly. Why? Sale turns his head towards the brunette, wanting to know why Stark followed the blonde to his shop instead of just going back to Hueco Mundo. With everyone's eyes on him, Stark started walking over to Urahara, who tensed up before relaxing again when he saw the brunette put down the girl on the ground. Sale, while following his example more hesitatingly, did the same and put down Ichigo next to Lily. Urahara didn't even say anything before Tessai went up to the children and started healing Ichigo with a simple Kaido spell. With his blue-gray eyes on the kids, Stark answered the blonde's question. The reason I follow you is cause it felt like a safer bet coming here than going back to Hueco Mundo. That got everyone confused. Before Urahara could ask in what way was it safer, he heard Sale questioning Stark first. Stark-san, how can Hueco Mundo not be safer for us? Sale moves in closer towards Stark, the brunette was still looking at Ichigo getting healed. Looking at Sale, Stark said, without having Ichigo's cloaking ability, it will only leave us open for anyone to find us. That could be a problem. How would that be any form of a problem? Wouldn't that be easier than for us to go out and hunt? You're powerful, Stark-san. Sale finishes with a bewildered look on his face. Urahara put in his own remark. I agreed with your friend on that statement. You're a powerful hollow yourself, maybe the most powerful I have ever felt. What kind of trouble could you not handle? Looking at Lily, who was now getting healed, Stark only said one word. Barragan. While it left Tensai and Urahara clueless, Sale knew what the man meant now. You're thinking without Ichigo-kun's cloaking ability he could find us, or one of his subordinates could find us. But if that was the case, then we could just stay over at Minos Park then. That would just be a bigger risk then. You probably don't know this, but the hollow we saved today was the guardian of Minos Park. He once told Ichigo how the Shinigami sent squads over to Minos Park. If that's true, then there's nothing stopping them from sending a squad over to Hueco Mundo and getting rid of us. Before Sale could reply, Urahara interrupted him. Excuse me Stark-san, but are you sure this guardian was positive about Shinigami being in Hueco Mundo? Turning over the blonde, Stark notices the way he got serious again. As an ex-captain, shouldn't he know this already? Stark lifts one of his eyebrows before he answers back to the blonde. Before Sale over here became a part of our group, we went to visit the once forest of Minos, where we ended up saving a hollow's life from a Shinigami. I don't remember everything Ichigo told me, but he said how the Guardian was sure on how squads of Shinigami have gone into the forest of Minos and started killing hollows off. He finishes while scratching the back of his head. It was maybe around 3 or 4 months when all of that happened. Hard to tell when you don't have a way to tell time. He looks over at Urahara and notices the way his bucket hat hides his face, muttering to himself about something. Looking up, Urahara locks his eyes with Stark's. That shouldn't be possible Stark-san, for a Shinigami to go into Hueco Mundo, let alone a squad of them. Are you sure this guardian senses an entire squad or maybe just one man? Now it was Stark and Sale turned to look clueless, while Tensai and Urahara seemed to get a dreadful look on their face. Before Stark could ask the blonde anything, he heard him ask another question first. Tell me Stark-san, have you ever met a man named Sosuke Aizen? He noticed how both Tensai and Urahara's body became tense, almost ready to go into action. Stark cocked his eyebrow again, this time answering him about everything without leaving out any details. No, the only ever contact with any other person or thing has been Ichigo. Lily has always been with me, and Sale over here just joined us. Every other hollow just dies by being near me. Watching how the blonde only gave him a simple nod and turned towards Sale was a relief for him. He doesn't know why, but something told him he must have dodged one hell of a bullet. How about your Sale-san, have you ever met said man, and before you say anything, care to tell me how you got a black mask? Urahara questions the only hollow of the group. Feeling scared of the dangerous look Urahara was giving him, Sale truthfully said, No, never Urahara-san. The only people I have ever been in contact with are Stark, Lily, Ichigo, my brother, and a few hollows. I met no one else, and for the black mask, that was Ichigo who did this to me. Urahara kept his eyes locked with Sale. While the hollow looked scared, the blonde didn't hear any form of lying in his words. He lets out a sigh of relief. Well, that's some good news now. Stark and Sale gave each other a quick glance before the amber-eyed hollow asked the blonde. Who's Sosuke Aizen? Giving the hollows a goofy grin, Urahara brought up his fan again and said, Who's Barragan? Stark let out an exaggerated sigh. Not this again. Losing his goofy expression, Urahara told them the truth. This would be one way to not just gain their trust, but to make sure they kept away from the man. Aizen is the one responsible for making me live in the human world. Before he could continue on with his explanation, Tensai interrupts him. The children's are all patched up now. With everyone turning towards him, Tensai went over his examination. Ichigo-kun here seems to be fine. I couldn't find anything wrong with him, he'll just be out for longer. His face turns confused when he looks at Lily. The girl, however, is. How do I say this? In a strange situation. Seeing the worried expression on Stark's face, he elaborated more. It's nothing to grave Stark-san. She's all healed up, but her Ryoko feels empty and weak. However, her strength is slowly coming back to her. I don't know how she isn't dead with all the Ryatsu you're letting out, Stark-san. Stark looks at Lily. So far she seems okay and not dying. What did he do to her? Well, he should be glad about how she's not dead, but still. He looks at Tessai and guesses why she wasn't dying. Is because of the black mask. It used to be because they were only one soul. However, when he felt what seemed to be their connection severed, the only thing that would keep her alive now would be the black mask. Tessai looks over at the young girl's mask. Just like the hollow of the group, it was the same color, but what does the coloration of a mask have to do with keeping one alive with someone like Stark around? Sending a nod towards the brunette, Tessai sat down on his knees next to Urahara, who was ready to explain. Clearing his throat, Urahara went over a bit about Aizen and why he's a former captain. You see, around 100 years. I was a newly appointed captain of the 12th Division before I got fraud for a crime I never committed. Charged with the crime of me putting 4 captains and 4 lieutenants through holification. He saw the confused look on both Stark and Sale. Sure, he was telling them about how he became a former captain, but it all happens because of Aizen. Around 9 years after becoming a captain, another captain told me about a series of strange disappearances that had taken place in Rukongai. The captain for the 9th Division and a few of its members went out towards Rukongai to investigate. Later on that day, a member of the investigation team requested that I send a researcher to the investigation site. I asked my lieutenant to carry out the task. Later that night, I heard that the Ryatsu of the investigation team had disappeared. I hurried back to the 12th Division looking for my lieutenant, but I was too late. I requested to go to the site myself, but the captain commander denied my request. I still went anyway and my friend Tessai saw me and came with me. Both hollows are still confused about Urahara's story. It doesn't tell them who Aizen is or why the ex-captains became tense after asking them about the man. However, they both just kept their mouths shut and waited for the blonde to continue on with his story. I arrived just in time to stop Aizen from killing one of the captains, but he wasn't alone, he was with 2 henchmen. Asking him on what he was doing here, he just gave me some excuse for coming to help his captain. I noted there were no injuries on the victims, and that someone infected them with holification. We tried to stop him, but he got away. After that, well, what much can I say? I helped the victims at least. But they found me, put me on trial, and were about to have my powers sealed when another friend saved, not just Tessai and me, but the holified victims. The story still puzzled Stark. So Urahara told them how he became an exile, but still, it kind of didn't tell him much about Aizen or why both Tessai and Urahara became so tense at all. Something was telling the brunette on how there was more information hidden from them. He wanted to ask more, but before he could say anything, Urahara asked them who Barragan was. Stark having mostly no actual idea on who Barragan is, Sale was the one who spoke. Well, you see, Urahara-san, believe or not, Hueco Mundo has a king. Sale noticed how the blonde's eyes seemed to gleam with interest. Well, he couldn't blame him, a Shinigami was learning a little about Hueco Mundo. Now, the king of Hueco Mundo is a powerful hollow named Barragan. No one knows how he became king to be exact. Maybe he's king because he defeated the last one, but if that was the case then maybe Barragan had been ruling for ages since no one seems to know or remember who the previous ruler was. Or maybe there never was one, and he named himself king of Hueco Mundo. With Barragan naming himself king, how he began his rule is a mystery. The only thing anyone knows about Barragan is that he's a powerful hollow if he could keep an army of his own in check. Any powerful hollow that appears, or he comes to learn of, gets an invitation to be part of his army. Most hollows would refuse the invitation. We're predators by nature. We don't really let anyone tell us what to do, we live by only one rule and that is to eat and evolve. Now, when they refuse his offer, Baragon's subordinates find them, and when that happens they report back to their king. Then Baragon himself kindly asks them to join, but whenever he kindly asks, most hollows die. Urahara had an idea where Sale was going with this, but for Baragon to go after them they must have gotten an invitation already. How does one get an invitation? Usually one of his most loyal subordinates searches for strong hollows that either they or Baragon himself had in mind. Sale answered back. Well, that sure made it clear. So you guys came across one of his subordinates and refused? Is that the reason why you're refusing to go back? Urahara asks. Scratching the back of his head, Stark answered that question. No, and yes. That's not how that happened. It was an accident. During one of my hunts, I accidentally killed the messenger with my Ryatsu. He only gave us the threat about Baragon not liking what we did. Stark started scratching one of his cheeks. Thinking about it now, with Sale explaining more, I refused the invitation by killing him. But, damn, that was maybe around .1 year ago. The only way we ever stay out of Baragon's radar for so long is because of Ichigo's cloaking ability. So Urahara had a better idea now, but still, they already had Ichigo. They could have just left now. Right? I understand the situation you all got yourself into, but you had Ichigo with you. All of you could have just gone back and let the cloaking ability do its work. All he got was a shake of their heads from both of them. We believe Ichigo's cloaking ability came from when he had his white skin. Usually within a 10 yards radius around Ichigo will completely hide anyone. But with an amazing ability, there's a flaw, and that flaw is how one can't sense outside the radius. The black mask hollow answered back to the blonde. So now both Tessai and Urahara know the situation a little better. Ichigo's skin is a peach color, not the white they have seen on him. So now the group of hollows has to wait for either Ichigo's cloaking to come back naturally or have the boy learn how to. Urahara brought up the fan again. He notices how Sale seems more relaxed now, the same as Stark. He heard Tessai getting up and said about bringing down some tea. He asks their guest if they wanted anything, but they just said no. Stark apparently didn't need to eat, and Sale probably was still on guard around them. He watches Tessai leave before he turns back towards the hollows. He pushes his luck again and hopes they have opened up enough trust in him to answer one last question. Stark-san, do you mind if I ask you something? His only reply was a simple nod. How did you ever meet Ichigo? Urahara lifts one of his eyebrows when he notices the small smile on the brunette's face, and before he knew it, Stark was telling him pretty much everything from their first encounter and so on. Finding Ichigo in the white sands of Hueco Mundo, Stark invites him to come with him and Lily, hunting food for Ichigo, their visit to Forest Park, meeting Sale, and coming to Karakura town. The blonde notices every simple smile when talking about Ichigo, every twitch of his eyes when Lily and Ichigo pull a prank on him. It was strange. Urahara could see the happiness in Stark's face. Strange. When Urahara asked Sale when he first met Ichigo, he gave him a different story. Apparently, Ichigo saved his life from his own brother. The hell? He said nothing and listened to how Sale had been spying on Stark, Lily, and Ichigo. How he one day got close enough to speak with Ichigo, how he asked Ichigo to eat him, and then how Ichigo fixed his mask. Urahara took a sip from the tea Tessai had brought. The light-tan man was back to his side. Honestly, there were just so many questions he wanted to ask, but there's one he wanted to know for sure. Sale kind of explained why he joined Ichigo. The kid saved his life, but what did Ichigo do to get Stark's attention, or better yet, Stark-san? What does Ichigo mean to you? Sale looks over at Stark. That was a question he had wanted to ask the brunette, but felt like it was too personal. The brunette looked up to the fake sky. What did Ichigo mean for him? He never thought about it before. He looks back to Urahara, noticing how everyone was paying attention. Not knowing what to say exactly, he just spoke from his soul. Ichigo became our escape from the loneliness that Lily and I live in. Before Ichigo even came around, it was just Lily and me. No other hollow could come near us without dying. I don't know how long we spent like that, we never kept track of it. Then he came, just out of nowhere. He could be around us without dying. He once said if he would end up being alone, so I gave him. No, I gave us a way to stay away from that lonely path. Stark stopped to catch his thoughts. There was more to what Ichigo meant for him. While the idea was an escape from loneliness for both of us. Somewhere down that road, we became a family. He finishes while scratching the back of his head. He noticed the way Tessai's face became teary and was cleaning his eyes with his apron. Sale gave him a nod of understanding, and Urahara was hard to figure out, and all he got was a nod. Before the blonde could take another sip of his tea, he heard a small groan. That got everyone's attention, and they all turned around to see Ichigo standing up. Ugh, where am I? The redhead started looking around him. This was not the weird beach where he met Zangetsu, the white desert of Hueco Mundo, or the green Flourish Park. He did, however, spot Lily, who was unconscious. He rushes towards her to make sure she was fine when he stops upon seeing the peach color on his skin. It's not white. Was Zangetsu right about my skin? Before he could go back on checking on Lily, he heard Stark's voice behind him. Turning around quickly, he notices a blonde and a light tan man. Ichigo looked at the brunette. Stark, what's going on? It's an interesting story. Soul Society. It's been over a day since he locked himself inside his office after being released from the 4th Division, the medical division. 5 days have passed since the disaster in the human world. Word got around fast throughout the entire Godai 13 about how 2 captains came into the 4th Division heavily wounded. No one knows what truly happened, and only Captain Hitsugaya has been the one who came back the least wounded of the bunch. However, after coming back from the human world, the young captain has shut down anyone who asks him about what happened. Toshiro releases a quiet sigh when he finishes writing his report. His wounds weren't so severe, he just had some burn marks and was just exhausted, so they released him today. While Captain Unohana told him to rest up longer, he softly refused her instruction. There was a report to write about their failure. The white-haired captain just kept rereading his report for the 10th time already. His face turns bland every time he gets towards the end of the report. He didn't want to put in the part where he listens to the hollow and allowed him to leave. I did it to save both Captain Kuchiki and Zaraki. That's what he was telling himself repetitively as he kept writing that last part. Lying back in his chair, Toshiro looks up at the ceiling. He pinches the bridge of his nose and releases another sigh. Turns out both captains weren't in such grave danger as he had imagined. Well, not true. Byakuya was in a mess with his hand cut clean and the gash on his chest. But besides the blood loss, nothing really was wrong, and the gash wasn't deep enough for it to be fatal either. Kenpachi's only problems were the cuts and the blood loss, but even then the man was already out after the 2nd day. He looks down at his report again. He didn't have any names for the humanoid hollows that show up. Thinking back on that day, he heard no names between the hollows. Well, he didn't, that's for sure. So maybe Byakuya or Kenpachi did? Wouldn't hurt to ask them. Getting up from his chair, Captain Hitsugaya opened his office door and watched as his lieutenant wasn't doing her job and was drinking instead like always. The lieutenant in question is Ranjaku Matsumoto. A young woman with a curvaceous figure with long and wavy blonde hair, blue eyes, full lips, and a beauty mark located under the right side of her mouth. Her Shinigami robes were slightly loose to reveal her large breasts. He didn't want to deal with her right now. He notices all the piles of paperwork still on her desk. He should be all over the strawberry blonde and berating her about doing her job as a lieutenant. Looking back at the report on his desk, Toshiro thought about giving her the simple task of having her go over towards the 1st Division to turn in his report. It was probably a bad idea to ask her, but seeing her still drinking made his left eye twitch. "Lieutenant Matsumoto, mind telling me why you're not doing your job?" Hearing her captain, Ranjaku got up and embraced his head between her breasts. "Captain, you're out of the hospital. Well, shoot. There goes her nice vacation now. It was nice while it lasted." Releasing her captain, she notices how his eyes went over her desk where all the paperwork was. "You can't expect me to work while I was under stress about my captain being in the 4th Division now. When people become stressed their hair turns gray and I can't have that happening to me." Captain Hitsugaya just loves how she sounded more worried about her hair than his well-being. With his left eye twitching dangerously he replies, "And what stops you from trying to come by to visit me?" With an innocent smile on her face, she lies to her captain by saying, "Well, I heard you were in a mess like Captain Kachiki and Zaraki, so I left you alone while you recover quietly." That seems to not be the right words because she could see how her captain was about ready to freeze her over. Toshiro just pinches the bridge of his nose again and starts heading towards the 11th Division since it was much closer than the 4th. Before leaving, though, he looks back to his lieutenant. "I need you to turn in my report over the 1st Division. Why me? You can ask anyone else to do that." Not even looking back at her, the young captain says. "Because everyone else is doing their job." Ranjaku watches as her captain leaves before going into his office. Her blue eyes stare at the report. She should probably do this fast and enjoy more drinking before her captain comes back, or everyone has been wondering what happened in the human world. She looks behind her, making sure no one was there before she started reading. Captain Hitsugaya just knew he did something stupid. Knowing Ranjaku, she'll probably end up reading his report before she gossips about it. He was ready to go back and deliver the report himself when he shook the feeling off. Word will get around eventually. He was sure that any given moment that Byakuya was released from the 4th Division, a captain's meeting would transpire. Not even walking far, Captain Hitsugaya was already at the front gates of the 11th Division. Going through the gates, he looks around him and notices how a few of its members look injured and walking towards the 4th Division. Toshiro shook his head, the young captain could already guess where everyone was at. Navigating through the 11th Division by just following Captain Zaraki's Ryatsu, Toshiro came across the division's training grounds. He notices how every member of the 11th Division was here, and right in the center of the training grounds was Kenpachi with a Bakken sword. Kenpachi's blood has been boiling for some action ever since getting out of the 4th Division. The fight with Zangetsu is still on his mind. He could still feel the cuts on his body aching. He wanted to feel that fire when fighting again now that he finally found someone who wouldn't die so easily if he went all out. Looking around the crowd, he spotted Captain Hitsugaya among the rest of his division. He sends the young boy a toothy grin. What are you doing here, Captain Hitsugaya?" Turning towards the white-haired Shinigami, he rested the wooden sword on his shoulder. "Came here for a bit of practice with me?" He sends Toshiro a challenging grin, hoping to bait the captain. Ignoring his challenge, Toshiro only answers the first question. "I just came here to ask you a couple of things, Captain Zaraki," he said while crossing his arms in front of his chest. "You can ask me those questions while you give me an easy duel." Kenpachi's grin grew across his face, but seeing how his taunt proved useless, he frowns. "TCH, so much for that. Guess I won't ever get to fight another captain soon." Seeing only a nod from the man, Toshiro says. "Did you already turn in your report?" Kenpachi groans before answering back. "Yeah, I did. I turned it in yesterday. By any chance did you hear any names between the hollows?" Toshiro notices the return of Kenpachi's grin. Actually, the wicked-looking hollow's name was Zangetsu. It hushed all the 11th Division members upon hearing the name of the hollow who defeated their captain. When Kenpachi returned to his division, everyone saw the crazy grin on his face, asking what happened in the human world. All they got from the man was, "I got one hell of a fight." He didn't go into much detail, and he was battling all the members of his division until he felt satisfied. Watching Captain Hitsugaya leaving, Kenpachi asks, "Does it matter for you to know the hollow's name?" Toshiro didn't stop and kept on walking. Heading back towards his division now that he knew the name of the demonic hollow, but before he was out of earshot, he screamed back to Kenpachi. "No, it doesn't. Because he'll just be like any other hollow when we're done with him." Seeing how Captain Hitsugaya left, Kenpachi looked over his division before he started taping the wooden sword on his shoulder. "So who's next?" He gave them a toothy grin before he picked someone. Human world. Stark has been watching Ichigo over the past 5 days and notice how the redhead has been quiet for most of the time they were down in Urahara's basement. When he tried to explain everything to Ichigo about what happened, the blonde pulled him to the sides and told him how he shouldn't tell everything to the boy. Especially about Aizen and how Urahara knew the redhead's mom. Not liking it but going along with it, he told Ichigo everything except for what the shaggy blonde asked him to not mention. Soon after that, the boy has been quiet and has been watching over Lily. He released a quiet sigh. It's been 5 days and Lily was still out. Tessai has been checking on her daily and has been saying the same thing every day. Seeing Ichigo with the lack of his white skin was an unfamiliar sight for Stark. Having known the redhead for the past 2 years with white skin became a normal sight, and seeing him with tanner color on him was weird. Well, at least he kept his eyes. Hearing footsteps, Stark turned around and watched as Urahara came into his view. "It's ready, Stark-san," the blonde said while bringing up his fan. On the second day with Urahara, the blonde asked both him and Ichigo to put in a bit of their Ryatsu inside a special glass flask. After Stark asked Urahara why he would need that, the blonde told him about how he would create a special jigai for them while they stayed in the shop. Following the former captain, Stark turns back and looks at Ichigo with a quick glance before he whispers over to the blonde. "I know we're done with the questions, but do you mind answering something for me?" "I guess I can do that." "What is it?" The Shinigami replied, not even looking back at Stark. "I've been wondering, what is it you saved Ichigo's mother from?" Stark asks. It has been bothering the brunette all this time about why a Shinigami would save a human's life. Unless. Seeing Stark stop in his tracks, Urahara turns towards the brunette. The blonde could see the gears on Stark's head working. "Did you figure it out already? She was human, right?" While Stark sounded a bit confused, he was sure about what he said. There's actually no reason for a Shinigami to save some random human's life unless she was something important, like a Shinigami. Watching how the shaggy blonde lowered his fan was a hint he guessed either right or close to it. "I could tell you, Stark-san, but I think it would be better if you ask Ichigo's dad instead." That was all he got from the Shinigami. Ichigo's dad? Why would I ask him? Is he a Shinigami as well? Was Ichigo even a normal human to begin with? With nothing more said, Stark follows behind Urahara towards his lab. Apparently, the blonde had a lab here too. When they got there, it left him speechless. It wasn't huge like the valley under them, but it was still damn big and with many inventions around. Looking around the lab, the brunette spotted Sale examining a weird-looking muscle doll. Urahara mentioned that he would work in his lab to help them stay hidden and the black mask hollow, while still a little nervous around the Shinigami, asked Urahara if he could come and see the lab, and he has been here ever since. Stark was a bit worried, but Urahara just told him it'll be fine. The shaggy blonde has even been joking around with Sale, calling him his apprentice, much to the irritation of the hollow. Hiding a goofy grin behind his fan, Urahara asks Sale, "Is the jigai ready, my young apprentice?" Seeing the way his appendages twitch was the only hint to Urahara that he was annoying him. Much to the Shinigami's joy. Turning towards the blonde man, Sale replied. "Yes, it's ready." Stark lifts one of his eyebrows. "Did you help make the jigai?" "No, I was just watching how he created it." This is the same jigai that Urahara is using to hide Ryatsu. Sale said. I would have made the Jigai faster, but this was my first time working on making one for a hollow. Especially one who's strong like you, Stark-san. It had to be perfect so the Shinigami wouldn't be able to sense you and the Jigai wouldn't end up getting destroyed with all your Ryatsu. Looking at the weird muscle doll, Stark looks over at Urahara and asks, how does this thing work to be exact? Coming up to the side of the doll, the blonde said. It's easy. I fused the Jigai with the Ryatsu sample you gave me so only you can go inside it. Right now it has no characteristic of you since to finish the process you need to go inside the Jigai and to do that all you need to do is spread your Ryatsu around it and the Jigai will start pulling you inside it. And to get out. While Stark trusts the blonde more now, he won't jump into a faux body and find out he can't get out. It's about the opposite of what you did to get in, just push yourself out. Urahara replied. Going over the muscle doll, Stark did as Urahara mentioned and spread his Ryatsu around the Jigai. Feeling the pull, he listened to the instructions, he let the doll do its thing. After a while, he notices his body feeling numb. You can open your eyes now, Stark-san. Hearing Sale's voice, Stark opens his eyes. He didn't feel any different, but noticed how he started feeling the cold air around him. Being a soul usually means you don't feel the weather. Looking down on himself, the brunette notices the lack of clothes. Looking around him, he notices how the clothes were all laid across on the ground behind him. Before he could say anything, he started feeling the appendages of Sale all over his arms. Looking over the hollow, Stark said. What are you doing? Just making sure there are no flaws, Sale casually replies. Moving away from the hollow's appendages, Stark asks Urahara what happens to his clothes. You mention how the clothes were only covered with erasure so it just hides them from anyone else's eyes, but they are still normal clothes. Urahara said. Looking over the clothes, Stark asks, so they're regular clothes again then? They don't have any erasure so people could see them now, right? Just getting a shrug back, Stark started putting back his clothes. The brunette started practicing on how to move out and in the Jigai, glad the blonde wasn't lying about it. Done with that task, Urahara shows him the exit. Before he left, Urahara gave him a note with directions. Before he could ask him anything, he heard Urahara whisper to him. This is where you'll find the answers you're looking for. Just giving back a nod, he was ready to walk out before he remembered something important. What about the Shinigami? Shouldn't they be all over the town looking for us? Before Urahara said anything a deep male voice spoke from behind him. Don't worry about the Shinigami. There haven't been a lot of them lately and there are only a few around this side of town. Looking behind the blonde, Stark spotted a black cat that was licking its paws. He kept staring at the feline. Did the cat just talk? He kept watching the cat until it left through a window. Guess not. Urahara watches as Stark leaves. Once gone, he heard Tessai speak behind him. Was it wise to tell them so much, Urahara-dano? Not even turning to address Tessai, Urahara went back to his lab. We need them. You're using them, Urahara-dano. Tessai said. With Stark. Stark was worried people couldn't see his clothes, but his worries vanished when he noticed how everyone was acting normal. Even a couple of them smile and wave at him, most coming from some very gorgeous women. Just giving them a careless wave back seems to bring some of them towards him for a strange reason. He dodges every question they ask him like a bullet. Getting directions from the last girl who approached him, Stark started heading towards the Kurosaki clinic. Stark felt weird being around so many people. Back before he was alone with Lily, he wanted this, to be around other beings without killing them, and now here he was, but it felt strange. He still felt alone, and he knew why. The brunette left his train of thoughts when he felt something landed around his neck. Looking to see what landed, he notices it was a black cat. He doesn't know why, but something told him it was the same cat he saw behind Urahara. You're awfully far away from your house, buddy, maybe you should go back before you get lost. Stark reached over the cat to put it down, but before he could touch the cat, he heard the same deep voice but in a whisper. Don't worry about me and stop daydreaming before you end up lost. Stark stops walking and stares at the black cat, but being so close to the cat, he was able to see the way its lips move and the deep voice that came out. What the fuck? The black cat wraps itself around Stark's neck before it gives him directions. Turn left around this corner, then keep heading straight for another 20 minutes and you'll be there. Stark just kept staring at the cat before he remembered what Urahara said about how he found them. Something about a kitty telling him. Following the directions the black feline gave him, he reached his destination. It was a strange place since it looked like someone connected the clinic to the side of a house. Noticing the sign on the clinic saying "Open," he walks towards the door, but before going inside, he felt the black cat jumping off him. No pets allowed inside a clinic now. This isn't a vet. The black feline said before it disappeared from sight. Walking inside, he hears the voice of a man. I'll be there in a minute. Stark didn't wait long before a man around his height with black hair, brown eyes, and a white lab coat came into his view. Yes, how can I help you? The man said with an emotionless voice. Stark just stares at the man. How should he say this? Ask a few questions if the man knew a redhead kid? Or maybe be more straightforward and ask him if he was Ichigo's dad? Before he could say anything, the brunette could feel a bit of Ryatsu coming from him and he knew what he was sensing. You're a Shinigami. And you're a hollow. The man replied, still with the unemotional voice. Ishin knew what this man was. He saw him over at the dojo Ichigo used to go. He couldn't sense that the brunette was a hollow, but when he saw him with the black mask hollow, the girl and the thing that looks like his dead son, he already knew they were hollows. He would have followed them around town, but hearing the man saying his dead son's name froze him on the spot. He didn't want to believe that his son was actually there, he rather believed that he was dead. So he can slay the hollow that took his son's appearance with no hesitation. Stark was freaking out on the inside when the man called him a hollow. He was sure Urahara told him the truth and that the Jigai was hiding his Ryatsu. Did he lie to him? Was everyone else back in Urahara's basement in danger? No, Urahara didn't lie. If he did then the other Shinigami should have sensed me. Calming down a bit, Stark introduces himself. Coyote Stark. Still not losing his indifferent tone, Ishin introduces himself too. Kurosaki Ishin. This was by far the most awkward moment in Stark's afterlife. At least it answers the question about Ichigo not being a normal child. So should I get to the point already? Feeling how the atmosphere seems to become even more uncomfortable, he blurts out. So are you Ichigo's dad? Don't you dare say his name. Ishin's voice took a sharp edge. It took Stark by surprise in the change of tone. What the hell? Maybe he started by saying the wrong thing first. Look, I just came here because Urahara said you could answer a few things about Ichigo dash. I told you to not say his name. Stark shut his mouth when Ishin screamed at him, and by what the man said, it had to do with saying the redhead's name. I think you should leave now, hollow. Ishin said. Well, this is going smoothly, he's getting kicked out, and he still has gotten no answers whatsoever. What triggered him, though? Could it be that Ishin never cared about Ichigo? The thought of Ichigo's own father never caring for the boy as a son angered him. What the hell is your problem? Stark sends the man a hard glare. Ishin, not backing down, returns the glare with one of his own. My problem is that you're saying my son's name like you know who he is. That's because I do, actually. With a harsh voice, Ishin said, and let me tell you why that's bullshit, hollow. My son is dead. The Shinigami looked down and his voice started sounding heartbroken. I was there when they buried him right along with his mother. Stark didn't miss the sad direction Ishin's voice took. Maybe I was wrong. So the man still cares for the boy, but why would he sound so mad about it though? The brunette tries to calm down the Shinigami. Look, Ichigo has been with me for the past 2 years now. He's fine. Isshin just shook his head. Rejecting that thing was his son. Is not my son. That thing isn't my son. You saw him and you still don't believe what you saw was Ichigo. Stark guesses if he knew how he was a hollow, then by some chance the redhead's father saw him with Ichigo. Looking up again and staring into Stark's eyes, Isshin spoke in a depressing tone. What I saw was a hollow who looked just like him. There's nothing left of my son in that thing. Isshin needed to keep his mind clear. Ichigo's gone, his soul is somewhere in Soul SOC. I can prove you wrong. Coming out from his thoughts, Isshin went back into focusing on Stark. If Isshin was refusing to believe that Ichigo isn't still the same kid as when he was alive, then Stark will just need to mention what the kid still knew. He still remembers his family. He remembers you, his twin sisters, and his mom. Hell, the only reason we're here is 'cause Ichigo remembered his home. That's not enough for me. Why? Hasn't he thrown the hollow out? Why was he hoping for Stark to say the one thing to prove how wrong? Why was he still holding on to hope for his dead son? Stark could see a bit of hope in Isshin's eyes now. He was getting close to the man and all he needs to say is more. But what else can he say about the Ichigo that was a son to Isshin? The redhead hasn't said too much about his past life besides his dad, mom, and sisters. What else did he mention? There were actually a couple of things Ichigo remembered before they came to the human world. Karen and Yuzu, those are his sisters' names, and his mom was called Masaki. Some hollows can see the memories of the souls they ate. Isshin stated. So names won't do, huh? Stark scratches the back of his head. Maybe he should say something more important. Or something only Isshin would ever say to his son. He who protects. What? Isshin stares at the brunette with shock in his eyes. Lily was once poking fun at Ichigo's name by calling him a cute strawberry until the redhead told her how his name means, he who protects, something that his dad told him. Stark said. He could see the conflicting feelings in Isshin's eyes now. It muddled Isshin. It's exactly how Ichigo would try to defend his name by always correcting everyone about what his name means because he told him. But that thing can just remember that as well. The Shinigami shook his head hard. Trying to find some reason for the hollow to act like his Ichigo. No. He wouldn't remember something like that. He would have gone through the stages of evolution like any normal hollow and forget about something like that. It was a stupid excuse, and he knew it. Hollow or not. We both know that Ichigo was anything but normal from the very beginning. Isshin looks down at the ground. Stark was right. Ichigo was anything but a normal human soul. Especially with his father being a Shinigami and his mother being a Quincy. Looking back up, Isshin abandons the thought about Hollow just appearing as his son and accepts that Hollow is actually his son. Has my boy been okay? It didn't feel strange to ask that question. He's a father worried about his son. Stark let out a quiet sigh. I got to him. Well, maybe I should start from the very beginning. Urahara's basement. Ichigo heard when Stark left to go with Urahara, but the redhead didn't care. He's too worried about Lily. Tessai had said that she's fine and she'll recover soon, but he has been saying that for 5 days now and the lime-haired girl still hasn't woken up. He who protects. Yeah, well shit, guess what, kid? Have done a little of that, huh? You have never once been in a fight yourself to protect anyone. So let me ask you this. What are you going to do once you go back to your friends, eh? You're just going to die. That was the hard reminder from Zangetsu on how weak he was. If he had never let Zangetsu take over his body, then Lily would have been dead, Stark would be dead, Sale would be dead. He would have been dead because he's weak. He doesn't know how to protect anyone. Didn't he go to a dojo when he was alive to protect his mom and sisters? He was learning how to fight to protect them. Ichigo's yellow eyes spark with determination. I'll change. I'll learn to fight. I'll learn to protect those who mean something to me. He looks at Lily. I won't let anyone ever hurt you again. Thoughts about asking the strongest person he knew to help him train. Unknown to the redhead, Urahara was close by to hear the boy. An idea coming into his head. Kurosaki Clinic. Isshin has been listening to Stark's story for the past 30 minutes inside his house. There was so much he wanted to ask. How did Ichigo stay human instead of becoming like any other hollow? Half Shinigami and Quincy couldn't have done something about that, right? At least Ichigo didn't become some monster, well not like the rest of the hollows that's for sure, and his son was more like Stark. That reminds Isshin of something about the brunette. All his years as a Shinigami and he has never heard or seen a hollow that looks human. The closest thing he can think of is Vastolord, but with the only Vastolord he had ever seen before, they still held a lot of hollow features. What kind of hollow was Stark? What kind of evolution was the man at? Isshin shook his head. The man was the farthest thing from a hollow at this point. The man did everything he could to keep his son safe in the world of Hueco Mundo. Even hunted for them. All because the brunette saw his son as part of a family. Isshin started massaging the temples on his head. He would never in his entire life think about putting the words family and hollow in one sentence before, but here he was. The man didn't even miss any smiles from Stark when he was talking about Ichigo in his story. The Shinigami lay back more on the chair. The thought he would end up killing his own son was such a dreadful idea. At least Ichigo was safe. For now. If what Stark told him about the park incident was true, then Godiai 13 will not stay quiet about it. They will send captains here soon. Then there was the thing Ichigo turned into. The description of the hollow his son transforms into closely resembles the one Masaki killed all those years ago. But then Stark said how Ichigo let the hollow take over to save them. Was there something he missed from that hollow all those years ago? Then there was Aizen. What is that man behind now? He could feel the amount of headaches coming to him. His Shinigami's power has slowly been coming back to him ever since Masaki died. Figure since the Jigai Urahara sacrificed his powers so that Masaki wouldn't die from soul suicide because hollows and Quincy's powers don't mix. Talking about the shopkeeper, Isshin was curious about why the man sent Stark here. Why did Urahara send you here for Stark? Oh, that's right. The brunette almost forgot why he came here. I kind of wanted to know what Urahara saved Ichigo's mom from. It got me thinking about why a Shinigami would bother saving a human life, but I got the answers already. Guess Ichigo was a half Shinigami then. Not just half Shinigami. Stark just looks at Isshin with a curious look in his eyes. What more could Ichigo be? He was half Shinigami and now half hollow. He was sure more couldn't fit in that pot. Isshin releases a sigh. Guess I will have to tell you a bit about my story then. Around 20 years ago, I was a captain in Godiai 13 before I deserted my position and married Masaki, Ichigo's mother. But before all that happened, there were a lot of problems with Shinigami disappearing from a nearby town. Going to investigate the site, I found a couple of my division members there. Before I knew it, they were both killed by a hollow. Isshin's face turned grimace. It was a strange hollow. It was a black hollow, and its hole was close. But that's about as hollow as it was because the creature fought like a Shinigami. Ready to finish the hollow, I was then cut down from behind. I didn't know who it was back then, but Urahara told me about Aizen later on. Stark was becoming more worried when he kept hearing that name. Why was Aizen involved in so many things? First was Urahara and now Isshin. Not going to interrupt Isshin's story, he continues listening. The hollow put me in a tough spot and before it could fire a Zero, however, Masaki interrupted it. Seeing the confused look on the brunette's face, Isshin says. The way she could fight and even kill the hollow was because she was a Quincy. She was a spiritually aware human able to absorb and manipulate Erasure into spiritual weapons. This is how she could kill the Hollow, however, it came with a prize. Leaving after the incident and then coming back did I learn that Masaki was on the brink of death. She got infected by hollowification. Hollow and Quincy powers can't mix because hollow powers are poison for Quincy. To save her life, Urahara made a jigai that would attach my soul to Masaki's, but by doing so I lost my Shinigami powers. From there I marry Masaki and well, yeah, the rest you know already. Stark lay back and thought about the whole thing. Shinigami, Hollow and now Quincy. The redhead was really a giant enigma. From what Stark could remember, the only thing Ichigo has shown was hollow powers. Actually, what powers do Shinigami and Quincy have? I don't think I have seen enough Shinigami to know what they can do, and I have never seen a Quincy before either. Well, for starters there's how Shinigami have a Zanpakuto with them, they can use Kido spells, and have high Ryuryoku. Isshin scratches the back of his head. Those were basically the most common things Ichigo could have done if he had Shinigami powers. For Quincy's powers, however. Isshin gave Stark a shrug, sorry Stark but can't remember much about Quincy powers besides how they can gather Erasure and make a bow from it. His memory was a little blurry about it. A playful grin came over his face. I guess I can go bother Ryukin now. Isshin sober up. So now what? The Shinigami will hunt his son now. His powers haven't returned completely, and it will take a few more years for them to come back. Then there was Yuzu and Karen, they would get pulled into this entire mess. What can he do? Or not him? Stark has been watching over Ichigo for 2 years now, and so far his son has been safe. Should he leave his trust in Stark's hands to protect Ichigo? He couldn't sense any power from the brunette, but with everything he had told him, he seemed determined to do so. He just needs to motivate Stark to get stronger now. Stark, can you promise to protect him? The brunette lifts one of his eyebrows. That's kind of what I've been doing for some time now. Isshin shook his head. That's not quite what I'm asking. I want you to get stronger, to protect him, Stark. Aizen, Barragan and the Godii 13 will be after you guys. You can't stay in the human world forever, and when you return to Hueco Mundo, Barragan will try to find you guys. Ichigo is just a kid right now Stark, he doesn't have the power to defend himself. Maybe later, when he's older, you can teach him or when he'll ask you. Trust me, I know Ichigo and he will ask you to teach him, you're the most powerful person he knows so far. Taken by surprise, in how Isshin was putting way too many responsibilities on his shoulders, Stark says. Isshin, you're putting way too much trust in me, shouldn't you teach him instead, or better yet, you can see him yourself back in Urahara's basement. The Shinigami just shook his head. And teach him what? He's not a Shinigami, so I can't teach him anything I know, and he has shown no signs of using Quincy powers. Even if he showed it, I can't teach him enough since I lost most of my power and I'm barely coming back. Not hearing why Isshin won't visit the redhead, Stark said. Why can't you go see him? Is better right now that Ichigo doesn't know any of this, Stark. This could be too much for him at the moment. He didn't want to stay away from Ichigo, but what can he do? Besides, Ichigo is in excellent hands right now. Running a hand through his hair, Stark looks at Isshin. Alright, I'll do it. Giving the brunette a nod, Isshin looks over at the clock on the wall. School is almost over for Yuzu and Karen. Getting up, he shows Stark the door. Thank you for watching over my son. Just getting a simple nod from the brunette, he watches him leave before he closes the door behind him and starts heading towards his daughter's school. His soul rests knowing that Ichigo, while been a hollow, is still the same boy as he was alive. A goofy expression came to his face when he remembered about the girl his son had taken a liking to. Masaki. Our son has found us a third daughter. Isshin said while screaming at the heavens. Stark has been quiet while walking back towards Urahara. Ishin has put a lot of trust on his shoulder now, but he won't back down. Ishin honestly didn't have to tell him to get stronger. He was already planning on speaking with Urahara about teaching him the basics of how to fight. With the disaster that happened in the park, he will be sure it never happens again. Reaching the shop, Stark noticed how there was no one up here. Getting a bit worried, he hurries down to the basement and Sonido towards where he could sense everyone at. Before he could say anything, he saw a kid with raven black hair and amber eyes turn around and started screaming at him. Stark! Stark! She woke up. Lily is awake. Stark looks over at the kid and notices how he looks like Ichigo. Ichigo? Is that you? Looking down to himself, the kid gave him a nod. Yeah, it's me. Urahara-san kind of made my jigai different. Saying how people might recognize me, so he changed the eyes and hair. Before Stark could say anything, he heard the voice of Lily after 5 days. Stark. Looking over at the lime-haired girl, he notices the strange look on her face. She looks confused. What's wrong, Lily? He notices the way her face became blank before she looks at him. I'm hungry, Stark. The group of hollows sweat drop at her remark. Before anyone could say a thing, they heard Lily's stomach growling. Urahara and Tessai noticed the odd look the hollows were looking at the girl. Releasing a long sigh, Stark started rubbing his forehead. He repeated Lily's comment back to her. You're hungry. Lily didn't even say anything and let her stomach speak for her. Hearing her stomach growl again, Stark only said 2 words. Well, fuck.